We're live. How you doing, guys? Friday already. Soon comes around. Thanks for coming in already. Few of you in there. Who we got? I'll go back up. Andrew J, Blackburn Audits, Carpark Campers. How you doing? Sorry. Yvonne, how you doing? To see you. As always. We got hey Kill Bill. How you doing? Big up Shady. One Peter Pope. 999 won't connect me. Ha ha ha. 101 the same. Okay. Right. Purple Spliff. Lee Moore. Lee, thanks a lot, mate. Appreciate what you've done for me. So I've modded you up, mate. Where's my lovely Lynn? There she is. Lynn's in there, guys, and so is James Patrick McDonough. Oi, oi. Hello. James. You know I love you, don't you? You're the one who's bald, mate. That's for okay. Not yet, not yet. Steph's in there, still on LSD. I see Steph. Andrew J, yep, here we go. Just saying hello, guys. Yeah, no problem, Blackburn Audits. On that score. Yeah, I'm the one who's taking most of the crap. Okay. Try and stay impartial. I've tried my best over the months with them both. Had them on separate. No worries, we'll not fall out and all that. They're both to blame. I've spoke to Fluke. Fluke won't be on tonight because we're not having that again. Right? I get all the bad feedback, and I think it's fair enough on viewers. Actually, it's fair enough. And Fluke did say to me that he does understand and kind of apologizes, but he finds it hard to not do the same thing again. I understand, guys. So I apologize for what goes on. It's not scripted. I don't instigate it. It just kicks off like lightning. And then the next thing you know, you try for 5 minutes to sort things out. Doesn't work. So tonight, there's no Crinkle and no Fluke. Right. Okay. SG. I think a lot of people would disagree with you laughing at that, to be honest. But it's a character for you. No drama on here tonight, guys, unless you've got some substance to it. Okay. Not sure where you're coming from on that. Right, I'll have no drama in there, guys, tonight, or else you're gone. Because I've had enough, I've had more crap than a few other people. And I've had to put up with things as well, don't think I haven't. So, you know, I'm not having it tonight. So if you want to come in and try and start it off early doors, you're gone. You can show your true colours if you want. Never said you was SG. I just said no drama tonight, please. I just thought your comment was a bit You know, you've been a regular guy. Hi, Yvonne. All my supporters in there, thanks very much as well. Thanks for coming in. June, Ben's in there, Ben Cox. You too, Purple Split. Thanks, guys. Just keep saying hello to each other. There's no one backstage yet. Biker will be on fairly shortly. So, Film Boy's in there, always says hello. How you doing, mate? So, yeah. Cheers. Hope you've all had a good week. I know a friend of mine in there is in the chat now. Friend of mine, he's not been so well, but recovering from a bit of flu or something like that. On the right side of it now, though. Kill Bill, mate. Nice to hear you getting a bit better. All right. Lynn's off already, look. Little Willie, bye-bye. It's not happening, guys. Kyle, good to hear. Oh, Dave Datura, where are you? I've just seen you. Yeah, I've just checked that you spanned up, mate. Christmas, I have said it before, and I will be honest, I don't really celebrate or do Christmas, so it'll be just another day for me. What day is it on this year? Not that it matters, but I'll obviously go down and see my dad. I think my brother from down south, he's coming up for a day at least, and he has family in a town about 10 miles away from where we are. So he'll be doing both trips in one day, and he's coming up from Hampshire, so whether he'll stay over or not, I don't know. But it'll be good to see him because I hardly see him. I'm the eldest of three, and he's the next guy down. And he served 26 years in the military. And when he came out, he got a job with the military as a civilian, as a chef. So he's been pure military from being a kid. He was one of them. He'd get a big cardboard box, put holes in it, stick a piece of wood through it, and start shooting people with imaginary pellets. So my brother's always been that way. He supports me as well. So I look forward to that and just saying hello to my dad, and then coming back home and just doing what I normally do. So right. So as planned, I thought I'd put the link in at 8 minutes past 8. So there it is. It is car park. It certainly is, mate. Especially when people need looking after, so families have to stick together, I think. Dave, no worries. No worries. Just don't rush into kicking someone. You know, it could be an all right comment and misstrued, but you can tell the ones where you can just go, see ya, bye. That's not Bikereddie in the chat. Biker can spell properly. Or grammatise properly. Do you really want to know what's law, or are we going to just take what's good? Well, I'll tell you what, one Peter. On this channel, right, on my live, the first couple of hours are about banter and nothing that much serious. So people feel invited and welcome and things like that. So if you stick around, you can bring that up later. Smokey's going to be on later on tonight, guys. I just thought I'd tell you that. Sometime after 10, round about there. So look forward to that. Right, this Bikey, you joking, aren't you? Come on, there he is. Right, I know there's 3 guys there as well, but I'll bring Biker on, then I can get the bollocking over with first.
I'm here.
Yeah, well, say something.
I just fucking did.
I was expecting a bollocking, sorry. Right, I'll bring these guys on then.
Judging people. Well, I'm here now. Holy bollocks, now I have to speak.
Nah, don't judge,
Anyway.
mate. How you doing, Billy? Big up, Shady and Andrew.
I'm on like people in the audience. I was on what's his faces earlier on. I think I've been doing this, been awake for over, actually, yeah, it must be 16 hours now. And I'm now on your live channel. I might be able to do 24 hours. I'm trying to build a brand. I'm building a Shady brand before I actually get a YouTube channel. I've got a Shady brand. That's what I'm saying. Is that yours? Was it my place?
It's me, that. Sorry. It wasn't me. So you're on a live-a-thon, are you?
Yeah, well, what it was, anybody that accepts me, I'll join. I don't give a shit. But I've always been good, and I'm even more drunk now, and I'm more mellow. Look, I was on Crinkles. It was a brilliant thing. Obviously, I was second. Crinkles on more than me because I joined 2 hours later. But he lasted 12 hours. I lasted 10. Then I had a break. Then I did something else, and then you came on hours later. But I'm up for it. I'm up for a challenge.
Yeah, of course you can, Ben. And Lioness sleeps no more. I've said hello to Shady when he came on. Said hello to him, and Billy as well, and Andrew.
Oh, am I
hey, now? Billy. How you doing, mate?
He said the opposite of Groucho. Respect.
I don't think he's got any volume on. But Andrew, how are you, mate? Smiling away.
Hold on.
I think you have a sound problem as well.
Are you okay? You all good?
Turn it up.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing
there you
1,
go.
2, 3.
No, you're okay. It's just Billy and Andrew are a bit low on sound.
That's fair enough.
So, I've got the brilliant Teflon sticks in there, guys. If you love a good sense of humour, keep your eye on his comments in this chat.
Right, good evening, everybody.
Finally, what do you want?
Now that is Christmas.
Just thought I'd
Christmas.
get a word in edgeways, seeing as I've been here 10 minutes, waiting 20 minutes to get on fucking. But I'm here now.
You good know, like saying hello for 5 minutes first.
And then everybody in the chat.
Yeah.
Lioness,
look, I know you're there backstage. One sec, guys. I know you're there backstage, mate, and it is early. I can bring you on if you want, but I don't really normally start my Friday off with drama.
Yeah, we don't need none of that. Well, I know.
Right, but you did say you was doing, and I did say yeah. But we're 15 minutes in, mate, so I don't want this live spoiled. Right, so I'll bring you on, and there's someone else there, mate. You'll have to wait, but take it easy, keep it calm, and we'll talk about it. Right? Don't fly off, or else I'll remove you. Okay.
And remember, Shady's here, and I'm amazing. Lioness, by the way. Well, Lioness, my Derbyshire sweetheart.
Right, so Dino, you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening there.
What part of you the other night thought you were talking to me?
Right, say that again, mate.
I said, what part of you, thought the other night that you were talking about me, mate? You know, you were listening to me on live, and you thought that person was me.
Right. Are you talking about Auditor for Auditor?
Yeah.
Right. If you look back at that video, yes, at first, when your name was mentioned.
At first, yeah. You're coming out with it at first now, yeah. That weren't me. You know that weren't me.
Please listen just for a minute. If you watch it back, straight after I said something like, "Is that him? Is that?" And then eventually I went, "Nah," because he's been on mine for a while with that voice, and it was just your name what spurred me off. And then I did say after, "Nah, that's not him." So if you watch it back, that's exactly what I said.
Okay, Matt.
I realised shortly after it was just another member on the panel who said that's Southampton drawn, that is. Watch it back, mate. And
I watched it. I watched it. I've seen about 3 comments saying that, and then you got onto the fact that maybe it could be, but I didn't watch the end of the video, mate.
Think of it from my end, mate. It's I don't know who's who when they don't show a logo and that, and then it were like whoever was on the panel went, "That's Southampton drawn, that," and then I went, "Southampton drawn." So I admit I didn't think at that first point in time, but then I realised I said that's not Southampton drawn.
Do you not realise that orders for the fraud has been running around for about 5 months now?
What has?
I've been around for 2 years. Order to fraud has been around for about 5 months now that I know of.
Mate, I can't stand him. The only reason I bring him on is because
he's an opener like me, but I don't think he sounds like me.
No, he doesn't. It was someone. Luke, I'm holding my hand up.
He does have a twang
on the panel,
which is more Yorkshire than mine. I'm more northern.
Oh, he sounds like Bikereddie.
It does sound like me.
So he is.
I don't think he does, Biker.
You kidding me, mate?
I think he sounds more. I think he sounds more like me, and anybody that fought with me, yeah. But he has.
Listen, mate, you're taking it. It was someone on the panel. I made a mistake of saying, "What is that?" And eventually, I realised it's not him. So I made a mistake.
Yeah, you weren't the first person to say it. It was somebody in the chat. But
the chat. I thought it was the panel who said.
No,
it's hard for me to keep my eye on the chat and all that. So.
Okay, yeah. If you believe it's not me, that's fair enough. I thank you for that.
Dino, as the host, you have to concentrate on this. We concentrate on the chat and tell you what's there. You know what I mean? That's our job. We're here, and then we concentrate on the chat and tell you and stuff. That's my theory. But I'm here, and I'm.
That's right.
No worries, Andrew.
Can you hear me now?
Right.
Sorry, mate. Can you hear me now? Do you know?
I can hear you now, mate. I've just seen you comment. If you leave, can I bring you back on? If there's enough space, mate, come back on.
I've done it now.
Dino. I'm about to go, yeah. All I wanted to say were I've got a lot of things going on in my shit, yeah. Which I don't want to bring onto your channel. But when I got accused of being this order to the frauditor, now you realise that it's not me. Yeah, thank you for that.
No, I knew a minute after, mate. That's the thing. I knew it was me jumping to someone saying that's him, and you know what I said the other week about you. And
I did a video on my channel saying go pair the voices.com. Go up and compare it. There's no comparison, mate. And
it's all right, Luke. Listen, it's all right, mate. I was wrong. I never thought it were you. Okay, so don't let that get to you. This is a troll who's had it in for me from day one. He comes on with the same no logo, hardly speaks, and you put in the chat, let me on, and then I bring him on, and it's like nothing happens. So it feels like someone's just spying on me. You know what I mean?
I don't blame you think it was me. And I've been a trolling past, you know I have. But honestly, it's not me.
No, listen, mate, coming on, I'll give you that because you said you were going to come on, and I'll give you that, mate.
Yeah.
Well done for coming on.
I didn't want to cause trouble or anything. I'm not like that.
I can tell with your tone of voice, mate. We've actually spoken about it, and I think we've sort that we can bury that one.
Listen, you know your DNOG logo that you've got. You were the first person to show me and say, "What do you think?" And then you put the DNOG bit on at the end of it. You remember? On Telegram.
That was plod or not to plod that said something.
That was a while
Do
ago.
your own thing.
It was a while ago. It's a long time ago, Dino.
You
remember
know,
that?
listen, that logo I'm looking at now, it's not
Well, there's no
Anthony.
more lies then. Remember that? Oh, God.
That's it.
Shady logo.
Now I recognise your voice.
Ah.
Right.
Southampton Joe's parents got 80 nicknames. 80 YouTube names.
Right. Yeah, Luke, forget that, mate. It's gone. The only thing that bothered me was you mocked me in a video. And I know you're saying you're doing it for fun, but my question is, I don't mind that. If you'd have said, Dino, I'm thinking about doing this video and it's about you, right? Well, it's a bit of fun. I'm just going to take the piss, put a bit of music to it, and put a couple of effects in. What do you think? Well, if it's all in good taste, then yeah, I'll show you what I mean. But yeah, go for it, mate. No worries. But the fact I didn't know about it, and a lot of people have said it is kind of taking the piss. And then I'm thinking, why me? Why have you chosen me? And I know you've done other videos with other people, but I'm thinking, who is
And
this
why
guy?
not me?
Why me? So right, he's gone. He might
Why
come
not
back
me?
later on. So he probably feels a bit better than he did. I know it did his head in that, me thinking he was auditor for auditor, but if he watches that bit back, I felt stupid for a minute, but he's not. I knew he wasn't. It was just his name what kicked me off, like it did before. I'll explain why.
Dino, for 10 hours, I was on Crinkle's channel. For fucking 6 hours, it's talking about science. And I'm like going, you know what I mean? I'm nodding my head. I'm going in the audience. If I nod my head, people think I'm smart. And that was me taking a piss. Then eventually, they bowed down to me and we had fun. It did take me 6 hours. And anybody takes a piss at you, Gino, I will drain them out of their soul, and we will talk about fun and happiness.
There's more to it, and I actually feel sorry for that guy, to be honest with you, knowing certain things which I'm not going to bring up. Like, some people get used in life, you know what I mean? After...
Yo, Dino,
guys,
why? Dino, why?
I've got to say, look, just Andrew, one sec. LJ Gibbs in the chat, guys. Will you please show her a lot of love? She's been unwell, and she's worked very hard to look after other people, and now she is the one who needs looking after. So tonight she's coming so she can feel better. So please say hello and please make her feel welcome and loved tonight. LJ Gibbs, guys.
Coming online.
Okay.
No.
I don't need this.
Right. Bless you. Bless you.
I'll bring you on, mate. I don't know you yet.
Oh, Peter Pape or something.
I got COVID. Fucking sneezing.
Peter Pope, innit?
LJ is lovely. LJ is one of the nicest persons you can ever meet.
He's blocked his camera. I make that mistake.
Oh, it's fine. Peter, are you a friend of Smokey's by any chance?
Camera. Oh, no. I'm up to swear with these people outside in a minute. But I'll meet myself before I swear.
Are you doing Peter? Is it Peter?
It is Peter, mate. It's not one Peter Pope.
Peter Paul. Peter Paul.
Peter Pope. So LJ, massive love for you. Please recover well. You've got a good guy there, you know that. So you've got good support in here as well. Anybody messes with LJ tonight, guys, just get rid straight away.
Sorry.
LJ Gibb. Thank you, Gina, she said. Yeah, nobody messes with LJ.
Well, that's good.
She might fancy me later on.
Good evening, Dino. Thank you for putting me on the panel. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, what it is the reason why I wanted, the reason why I wanted to come on is I ring 101 999, and I ring 101 first, and I ring them up and I'll say this. I'm ringing up because I need clarification of the law. Is common law higher than the rest of the laws on this land? And guess what they keep doing? They put the phone down and they never answer the question. They blocked me to the point where I had to ring 999, and I told them straight. And I told them straight that I'm going to go live and I'm going to show them up. We have the rights to ring these numbers and get clarification of the laws that are imposed upon us. Not one of them are prepared to give the information which I'm asking for. Now, if you want, I will do a 999 call, if not a 101 call online, and just show you exactly what they're doing to me.
In all honesty, how would you think a call centre? How would you know a call centre is going to have the knowledge about common law? They're not going to have that knowledge, are they, mate? They're just a call centre.
Okay, then I ask you this. If it's just a call centre that's telling us what the law is, why don't they know common law? And why can't they enforce their opinion upon us like we enforce our opinion upon them?
It's like you asking me about common law, and I'll hold my hand up. I know nothing about common law. Well, I know a certain bit, but you're asking me.
I would say most people know nothing about common law, including myself.
I'll agree with you, Dino. There's a majority
you're talking about a full re-education here. How do you expect a call handler to think, oh, well, yeah, well, hang on, there's the common law as well. Let me get back to you. Let me check that out first. It doesn't work that way.
Okay, I'll go with you. But the point is I'm trying to make is this. If they're the enforcers of a law, wouldn't they already know common law? And if they don't know common law, is common law ignored? And if common law is ignored...
Peter Pope, I've seen your channel. I recognise your voice. Can you say who you are? What audience channel you've got?
I don't have a channel. I don't want a channel. I don't want to be followed. I want everybody to learn. Let me finish. I'd like everybody to learn what I know. For the simple fact is, if everybody knew what I knew, the police wouldn't get away with what they get away with today. The only way they get away with what they get away with today is because we all are uneducated about the law. Now, when we learn the law and we enforce the law and we tell them that this is the law and we stand under law and law only, policy law will be chucked in the bin, because you got to understand this. Law is law, and law will always be the law. Policy is contract law and will always be a contract. Go on.
I'm going to say...
Are you alien?
Can I say...
Are you alien?
An alien.
Are you alien?
I can't hear you. An alien?
Well, no, if you want to talk, right, talk about, educate us on common law if you want, Peter.
Look, I want to say something quickly. The difference between law and common law, the difference between common law and law is law that we use. You go to university to learn. You go to university and they'll teach you the law, the Queen's law, if you like. Common law is the people's law. And you don't go to college to learn that. You have to learn it on the streets. You have to self-educate yourself with common law. And common law is about being a human being, which that such country was based on common law. And I think, personally, I think common law is human beings agreeing, this is this is that, blah, blah, blah. And they came as a community and went, yeah, this is right, this is wrong. But that still stands. But you can't go to university to learn common law. But if you want to learn legal law, you have to go to university. That, in my opinion, is the difference. And
I say this to you, big up Shady. Thank you for your opinion, and yes, your opinion does count. But I'm going to stop you there because this, and only this, law.
started, for fuck's sake. Controversial.
Law is law, and law will always be law, and law will never ever change from being law. Now, common law is law, and it will never change in anything I've just said because it's law. Now, when a law becomes policy, in other words, when somebody asks you to do something because you are employed, you must do that something. Other than that, you are sacked and you are unemployed. Until then, yeah, the law is the law and will always be the law. And this is what I mean by that, yeah? The police enforce the law. So then we have 101 to ring up and ask for them to clarify the law. If we don't get through to 101 because they put the phone down like they have been doing to me and blocking me, you have 999, which goes back to the same call center that has the same operators in under 101. They again refuse to listen to what you have to say and state this is an emergency. When you ring 101, you have three options. You have, is it an emergency call? Do you know the direct number? If not, anything else will be considered. That's number 3. When you ring them, and I expect everybody to ring 101 because I told them that people will be ringing 101 for them to clarify common law. Okay, Andrew, go on.
Right, isn't anything else better to do on a Friday night and talk about fucking law and shit? Why don't you just all get on together?
Well, to be honest,
stuff for like 8:30 in the evening.
I seem to be a bit.
I can feel your passion on common law, but
hold on a minute.
You must admit that most people today do not know what it is. You just said that earlier.
I will agree with you, Dino.
You've got this expectation of people's, they don't know about it. So
yes, I will agree. But the only
you can't expect that, them to go, well, according to common law.
Yes.
What's your point, Peter? What's your point? What's the point between common law and actual law?
Okay, my point. Okay, let me get to my point. It's going to be a bit drawn out, but let me get to my point. Dino, you are right. Yes, there's a hell of a lot of people that don't understand anything about common law. I will agree. But what you got to understand is this. I'm an advocate of common law, and I will try. Let me finish, Andrew. And I will try and educate to the point where you can use and abuse. Excuse me, Andrew. I will.
Andrew, let me finish, and you can come in.
I will help my artists to show you how common law works. And it's not about going to police stations and auditing and this, that, and the other. It's about you standing in your ground, under common law, which is the highest law of this land, that makes everybody else stand underneath you, which is a public servant. And the way to make that happen, is understand and learn common law. Now, the more we push it aside and say, no, it doesn't work, the less it's going to work. The more people take it on and know that this is the only command of the police force is common law. The only command of the police force is common law. They stand under an oath, which is common law. They must enforce the Queen's common law, which is also the people's common law. But before I get there, my point is this, I understand you, Dino. Nobody understands as much as what I do. I will put that forward first and foremost. It's not about me. It's not about me.
Peter,
anybody?
You said you've no channel content, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what would be a great idea, I think, would be for you to educate people by putting all this up on your channel.
Yeah, so
well then, Dino,
like you doing a talking video and putting clips up of.
Well then, Dino, I've got this to put forward. Then I've got all the knowledge I need to know. I just don't know how tech works. And I don't know how tech works. Let me finish, mate.
Guys,
I know
don't
that's
talk.
you, Alien. Alien. That is Alien. His name's Alien from Birmingham. He's got.
Listen, I don't know how tech works. So because I don't know how tech works, and I've learned the other thing, which I have learned, you are a tech person, which can help me. So then why don't we come together, have a chat? If you're not interested in what I've got to say on that chat, tell me there and then and leave me alone. Hold on.
Yeah.
On these videos, on these live streams, nobody knows anybody unless a face has been put up. And yet we still don't know that person through the face that's been put up. To me, it's not about that. It's about meeting a person in private. Hence, Dino, if you're prepared to meet me in private, have a chat. If I am not what you expect, push me to a side. And at the same time, tell me you're going to do that, because I don't stand up to the expectations. Listen,
can I say something about common law? Can I say a quick thing? True story. Over 1995. 1995, I changed my name. Not through Depol or the thing. I changed my name under common law. You can do that. All you do, you write a sentence down saying, me, blah, fucking blah. From this moment onwards, I am now become this name. That's what I did under common law. But guess what? You know what I needed to make it legit was a solicitor. Because when I went to the banks, they went, you changed your name. Have you got any proof?
Yeah.
Here's my solicitor's number. So we need.
And did you pay £5?
No.
And did you pay £5 to change your name?
No, I paid fuck all because I went to a solicitor and I was on benefits, and the benefit paid because as long as you say it's a personal matter, you get the free.
Can I explain that to you?
But legally, I could do it. I could do it without paying. I could do it without paying. But try prove it. You try prove it to a bank. You change your name legally on the common law. They want proof.
Yeah, you did right. You did right. But I'm going to stop you there. Yeah. What you got to understand is this: you asked to change your name because you was given a name via birth, which is your birth certificate. So what you asked for, can you change your name on your birth certificate, which makes you a corporation? See, it's really crazy the way they've switched and changed everything around to the point where they've made common law ignorant. In other words, not supportive anymore. Whereas common law is, you got to understand this. When you was born, you was given rights when you was born. You was born as a male or a female. You was born wearing nappies or diapers. Do you know what I mean? In other words, it depends on the principle of the way people speak. Yeah. In other words, whether you're in America or England, vocabulary changes. My point is this: common law is given to you when you was born. You was given inalienable rights, and that is no man can walk all over you. No man can take anything from you unless you go to court.
And the name your parents gave you is not legal. Under common law, I changed my name. If I go into court now and say, this is not my given name, by rights, because it went through Depot, I actually chose my name. So technically, under common law, I actually chose my name. So I can't have that argument because I chose my name. What I'm saying is I changed my name under common law, but to make it legal for the banks, I had to have the legal system, like a lawyer, to vouch for me that I changed my name. I could have had anybody, any witness. I could have had my best friend witness it under common law. But then they're going to ring my best friend. Oh, what do you do? Oh, I'm unemployed. We don't believe you. The banks won't believe you. But when that comes from a lawyer, when that comes from a lawyer, they go, yeah, we believe you change your name.
We're going to finish this conversation in a couple of minutes. So I want Peter to have the last set. Peter, I've got a proposition, right? It's interesting. There's conflicting comments and all, you know, it's that type of subject. If you want to come on every Friday you can have a full half hour on it, mate. And just you, if you allow other people to come back at you with a question and that, but I reckon you should have Peter and the common law for half an hour solid on Friday.
It's very complicated, common law.
Right. Anyway, I've just put that out. We'll end that one there because
I will go with that. Yeah.
What is common law? What is common law, Shady or Dino?
Right, we'll start with that last week because this has been going on for a while now, and
Andrew J. Common law. Andrew J.
Yeah. What is common law? Go on, tell me what
common law is this.
Right, end it with
Are
this
you prepared
statement.
to put up or shut up?
I'm
telling you what common law is. Common law is put up or shut up. That is common law. You either exercise rights or you just put up with what's been told to you. That is common law. You either exercise your rights or you bow down and get fucked up the arms.
Right, we'll leave it at that. Andrew,
that is common law. Anyway, Dino, before we finish, I will agree with you. Dino, I will say this, and I will finish with this, and I won't say no more. Thank you very much for putting me on your panel tonight. And yes, I will stand by what you've just said. Give me half an hour every Friday for questions to come forward. I'm also willing to go out there and meet with people to try and over the internet. It's not accepted in the way that it is accepted. It's pushed aside. For the simple fact is no, as you says, Dino, nobody knows common law. Nobody can express common law. The more we put it out, the more information.
Common law is non-existent. Why are you banging on about
common law exists? Common law is the highest law of the land.
I'm going to mute you, mate, because you keep talking over him and you're not even listening. You're not even. If you can have an open mind first, Andrew. Like we've said, we'll arrange half an hour a week, and maybe over a few weeks you might change your mind on something. I don't know much about it. I know it was an early days thing. It goes back a long time, and it's about the law of the people. That's just about all I know. We're a law unto ourselves as long as it's done right. Then you've got the legal system, which is the law. So I think we'll move on. That's a great starter, a great, a mind shaker for next week. So it gives you time for bring some questions up and look into it yourselves. And then next week, when Peter comes back on, we'll have more information and more of an enjoyable debate. I reckon. So we'll leave it at that. Peter,
thank you, Dino.
Honestly, mate,
thank you, Dino. Thank you very much, Dino. All right. You will, and I will go now. Thank you very much, Dino. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, mate. Thank you. I'll see you next week.
You can kick me if you want, mate.
No, you can kick. There's no one else there, mate. We've got 6 on. There's no one else. I want Bill to speak in a minute because he's been so patient.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm good.
Thanks to everyone who's come in. And I've seen you there. Al Thorpe, I don't know if you're still there, but I'm sorry, mate. I just saw you put a comment up saying, I've mentioned it 3 times, saying hello, Dino. Al Thorpe, I'll just say, I don't know if you're there, Al, but I was in a town called Lee on Wednesday, I think. And I was just about to go home with a shopping bag and my rucksack. And there were a guy parked up in this electric car. And I just walked past him, and then all I heard was Dino. So I turned round and he went, Dino. I went, hiya. And I'm thinking, I'm sorry, mate. I don't. He went, no, Deanology, right? I said, yeah. He went, I'm Al Thorpe. I went, no way. Oh my God. So I was sat with Al Thorpe for a good hour. He bought me a drink. His partner came along. We had a good chat. And he always comes in.
Dino, did you sign the autograph?
I don't do that. Only famous celebrities
do it. You know when you sign an autograph, you cheap
yourself. Can I just say a quick hello?
When you sign an autograph, you cheap yourself.
Right, so everyone else, and John's in there as well, guys. I hope you're feeling better. John went missing for a few weeks, unwell. We got worried, but he's back, I reckon, John. Thanks a lot. Anyone who's done, honestly, guys, thanks very much.
Right, Billy. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. It's all yours, mate.
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm just
It
saying
looks
hello
cozy,
to
that room.
everyone.
Are those pumpkins in the background or what?
No,
Oh, yeah, it's pumpkin and Christmas decoration.
No.
Halloween's gone, mate. It's gone.
No, it's crystal balls.
Is it?
Ah, crystal
Yeah,
balls.
yeah. I'll show you.
Let's have a look, man. Have a look.
Don't show us. No, show us.
No,
No, show us. Don't show us. No, show us. Don't show us. No, show me. Just show me now. Now you got me interested. Oh, interesting. And here's more of my bollocks.
Oh, I'm glad you're in, Al. Thank you, mate. Honestly, you and your partner, it was a great hour. Thank you so much.
This is, I had a, you know, something. I had an operation because of one of my gonads, and they said, "Do you want to keep one of your balls?" I went, "Of course I do." You're going to take one out, and that is, they crystallized it. That is one of my balls. I've only got one left, but the weight of this, God,
right,
it was a
hang on. Shady, show us this again. Let me put you on big screen.
Yeah,
come on.
Your balls.
Show us them balls.
I had an operation. Apparently, my balls are too big for a man of my stature, and they said we'll take them away, and that was it. And they went, "Do you want to keep your ball? Do you want to keep it?" I went, "Of course I fucking do."
I would have taken that size.
But it didn't look like that. It didn't look like that. But somehow they used science and crystallized it into a crystal ball. And now, believe it or not, I can tell the future with it. But that's a different story.
Okay, now I have to get mine done if that happens to me.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something, mate. Shady, you've got balls, mate. I'll give you that.
Well, I've got one of them, and Dino, I've got one of them now. The other one's a bloody ornament.
How have you all been anyway? You all been good?
You're the only guy I know who's got balls what can see into the future, mate.
Exactly, mate.
So hey, you know what your sex life's going to be like for the rest of your life, yeah?
Dino, I was on a channel, and this guy called Lord somebody, he does stuff that you do, but he does ghost walk. He goes ghost hunting, but he does abandoned buildings. Anyway, I've been to your cities from Nottingham. Don't big that up, because I'm from Derby. He says, I've been to Derby, and we went under the tunnels. I never got tunnels. How the fuck did he find the tunnels when I can't find the bastard? I know they exist, but this guy called Lord, he says, we're going to have to meet up. Hopefully he's here. I was on what's his name's channel. But you know, you were like abandoned buildings, Dino. This guy, apart from the ghost walk shit, which I love, he knows tunnels I don't even know.
Right, listen, guys, can I just have 1 minute of, can I just put this on the screen? John, you put it in, so it's there for everyone to see. Guys, can you please show your respect for John? Because if you read that, I think we should all show some love and sympathy here for John. And while you're doing that and giving John a big moment of thought, and just to let him know everyone loves him in here, it'll help him out. I'll go for a quick break. Biker's still with you guys. So
I love it with you, John.
I've got to nip off because I'm feeling a bit.
My heart's sorry.
I'll just nip off. All right.
I'm sorry to hear that. I really.
It's all right. Can you show your love to John, guys, please?
I love you, bro. I literally, that's like really heartbreaking. I'm sorry to hear that. That's I can't really say no more than that. I literally, that's heartbreaking. Our hearts go out to you. I really do. I really feel for you, bro.
Spoke to you last week about it, John. I think I might have been the week before. You've definitely got support here, mate, without a doubt.
I'll chat to you.
John, I'm going to give you advice. You was both in hospital, and I'm blunt and honest. You survived. That means you're a strong person. And obviously, I think it said you were together for 49 years, which means you got kids, you got grandkids. The thing is, you've lost your wife, they've lost the mother and whatever. The thing is, they've got you now, and you have to be strong for all your family now. You know what I mean? And I know you're going to do it because you survived. And yeah, we all love you. But yeah, now you have to think, don't give up on life because you've got a lot to give to other people and you must have a family. I mean, if you was with your wife for 49 years, you've definitely got a family, and you got to think of them. But yeah, you've got strength. Yeah, I wouldn't like to go through it, to be honest with you. But John, you have to have strength, not for yourself. Yes, for yourself, be selfish, but think of your family. They've just lost somebody. They don't want to lose you. They don't have any negative thoughts. Don't be anything like I would be. Be strong. And I'm blunt and honest, but yeah, sorry if I put down on it, but I'm just saying, just be strong as you can.
Yeah, it's true.
I think you got it in you.
You don't put a down on it, mate. You don't put a down on it.
Yeah, I'm always here for you as well. I always be there for people like that because I know what it's like to lose someone. It's horrible. It's I can't imagine what place you're in a minute, but I'm here for you. You don't know me, but I'm here. I'll chat to you all day long. I'll chat to anyone like that. My heart is open to anyone like that. I really am. I'm all ears. Like, you know, I'll talk to people because that's just absolutely devastating. I ain't gonna lie. And we're here for you because we're a lovely community. I know that all these guys on the chat who come on are lovely, and we're all here for you, and all in the chat is as well. And just can't say no more than that.
That's the beauty about this place.
Yeah.
Because if you're down and out, come on the chat, and you'll speak to real human beings. You don't have to type anything. You can talk to each other, and yeah, we're not face to face, but you can see a face talking to you.
Exactly.
And then you know it's genuine. And I tell you now, mate, John, yeah, you've had a bad time, and this it's not your new family. It is. You got your real family, but maybe you don't want to say those things to your family. I said you are. But to us, we're strangers, but we're strangers with similar problems. And yeah, you could get healing. You can get healing from talking to people like us. Because I'm definitely fucked up one way or another. So I understand. But yeah, John, don't never think anything negative, John.
Oh,
you know, and think of, I can't.
Always here for you. We're all here for you. It's always easier to talk to a stranger than to talk to like your family, like Shady's saying. You know what I mean? We all know that. You know what I mean? It's easier to talk to someone you don't really know because you're not putting pressure on someone else's shoulders like family.
Yeah, that's one of the shames. That's one of the shames about sharing with your family.
Yeah, I do that. I'm like that. Exactly, yeah. So I'm exactly.
Yeah, you don't want to do it.
So I'm open-minded that way. So I know that you are Shady. You're like Andrew's innit? Yeah. So we're all like.
I'd rather keep it to myself than put it on my
I like to hear for people. I like to hear for people. It's not all about drama and
No, it's about being there for each other.
And we're here for each other. I come on here for to have a laugh, have a chat.
Exactly.
Talk about general stuff in life. Not all about common law and all auditing and fucking all the rest of it. We are humans. We go through the same shit every day.
Yeah, it's about life.
Life is life, and life shit sometimes.
It's about our fellow human beings because at the end of the day, a lot of people I've noticed, right? Well, I was ill past couple of weeks. That's nothing compared to what I just heard then. That there, it's heartbroken me to hear that, and I really do my heart goes out to John. But what I've noticed lately, there's a lot of people out there. They have got no time for no one, not even in the shop. When they go and buy something from the shop, no one whatsoever has got no time to even say, "Oh, thank you" or anything like that. I got to try and go out my way to talk to the people who's serving me. Just for an example, you know what I mean? So as you're saying there's no compassion, there's nothing whatsoever. It's all going.
Can I say something? I always look at the audience.
Peter, out of respect, I think you've had your piece. You come in on next week. You can say all you want. You've got a solid half hour with questions, but we're talking about John.
Oh yeah.
And how each other can help each other on that score. So if you can just drop that subject for a bit, give John your support.
I've asked him
twice.
Then
next week, mate, the stage is all yours for half an hour.
Dino, can I say something from the audience? It's gone down the list. There's somebody, was it Lynn, one of your mods, said, "Are you okay, Dino?"
Yeah, I'm fine. I just had a break. That's all. Billy,
that was one of your monster thing.
Yeah.
Can you just drop a comment in, Billy? You just put hi, then I can mod you up.
Yeah, we'll do now.
Sorry about that. I'm a bit behind tonight. You know what, John? You don't have to thank us, mate. We thank you, really. It takes a real person to actually tell 80 odd people in there, and by the time, in 24 hours time, there'll be over 1.5 thousand people who've seen this. So that takes a lot of guts, but Fusilier John, an ex-military guy who served his country honestly, and he knows the score of today as well. And this guy's my oldest viewer, so let's respect him. He's a very wise man, and he's just recently gone through crap. And I speak to Biker a lot in private, and he knows I was worried about John. And well, we both were, and I think a lot of other people were too. And when he popped back in last week saying, "Sorry, I've been missing. I've been unwell. I'm kind of getting better now. I'm back," and it was like, thank God for that. So, John, you've got us all, mate. You've got all our support and love. And thanks for coming in and telling us that.
John, I thought your surname was weird. I thought, where are you from? I knew your name was British, John, but then a few years, I can't even pronounce it. I know you're military, and that's even more respect from me. You've gone through not to serve for this country, then you're going through what you're going through. But sometimes it's best to talk to a stranger. You know what I mean? You don't want to,
Billy, put it in the actual chat, not the private chat. Put it in the actual chat.
I can't put
it. You don't want to burden yourself, do you?
It's all right, no worries.
I will do.
You don't want to burden yourself on us.
Oh, I got you. Sorry.
You burden yourself on us, John, because I'll be there for you. All Dino's fans are there, and you don't have to burden your family, if you know what I mean. Like you all deal. But if you got any stresses, talk to us. I'll distract you. I'm brilliant in distracting people. But yeah, you've got loads of love from me, John. Now I know you're military, you get even more.
Massive.
You never tell anybody.
Great guy. Thanks, John. Honestly, mate. Thank you. LJ's still in there, guys. Much love and respect. There's one or two. I've noticed one or two silly comments. Leave it out. Go away. JB's place. I've noticed, guys. I do notice people who come in, but you know how busy it is on a Friday. So please forgive me if I don't say hello straight away. Steph, Snowflake. Do you want to?
He's on about he's probably got snow. We've been forecast snow tonight, mate. So I'm tipping that's what you were talking about.
No worries.
I hope it is.
Yeah, but Steph being a bit controversial lately. But I've just heard a massive wind outside, and I phoned my dad earlier, and he said the weather forecaster said 70 odd mile an hour winds round here. So, and I've just heard it batter against the window. So.
It's going to be here down at 20 mile an hour gusts of wind. On the coast, it's going to be pretty bad. Well, not bad, but.
Yeah. That's for you, John. And there's no one more loving in my chat than Yvonne. Paul.
Nice one, Lynn.
What's she at? What's she at now?
No, it's all right. We're just having. It's just me and Lynn talking, mate. You shush.
Lost for words, Yvonne. Lost for words.
Are you on a ban again, JB? Are you on a ban again? You haven't uploaded anything.
Right, Lynn, behave yourself.
Being bad all day.
LJ, thanks, I know that. Yeah, JB's in there, guys. JB's place. We're not judging anybody. We're having a good chat as always. No drama. If it comes along, I will stand my ground. And I've got good people behind me. So Doghouse is not top dog, Lynn. Stop teasing me. You know who's top dog in here? Bikereddie.
So it's not all about Shady then.
It's only my show when Biker goes off, right?
Dino, you know why I'm doing this? I'm creating a brand. I'm creating a brand that when I go live, I'm a brand. And I might get 20 subscribers overnight because I'm a brand. I'm making me a brand. This is copyrighted. My face is copyrighted. I'm making myself a brand. That's what I'm doing. Then
There's
I'm
no one
go
could have that face, mate.
Good evening, Busby. How you doing, mate? Hope you're well.
Good, Busby. That sounds like Busby.
Pardon, what did you just say, Shady?
Busby sounds like Busby then, but I'm dyslexic.
Yeah,
no. Well, he's saying good evening to everyone and Biker. He's you know, giving his thoughts to John. Baz B, thanks for coming in, Baz.
Hold on. I don't like
Does
him.
anyone know who Baz B is? Some of you might know who Baz B is because he came in last week and said hello to everyone.
I certainly know who he is.
He never said hello, Shady, so
I'm not going to say a word, mate.
Can anyone guess who Baz B is?
I ain't got a clue.
You don't like me, I don't like him.
I know. He's a good guy,
Baz B. Is it Crinkles? Is it Crinkles?
Not Crinkle. It's not Crinkle.
Miles away.
Miles away. As of next week, you better remember this name when I tell you the answer, unless someone comes up with the answer before me. Who's Baz B, guys?
It's Baz Outdoors.
Nope.
Baz Outdoors. Isn't it?
Nope.
Oh, Baz Outdoors.
Oh, give us a clue.
Yeah,
I'll tell you where the clue is, mate. It's in the chat. The clue's in the chat.
Loads
Biker.
of people.
No, it's not me.
Your dad. Your dad.
Yeah, it's definitely Baz.
Oh, Lynn Hodgkinson.
Bit of a
That's
clue
my
with
dad
them,
in there, guys.
Big up, sir, that's all I'd say.
That is my father. He's 78.
Oh, it's your dad?
Yeah. John, you and my dad are getting on like awesome. That's my dad. He supports everything I do.
Oh, Baz? Yeah. Is there a dad?
Yeah,
hello, Dino's dad. Baz. Hello, Dino's dad. How are you? Welcome.
Hey, Baz B.
Is my dad an auditor? No.
Yeah, he audits you, mate.
He audits you, though. I bet he audits you. Don't do it.
Do you know what? I'll tell you, this is a true story, right? I was with my dad in Wigan, where we live, in the town centre. It was last weekend. It was a Christmas light switch on. The day after, there was a big Christmas market thing, and I phoned my dad up. Dad, this is going on in town. Yeah, I'll come and meet you. So anyway, there were a few police, a few PCSOs, and they all know me in Wigan. So I thought I'd wind this copper up, and I thought I'd act dumb. So I was with my dad, and then I saw this taser emblem on this copper's back, and I went, "Excuse me, officer, what does that mean, that lightning thing on your back? You know, that badge?" He went, "It means I'm tasered." I said, whoa, I'm only asking. So I was acting dumb, and then we're chatting along, and then he went, "You sound like that Dino, is it Dino guy?" And I'm going, what? I saw that video the other day outside Lidl. I'm going, oh, do you mean, what is it now? Denology? Yeah. He went, "That's it." I said, "Do you not recognise my voice?" He went, "Yeah, I thought it was you," like that. Anyway, we had a good laugh, and then my dad butted in and said, "The difference between you guys up here and the Met Police, totally different." He said, "Watch my son's video on the Bromley one, where these two great coppers were having a good conversation, professional, compared to others." And that was my dad joining in with me, with a copper, about auditing, but he'll never go out there and do it himself. But there he is. That just proves he supports what we do.
You have to have the knowledge to defend yourself, to be confident enough to do the auditing. I mean, I saw a copper again. I see this copper. He's about 6'5", built like a brick shit house. And I turned to his face, "You built like a brick shit house. It's not a criminal thing." He always asks my name. You know what I said today? I'll give you a clue. The Australian guy, I wasn't taking a piss at your name. I went, "Well, if you want to know my name, it's none of yours, and my surname is Business. And he went, oh, none of your business. And he walked away laughing his head off. But yeah, I get that humour. Yeah, I took it. I plagiarised none of your business name. But I didn't say none of you. I said none of your. And then my surname is Business. But I was thinking the first name is Up and the second name is yours.
Dad, do you want to answer that? Because I ain't answering that. James is a cheeky chappy. James is as bald as a coot, and he doesn't like people with long hair because he's jealous. That's James. Mark Kelly's in there. How you doing, Mark Kelly? Master on, I have seen you in there, mate. As usual, Friday, non-stop. Great guys, interesting stuff. And when shit comes about, we sort it out. So,
Dino, I'm not jealous of your hair. Do you know why I'm not jealous of your hair? Because I know it's a wig. It's as simple as that. You take that
how
wig
do you know that, man? That's a wig. What you've got on underneath that Kojak disguise, you've got long hair.
Yeah, I have got one of those plastic things.
Yeah, why are you hiding it then?
This is stress. I had more hair last year. I'll tell you that now. Yeah.
You know what you should say? My dad always used to say, my dad was bald, yeah? My dad used to say, do you know what, Bill? You can't have hair and brains at the same time.
Exactly.
That's what my dad used to say.
Yeah, so why am I so stupid? I've got no hair. I'm still stupid. I fucking failed on that one, didn't I?
No, that's what my
dad used to say. You got up. Yeah, well, your dad was wrong because I'm bald and I'm still stupid.
Nah, you ain't. You got plenty of brains to me. You're a good guy. You're good. You're all good on here in my eyes.
Yeah, hey, take the hint. Take the hint. Take the hint of my nickname that I've had for 40 years. Shady.
Guys,
just believe anything I do.
Just a quick warning. Shady's on his last legs. He's on. How far are you off a 24-hour now, mate?
Another 10 hours, easy peasy.
10 hours? Well, you're not staying on here for 10 hours. Guys, be aware, because Lynn's just on the first sherry.
Respect, Lynn. Respect.
Okay, the link. I've only put it in once because I keep forgetting. I'm not really used to doing live streams. So
you get rid of Peter. He's not doing it.
Lynn, hang around me, Lynn. Hang around with me, Lynn. I'll make you an alcoholic within 2 years. Guaranteed.
If you post a link in the private chat, every now and again I could put it out for you if you want to. If you say, oh, Bill, throw it out there, or one of us can.
Hold on.
Oh, I didn't.
If you think about it that way, and then I could copy and paste it into the chat whenever you say to me to do it, and I'll do it for you.
Right, I've just done it.
Yeah. And
try that.
Yeah, never grows on a busy street.
Sorry, John's still in there, guys, by the way. I thought John might have popped in, said that and gone, but he's still there. Grass never grows on a busy street, or you're too near the headboard.
That's so I'm bold because I'm busy. So your dad's saying I'm bold because my brain's busy. Respect Dino's dad. Obviously, it's not true for where I'm.
It doesn't matter whether you're bald or whatever, and you can choose your own. Some guys with long hair decide to be bald and then grow it back. But you know,
you don't decide. You don't decide to be bald.
You're just a lucky bleeder.
You don't decide to be bald, mate. It's one of them things that happens.
Genetics.
No. I've seen guys with long hair get it shaved off.
I shaved all mine
bald, because when they shave their head bald, they think they're look hard.
No, I shaved mine grade 1, mate. It went, but I'm not bald. If you're going bald, mate, it's not a choice. It's something that happens.
Right, so if it's not a choice, so if someone said to me, Dino, tomorrow, shave your hair off for charity, would that be a choice or not?
Yeah.
No.
But you won't be bald, would you?
Can't grow it back.
Yes, I would temporarily. Oh, I know what you mean, now.
You can't grow it back. It wouldn't be a choice. You can't grow
Trying
it.
to
confuse Dino, hopefully your dad can hear me now. Dino, your dad was there when you was born. There's a rumour. I'm not saying that I started it. I'm not saying that I started the rumour.
No way you said that.
when you was born, Dino, it's a rumor. I may or may not have started, but the rumor is when you was born, your hair came out first. Then you was born. Only your dad knows if that's true or not. Come on, Dino's dad. Is that true?
Well, do you know the old saying, you know, the old saying where you've been dragged up? Well, my hair came out first, and all they could do was drag me out with my hair.
Exactly.
So I was definitely dragged up.
Well,
yeah,
that's good. Actually, at least you didn't have to drag out by your ears like me.
We won the cup. I'm joking.
Nothing wrong with those ears.
World Cup. Yeah, they dragged by my ears. So.
What I'm saying,
they're like that.
Only Dino's dad knows. Dino's hair is older than Dino by at least 15 minutes.
That's a good point.
Your hair is older than you, mate, because it came out first. Of course it is. I fucking said it. John, yeah, I was saying. Hold on, John. Who's your dad? It's not John, is it?
I wish my hair was like yours, Andrew. Mine's not there.
Absolutely brilliant chat. Beauty therapist, Rob, and everything. Thank you. Sorry, guys, for interrupting. There's that many people coming in saying hello to everyone. Hello back.
Beautiful people. Hello, everyone in chat. I hope you're all doing
well. I said purple. He needs to put the.
All West Country, yes, I am.
Other guys.
I just want to remind guys that there's no drama. People will maybe, as time goes on, drop things in, ignore it. Okay, let's get on with a good chat like we do. I've got I've got Ben backstage. Peter, you may as well drop off, mate. You've been there, and I think we'll end that tonight. Come back on next week. No disrespect, mate. So I'll remove you now.
It's all right, mate. Is that for spamming chat?
Peter, don't spoil it, mate. If you want to get your point across about an important subject, which I believe it is, and you sound passionate about, don't spoil it. Right? You've had your set tonight. Next week, you've been proposed to come on and have your own set without early interruption and to answer questions as well. Okay? So the stage is yours next week for half an hour, including questions. Respectfully and politely.
Dino, you said that, and he knows it. We all know it. You left him there.
I know that voice.
He never said anything. Put him in backstage.
Ben, give me a minute.
Yeah, put him in backstage. If he wants to become active, you can bring him back.
No, that's Peter for tonight. No, that's Peter for tonight. Next week he might come on. That's it on that one. So. Right, Coco, I know who you are.
Bristol.
Dino, at least you're honest when you're saying, I'm going to put you backstage or whatever. At least you're telling people beforehand. I respect that. A lot of people don't. They say they do, and then they don't. I know, new guy. Got to be quiet, the new guy on.
Who's that?
You, Dino, all right, everyone.
Hiya, Ben.
Evening, Ben.
How are you, Ben?
Knackered.
Maybe we've been up to bro.
Just been working.
Thanks, Peter.
What sort of work you been doing, bro?
Tidying the offices and that lot.
That's good.
Tidying the offices up.
At least you're doing things. Some
police officers, Dino. He's a copper in the sky.
He's been promoted from mopping toilets, Ben.
You ain't Ben, are you?
Very funny. Yes, I did mop toilets, but it's still a job, Eddie.
I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying, have you been promoted? Don't take it personally. Fucking hell, mate.
I'm only joking, Eddie, with you, man.
Yeah,
no. At the end of the day, I don't mind mopping the toilet. Do it all.
I'm not saying there's aught wrong with that fella. I just said, have you been promoted?
Yeah.
Supervisor, Eddie, so I got to mop it. I got to muck in with them all.
Excellent.
Tyrone, I know you're there, mate, but you'll have to wait for a bit. All right.
Got a busy weekend. Next weekend, Eddie.
Well, what you doing?
Dino, to get 8 people on, you have to pay to get 8 people on. Or
yeah, and do you know what? I wouldn't it's not nothing to do with the money because it's not much. It's just 8's too much. Sometimes 6 is. So I think 6 for me is max. As long as people most of the time do respect each other. Just speak one at a time, and then that's what happens. Anyway, it's been great tonight, guys. Just carry on the way it's been going. So
it's respectful, isn't it? Like you say to me, like you always said to me, when someone's talking, stop. And when the next person's talking, stop, listen, take it in, and vice versa.
Dino, just got it there. Dino, Peter said, respect. Thanks, Dino. We'll be there for you to help you in any way or anyone.
Yeah, help anyone. Yeah, I mean, let's respect Peter because you could tell with his voice how passionate he is about that subject. Now, I've got a funny feeling, Peter, because I've spoke to you before, maybe under a different name. It doesn't matter. Yeah. You just sound familiar, and I was with you that night as well, so don't worry about that. Get your message across. Friday night, mate. Come on, we'll make it a feature. We'll make it a feature every Friday, mate. And let's see how we can
make people think about common law and at least look into it. What is common law?
Well, the first thing I'd say to you on that question, Andrew, is first of all, if there's no one here to explain it like Peter was before, just have a quick look into it yourself and get the basics. And then next week, if you come on next week, you can say to Peter, right, I've read the basics on it. I get what you were saying last week, but I've got this question. There's that here. What do you think of that? So just have a quick look into it yourself.
Common law is like as a human being law. You're a human being, that's common law. Then after that, it became the law that we know, which is sanctioned by the Queen. You know, all the courts, it's got the Queen's emblem, protected by the Queen. Right. That's legal law. Then you got common law. It's different laws. It's law for the people.
Opens too many doors.
Build a house in the woods. If you live off the land, like go and build a house in the country and live off the land, you've got to pay taxes, basically.
That's some good news, this week, buddy.
Oh, did you? What news did you have?
Much more complicated.
Paul. Thanks, Paul.
I've been given full American citizenship.
Wow, well done, bro.
Who got that?
How do you manage that?
So I'm getting married next day.
You're getting married.
Ben, are you the guy that had some money and went to America? Ben, are you the guy that went to America to see your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Oh, respect, bro.
Congratulations, my friend.
Tarbella. Yeah, so I got that already. Just get married next week, then it all.
Who's your best man?
So you're going to be going to the States then?
I'm over here now.
You're over the States now? Oh, you're already over there. Whereabouts in the States you two then, Ben?
New York.
New York.
New York.
But he can't say the district.
No, don't say district or anything. No. Let's just say where you are in it.
Bronx.
Bronx.
New York's like as big as England if you look at it that way.
It is.
You could be anywhere in New York.
It's all right now. It's not as bad as what it was in the 80s.
Who's your best man, then?
You're in the good area. Trust me, it's bad areas.
Her brother doing it, because I can't get anyone to come over from England at the minute.
Cool, mate. I'd go over if I had the money.
If I had the money, I'd come over.
I would as well.
I live in Connecticut. I'd come over, but I've got a friend in Connecticut which is 80 miles away. I live with her and her family and stuff and a cat.
I'd love to go over there. I would. If I had the chance, I'd come over and see you. You sound like a nice guy.
I can go for free, but I'm not going to do it.
But saying that, he only has nice people on this chat, so.
Sometimes.
Respect,
mate. Most of the time, yeah, but when things are live, you never know what happens, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm just glad. Before Billy speaks, I just want to say, Southampton Drone, if you're listening or watching back, I respect you for coming on because you said you would do. And I thought you were very mal-mannered and we talked things through. Then you nipped off, and I thought, I respect that. So thanks for coming on, not causing drama, but wanting to get something off your chest with me. And I think we've levelled that one out. So Southampton drawn. Nice one, mate. Okay.
What time is it in England? 20 past.
In England,
it's
20 past 9.
It's almost your bedtime.
20 past 4.
20 past 9.
20 past 4
in the afternoon.
You do know it's going to snow. You know, over Christmas it's going to snow heavy. In New York, it's going to snow heavy.
Hey Ben, I bet it's madness in New York now with Christmas coming up.
It is chaotic.
It was Thanksgiving yesterday, isn't it? It's Thanksgiving in the United States.
Mental over here.
It's all right.
If you want to move to Connecticut, which is 80 miles away, if you want to move to Connecticut, I know somebody who owns a lot of houses in Connecticut. She's got an apartment free, guaranteed, as long as you're not Puerto Rican. She's sick of them. British geezer, me giving a recommendation, you'll get a decent apartment in Connecticut. Maury loves me to bits.
Why don't we celebrate Thanksgiving?
Dino's met Sandra. She's my other American friend. My other American friend is Maury, and she's a very rich landlady. She owns 11 or 12 properties in Connecticut, and each property has 3 or 4 apartments. That's, but she always has empty properties.
You'd come over one day, Dino, to see me, buddy, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you pay for it.
Exactly.
What? If I could, I would, mate. Of course I would. Yeah.
I don't know when I'll be coming back to England at the minute with what's going on.
Once you know about the healthcare bills and stuff like that, you'll be straight back to England, where it's cheaper.
Well, what they've been saying on the news about us, it's been like terrible, isn't it?
Yeah,
my wife went, she's well off, so I'm okay over here.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, but you've got the best of both worlds. You get the British citizenship. No, you get the American citizenship.
Wow, it says rain and snow.
Someone's echoing.
Echo, yeah. It's not me.
It's raining and snowing.
Not me. You got to mute your stream.
Not me. It ain't me.
Not me.
Ain't me.
Let me just
I can't even hear it.
Let's just try.
Let me ring my mic.
Let Dino go for us. There it is. Gone.
Right, so it's Andrew.
Is it me?
No, it's not. Hang on.
It's Ben.
Andrew, speak. Everyone speak.
Hello.
Right, it's Andrew. It's you.
Me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Got another of the guys.
You got the link.
Keep the stream on, turn everything off, then you can unmute yourself.
Where your YouTube is, just put a mute on, just mute your YouTube, and then just go back onto StreamYard, and then it stop the two-way speech going along.
Is that better?
No. I can hear my horrible voice. That's definitely
not a horrible voice. That is a true Bristolian voice. That is.
Oh, I ain't. No, I think like that. But I don't like.
You had a good week, Eddie.
Hiya, Savannah. Thanks for coming
in.
Is that better?
Yeah, sounds it to me.
Yeah, that's it now. That's good.
True.
Don't sound like a tractor. I thought, I left me a Harbour on.
Oh, there we go. There she is.
And the good thing over here, though, Dino, I can get sick with Cody.
Highlight Uncle's wrong comment, please.
Sandra, you're posting shit again.
Yeah, no, I'm so happy that you're going to get married, Ben. That's really nice news, that is, mate.
Really. And the good news over here, I can get a load of codeine just like out from the doctor.
Get rid of your headaches.
Lynn, I can't see Uncle Ron's comment. Or am I
can't either.
It's up a bit, Dino. It's up a bit. Master on Jamie, don't.
I've just gone to 9:10.
9:23.
Right, okay. I'll look again. Could have missed it. 23.
Right, there we go.
9:23.
Dino, you know my American friend, Sandra?
Yeah,
I just sent her the link. I sent her the link.
Okay, no worries.
It is early for her, but I know you like her because she's American and shit. And she'll be the second American on your channel. Who's the same first one.
Yeah. Do you mean Master Ron, LJ? Not Uncle Ron.
Oh.
Right, okay.
Ron, yeah.
Now, Dino, if you see Sandra in the background, you can put me in the audience and then speak to Sandra. I'll sacrifice my beautiful face for Sandra to come on and speak to you.
You know what, mate? Yeah. I invited her on the other week. It was late and you introduced her and it was just like late on. So I said, come on next time. So yeah, Sandra.
Yeah.
Hop on.
I've invited her.
No,
She's on Facebook. It's weird. She's on Facebook. She's not on Facebook. But it's her 5 o'clock. She could be doing some stuff. She's like, you know, she doesn't sleep. She's awake 24 hours. But she's like me. You can't guarantee stuff when she's awake or not, whatever. But she's a lovely woman. Obviously, she adores me, especially when people take the piss out of me. She's very adorable then.
Well, listen, mate, no one will take the piss out of you on here tonight, okay? We haven't got people in here like that. And if they do, gone. They're gone. Let's keep it going, guys. Absolutely superb. Yeah.
I don't mind being in the background. You talk to Sandra, and Sandra will complain like she don't understand a word you're saying. To me, that's hilarious. Because she complains. She goes, half those people, I can barely understand you. But those people, I didn't understand half the words they're saying.
Well, listen, mate, we're English and we can hardly understand you. No one understands me because I'm a northerner. The only person who can understand me is Biker.
I understand.
Dad.
But when Sandra comes on, and hopefully she will come on, I will definitely try and improve my vocabulary.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm taking a quick break. Who's this backstage? Nobody. Good. So I'm going off for a minute, and I'll see you in a minute. Carry on, guys. It's all happening.
Have a gypsy's kiss.
Right. What's Shady been up to then? What you been up to, mate? Yeah.
Depression, boredom, shit like that.
What have you been up to, Eddie?
I saw the big guy. I saw today. Forgot my phone again. I forgot my phone again. I saw the big copper that I always see. I saw this big copper. He's like 6'3", built like a brick shit ass. And all right, big guy, you built like a brick shit ass. Why are you stalking me? I'm always bumping into this copper, and he always asks me my name. And tonight I went, well, my name is none of your. That's my first name. Business. And he went, yeah, very funny. And he walked away. I did plagiarize none of your business, the Australian geezer. It was amazing. But I couldn't say none of your business. I'd say none of your business. I'd do English. But I am thinking of another saying, like fork. The first name is Fork, and then the second name is you. Fork you. That sort of saying. Nunez inspired me. I have to think of something really decent.
Well,
and when they say, can he help you? I've worked this one out. Somebody was intelligent. And he said, when they say, can I help you? And I'll say, come back in a couple of hours when I've defecated. That's a posh word for having a shit. Yeah. When I come back in 2 hours when I've defecated, and you can come and help me wipe my ass.
Hi, Max. How you doing?
Hey, Max.
I will do it.
And what have you been doing as well, Andrew? What have you been up to? Just like see what you've been up to as well. What have you been up to, mate?
Hey, not much, mate. Just
plodding along.
Darts all day. playing poker with my mate.
Oh, it started, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Kieran
didn't know
Price
that.
playing.
You know what I'm
Kieran
getting from
Price,
Ben?
the Welsh
What's
You
that?
know what I'm getting
champion.
from Ben? You know what
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
getting
not-
from Ben? You know what I'm getting from Ben? Withdrawal symptoms. He's been in America too long. He wants to know what we're up to. It's
Yeah.
been raining, Ben. It's been miserable, Ben.
Yeah, I
You're
missed
living
nothing.
the
Yeah.
lifestyle. He's
Yeah.
looking for what? He's homesick. Let's face it, Ben. Are you homesick, Ben?
No, I'm not loving it over here, buddy, but I thought I'd come on and say hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Something
Ben, you
different,
won't
isn't
know
it?
how miserable you are. You won't know how miserable we are. We're
I went
miserable.
back in the 90s. I moved to Spain, and I was over there for about 2 or 3 years. And to be honest with you, the sun and things like that, and all different sorts of people around me. I missed it. I missed home. I couldn't wait to get home. It's not the same. You know, when you're home, you're home. Do you know what I mean? I'm a typical Englishman. I like
Okay,
my.
very good.
I love my home.
Where are you from? Cornwall. Bristol.
Bristol.
I'm talking about Ben.
Bristol.
I'm talking about Ben.
I
Ben's
know
in
Ben.
America
Ben,
now.
yeah, Ben
Is he
was in.
be-
Used to be UK.
Is Ben feeling homesick?
No,
Is
he
he in
said
America?
he's loving it, but he's happy. He's probably content over there, where I wasn't. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't in America, but I'm just saying, like, I went away for a few years over to Spain, but I wasn't content over there. But obviously he's content because he's just got married to a lovely lady and stuff. So like he would be content. He's making
Have you
a
got
new life.
married, Ben? Ben, have you got married, or are you gonna get married?
Get married on Thursday next week.
Well, so yeah, that's a life sentence. Then.
So what have what's Bikereddie been up to as well? I want to. I'm trying to get. Oh, I'm literally trying to get to see what Bikereddie's been up to as well. What you been up to, mate? If you're still there, because I think
Danny York and the old Timber. Thanks for coming in, mate. Good to see you as always. I know you're not there every week, but thanks so much. And Georgina as well. From Sedbergh, the beautiful Sedbergh in Cumbria. If you've never been to Sedbergh, guys, it's always worth a visit there, I tell you. Oldie wordy place.
Up in Cumbria? Oh, yeah, Cumbria, yeah. I couldn't read things. I got a chat on. Yeah, it's a nice place.
Dino, the good news is Sandra, I looked on her wall. She posted something 1 hour ago. So she's definitely online. So hopefully she gets your link. I said it's Dino, the guy with the long hair, looks like John Lennon. And yeah, so hopefully she'll join.
I enjoyed the video I watched the other day.
I never said you like John.
If Sandra comes on, I look forward to it, mate. Thanks for introducing her to me last week.
Yeah, it's interesting.
She's first American.
It's nice to talk to all different sorts of people, isn't it?
I've never. She was my first American guest, and I've been doing this for a long time. And Shady introduced me, and listen to this lady. We're just late on in the night, and so we said next week. How many hours behind is she, Shady, though?
It's about it's at her 5 o'clock or 5.
Well, that's all right then, Sandra. If you're listening, you're very welcome. No problem.
Hopefully you are, Sandra. Sandra, if you're listening. I don't share my friends with anybody. Dino, I don't share my friends with everybody.
Oh, thank you.
You know what I mean? You should be honest. Me and Sandra, we've got our own sense of humour. Like the black cat, Halloween. She's got a black cat. Have you seen a black cat? I said to Sandra, I think it was on another channel. I went, look, Sandra's got a black cat. Oh, she needs a broom. I pointed out. And all of a sudden, you can't say that, you can't do this. It's sense of humour. But when you see that black cat, it is a black cat with green eyes. And the way Sandra picks that cat up, puts it to the camera, the cat looks frightened. It's a scary cat. Because it's a pause like that going, ah. Yeah, but get her a broom, get her a point, yeah.
When your Band and Next Beard and Dino video coming out, I enjoyed your last one.
Right, I'll tell you a quick one. Hopefully, It'll be next week, guys. I went out today, totally disappointed. It cost me a tenner to get out there. I went to an old World War II bunker site. It took me ages to find it because it was one of those secret locations. So anyway, I watched a video, and because it's where near I live, I was kind of watching, pause, background, hang on, there's that fence. Yeah, I know where this is. So I kind of went to it and I found it straight away. And the hatch was open, but they'd sealed it off with concrete.
Bastards.
And I was gutted, so I thought, I've got somewhere else to go. So I rushed, got a train. It was a place about 7 miles away. There was a Royal Observer Corps nuclear bunker. That was sealed. I was gutted. I spent all day. But anyway, that's the way things go sometimes. But I did manage to get an abandoned farmhouse in today as well. So I haven't stopped, but I've looked back at it, the video, and I'm not going to put it up because it's not good enough. And it was the wind. There was a massive wind today. It was in open fields. And I looked back at it and I thought, I can't put that up because of the wind, the sound. It weren't bad to look at. But I put that up. It was, yeah, it's...
You need a microphone.
Anyway, it was one of them days. You can't win them all.
You know, you need one of those microphones extended where it's got
I know.
Connected to your stick and stuff.
It was worth going. It always is. Like what I saw, I thought, wow. It was like a little vent and then some ironworks coming out and then the hatch itself. And then I'm thinking underneath my feet now is it was 1959 till 1991 when it was in use. And I've seen pictures of it and videos of it. And it's just like a little bunker with a bed space, a desk, office space, some other stuff going about. And fascinating, but oh God, if only. But no, I was gutted. I got there and I went, oh. And I said on the video, I went, guys, I'm so gutted and blah, blah, blah. But I'll not put it up because there was that much wind. It's not worth it. So I've not wasted a day. It was worth going out. At least I know where they are and I've seen it. I just can't show you what I wanted to show you. So
yeah,
it's like
if the video is good, mute your sound. You can mute your sound and you can commentate over it and do it that way. You still got a video, mute the original sound and just commentate over it.
You can do.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm hopeless at things like that. I really am hopeless.
I don't know how to do it. I know people can do it. I don't know how to do it.
Master Ron, I'm going to answer your question now because it's on screen. I've been trying to get a word in, but treatment's gone fine so far. She's had a scan, and the last result was the tumour's reduced down from 8 centimetres to 1 centimetre. So that's all good. She's not having no more further treatment. She's got another scan in 2 weeks' time, I believe, to find out if it's totally gone. So that's where we are now. Thanks for asking, mate. It's been a fucking long, hard 12 months, is this, I'll tell you.
Yeah, and I know that. As you know, it's no secret. Myself and Biker, we've spent hundreds of hours on lives over months, and we are friends. So I do know, we all know what he's been going through, but some people more than others, and you've got to respect a guy who spends a lot of time giving his time up, as well as most of his time to his partner.
There's a serious question though. Dino, here's a serious question. Are you biker friends? Because obviously you're from the up north. Nobody understands the word you're saying. Bikers at least close to the Midlands, and we understand what bikers saying.
I'm not from Midlands, mate. I'm not from Midlands.
Yeah, but you're very close to the Midlands, mate.
Oh, fucking nowhere near Midlands.
I'll call it a YouTube friendship because, I've only been on for 9 months or whatever, but I've been familiar with Biker from day one. lives, and then it got into, you know, like a lot of people do, get in touch and let's talk and that. So we do on a regular basis.
Dino, I'm taking the piss out of
you
your
get to know
accent.
each other that way.
Hope everything gets better soon, Bikereddie.
Yeah,
Dino, I'm taking the piss out of your
Hope it gets better soon, bro. I was trying to get you to chat earlier, but I was trying to like put it around when Dino was off.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, it's been a long ass 12 months. Initial, it were massive shock, and then going through all the treatment that she went through, and that were, it were fucking hard. Well, harder for her than for me, but but the people that I've had to speak to, you don't cope. Well, mate, that's it. You don't cope. Believe me, you don't.
It's hard to see your loved ones go through that, isn't it? Like, you know. So I sort of can relate to that.
Yeah.
Biker, you was the rock.
Well, let's listen to what else he's got to say.
You know what I mean?
He's got. What else is it, Biker? What are you saying?
I didn't say all. Then it was Shady that was saying it.
No, you were saying
Biker,
ages to get through it and all that.
Yeah, but Biker, you was the rock, and it's stressful to be the rock. You know what I mean? You had to be the rock. You had to be the strong one. And then you had to
Master Ron, thanks for your support towards Biker, and just the point, guys. We all go through shit, whether it's last 12 months or whatever, and it's all about supporting each other, because there's a lot of people, when people are going through shit, turn against them as well, which is nasty, isn't it? So
make it worse.
You know, we really need to start respecting each other more and loving each other more. I think getting together on things, because we're all going through problems. No point pretending that we don't.
100%.
Some are worse than others, so we can stick together on things and help each other just by talking for a start.
Can I just answer Teflon Stick's question? He said, Eddie, did your wife get fast tracked? No, she didn't. Well, technically she did, I suppose. She was having issues. She got sent to hospital. They diagnosed her, find out what was wrong, and within a week she was having treatment. So let's just say it was kind of severe. It wasn't something that could be it could be left to sort of wait 6 months and then deal with.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
UK Transparency, sorry guys, just a quick one. UK Transparency, thanks for coming in, doing your usual job. If you keep looking at the chat, UK will keep putting some great channel links up there, guys. Thanks so much, mate. Thanks for all your hard work. Appreciate it. Right, I'll bring you on, Steph. That's a weird looking logo.
If it's like a woman, bring her on.
Oh, it is a baby. Yeah.
Oh, do whatever I want. I'm sure that's a bloke.
My internet is not very good. It keeps cutting out so much.
Oh, it's a girl.
Hello.
I've seen somebody with a similar name that's a man. Obviously, he loved me to bits, because everybody loves me. Enough about me. Let's talk about somebody else.
Yeah, what have you been up to then, Steph? Tell us what you've been up to.
Steph, nice name.
What have you been up to, my love?
We're all listening now. We're
all listening.
Went to a little thing today.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Steph.
I thought it was my hearing then.
Yeah, I thought it was my hearing. What's that, my darling? What did you say?
I said I went to a fair.
It's crinkle,
my darling.
You went to a fair?
No,
yeah.
My internet's all the snow coming in.
Ah, right.
I know who that is.
So I've just looked out of my window now. We're getting snow now, do you know?
Crinkle, use a voice changer.
Right.
Careful, it's not Crinkle.
It's not. No, it's not Crinkle. He goes on Buzz Text. He goes on Buzz Text channel.
No, that's
it's not snowing here because I'm in Lancashire and it's always sunny here. But in Yorkshire, It's always dirt, raining, full of shit, and all that. Beautiful landscape. It's just the bloody people what live in it. You know what I mean? But, they're not all bad.
Dino, it's the same as me. We're from England. It's the same as me. We're from England. Anyway, what's his name? Purple Split. I spoke to him today on Crinkles. It's not Crinkles, because Crinkles said on his live, I'm his second best friend in the world. That's what Crinkles said. And Crinkle would never do that to me. I'm his right.
Say that again, Shady. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that.
I'm amazing.
It's not Crinkle. It's not Crinkle.
And it's not Crinkle, because Crinkle wouldn't do it to me. Crinkle said earlier today, live
I've heard the guy speak before on different channels. He's I think I've heard him on Buzz Texas and a couple of other people. He's
BuzzTech would wish I was on his live.
I want to do whatever I want. Do whatever I want. It's like 19 or 20.
Yeah. I'm sure
I'm one about do whatever I want. Let the guy say
was a man.
Andrew, we've already established it's not Crinkle. Me and Dino know who it is.
No, I know. Crinkle would never do that to me. You know, on YouTube, I'm a commodity. I'm a condiment. I can be sprinkled on everything and make everything taste good.
It's not Crinkle.
I don't think it is. It'd never do that to me.
Say Crinkle.
It's definitely not Crinkle.
It's definitely Steph. We know what it is.
Hold on. Yes. Purple said Crinkle knows his banned from Dino's. So it's
that's right, guys. No more Crinkle on a Friday.
Oh, didn't know that.
Unless it's Crinkle Bacon on a Friday.
Things have got to move on, guys, and I get a lot of feedback after a live, and it's not been good. So I've got to get new guests in like Billy, who taught you know, I like people like Billy. Shady, you're a great guy, good character. You know, Andrew, you pop on from time to time. Other people, Smokey will be on, hopefully.
Yeah.
Just after 10-ish. Like that.
Yeah, fucking part time after 10. Oh, it's only 7 minutes away.
Master on, yes, it is. It is Steph who does magnet fishing. Yeah, that's who it is. It's not Crinkle, it's Steph. Do whatever I want. Steph's been around for a hell of a long time on my channel, so I know definitely who that is.
Right, Steph. Now you said magnet fishing, which is not. Oh, she's gone now. I was going to say, Steph, get back on.
I don't know. It was someone in Crinkle.
Right, I'm sorry. I'm hopeless at putting links in. Right.
Somebody said in the lobby.
What do I think for?
Right, Ben.
UK's done it. Deanology's done it. Yeah, if Steph comes back, what's the best thing? You fling that magnet in and you went, what's the best thing you pulled out? That'll be interesting. Hopefully it's a gun because I love guns and stuff.
I feel about earlier, Dino, I hit the wrong button, the silly boy I am.
Yeah, you use an American keyboard, it's easy done. Sounds crazy, interesting.
Pretty cold over here at the minute, Dino.
Right. Hey, Ben, you know, over here, we've got like searing heat. It's like 80 degrees. I've got a fan running. It's fucking boiling hot over here in England.
I think that where I am today, it was like 7 degrees. Like, I don't know.
I'm sweating. It's fucking hot over here.
It's only 6 over here, Dino.
6. Well, similar. Weren't too bad. I got no snow, but my dad was saying to me earlier, he said, I've seen weather forecast and these winds are gonna come in strong, 75 plus. So, and earlier on, I did hear it batter against my window. So,
yeah,
you know, I don't mind a bit of wind and rain on my window. It's kind of cozy when you're inside and you're reading or something like that. I kind of like that.
I like all that myself. I love it. Yeah, I'm like that.
I'm complaining about.
Have you seen these things on YouTube? And like when I get, I think, how do I relax at night? How do I fall asleep? Because I find it very hard. So you know these fireplaces, they've got like virtual and they've got like live ones and they've got like real ones.
Have you seen like Camp Stelton? Have you seen Camp
Yeah.
Surfing?
Yeah.
Camp Surfing is, yeah, fucking. I was watching a few videos last night. Like guy was
I
going
just
out
found
and
it, I don't know, relaxing and cozy.
Yeah. Yeah, I like all that. I like all that.
DJ on one, it is therapeutic. Do you know what I mean? When people say, "Oh, winter's here" and things like that, don't forget we got 4 seasons, and each and every one of them is beautiful and brings its own song. Like without spring, summer, and autumn, what we've got now, all these leaves, and like some people go, "Oh no, look at all these leaves, and it's a mess," and all. It's not. It's beautiful. Do you know what I mean? Winter's beautiful. It's cold, but it's still beautiful. Summer, it's like, oh God, it's too hot, but it's still beautiful. It's cool the climate of it, but when you see 4 different types of scenery throughout 12 months, it's beautiful.
No, autumn is shit.
I hate telling Ben this.
No, it isn't, Biker.
It is.
It is for bikers because the leaves are slippery on the road.
Yeah, they love that shit. Bikers do. They love slippery
really
stuff,
do.
bikers.
Yeah. Makes for some good broken bones.
Well, I've heard mopeds go better on the road when it's autumn than real bikes.
Have you heard that?
I just want to tell Ben, I don't want to upset Ben. It's saying it's cold, but in the Midlands, it's 90 degrees Fahrenheit, and I'm sweating my gonads off.
That's why it's bald, mate. Too much sun.
That's why I'm wearing a t-shirt. So yeah, in England, it's really hot. I could go outside, get a tan. I'm sorry you're in America where it's really cold. Sorry about that, Ben. I think you left at the wrong time. It's beautiful heat here.
Yeah, give me summer all time, mate. I love it.
I think Sparky's a summer guy as well, summer person. Loads of people are, but you know, I like it all.
Decent money over here, though, Eddie. While I'm working.
What's that?
Yeah, listen, UK transfer. I'm sure we are all supposed to.
Say
again, I don't want to be grumpy. I don't want to be a grumpy person, but I hate the summer.
$1 an hour, Eddie.
I hate autumn and I hate winter. I hate it fucking all. But I don't want to be grumpy about it. I just hate it all.
He eats it all.
I fucking hate it all.
Paul, really? I mean, I went up there as a kid. Is that the highest peak in England? Scafell Pike? Is that the highest mountain or peak in England? I'm not sure.
Is that Ben Nevis or is that in Wales or something, or Scotland?
That's Scotland, Shady. Ben Nevis, the highest mountain in GB. And then you've got Snowdon in Wales, but I think Scafell is the one in England. I'm not sure. Paul will tell us. But wow, if it's cold and windy, Paul, I'm going to do what Yvonne says to me. Please be careful. You know?
I'm saying, Eddie.
Make sure you take a spare phone at least and something warm.
Underwear. And always take extra underwear. That's what we said.
Extra
always
food.
Extra underwear.
You never know, do you?
Hey, Mark, when I saw that film as a kid, it was black and white, I think, and I saw that and I remember that scene, and it was like they'd almost got there. I think they said we're 11 miles away, and they were dying basically, and one of them went, "I'm just nipping out for a while, sir," and he went, "Okay." And they were just left there, die. I remember that moment. It was so emotional. Yeah.
I watched that. I think it's yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, Eddie, $21 an hour I'm on over here.
What's that equate to in pounds? Do we know?
15 quid, 16 pounds.
16 quid in it or something like that.
Right, I know you're backstage, mate, but I've got 6 on, but you can hang about, no problem.
Talking about, right, while I'm back, I'm multitasked then. He's talking about mountains. Right then, here's my claim to fame. These are my mountain boots. Very expensive, 180 quid. I've had them for years. These boots went, I don't know how far they went up to Ben Nevis, but they definitely went on that mountain, Ben Nevis. Now, don't get me wrong, I wasn't wearing them, But the guy bought them, wore them once, went up Ben Nevis. Then I acquired them all. I got them for free, basically. And look, I haven't even worn them out yet. Fucking, these are 10 years old. They're branded. Yeah, but these have been to Ben Nevis. That's all I'm saying. Ben fucking Nevis. I wasn't wearing them. I'm not going to lie. I could lie. If you get the DNA, you'll say Ben Nevis, and it's my DNA. Yeah, that's my claim to fame. That I've got boots that went to Ben Nevis. Who's got a pair of boots that went to Ben Nevis?
Boots are made for walking.
Is that the brand?
Well, it's a brand name. It's a really good brand, under £80. When I got it for free,
I know about that, mate.
I googled the brand.
You hibernate in winter.
Yeah.
No worries. Hedgehogs do, but you don't see them anymore, do you? Hedgehog.
See loads around there, me, mate.
They do, but they're hibernating.
It must be this county what I live in. It's
because you fuckers eat them all. That's what it is.
Excuse me. Have you forgot I'm a vegan? Forgot? Not all of us, right?
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean, mate? 14, 15, that's what you mean.
Dino's one of these people we call. Dino's one of these people called a weirdo where they don't eat meat.
I can really have you on this subject, Shirley.
Oh,
but we'll not go there.
Where did you get the boots from?
Actually, I would. No. I would kill a squirrel and eat it, I'll be honest with you.
Right. Okay. Do you love animals?
Yeah.
Yes, but I dislike
Okay, that's enough said then. Just think about why you eat them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like, you know why I like
Master
them?
Wrong. No, you can make as many excuses up as you want.
We don't talk about meat. I don't like it. I don't like meat myself. It's horrible.
No.
You can't eat animals, man.
It's not the taste or anything like. It's the process that they have to go through for you to shit it out in your toilet and it ends up in the sewer. A bit sad, really. But I'm not going into it, guys. Please do not challenge me on veganism because you'll win. Because there's only one of me and 5 of you.
I won't talk about it, mate.
No, you won't. No.
You know what I do where I am, mate?
Yes, I do.
I eat what I shoot. I eat what I shoot, mate.
Every time, right?
Just saying.
I know what I do. I get my gun. I go into a supermarket and I put my gun on my shoulder and I buy whatever I want. That's what I do.
Gino, buddy, would you be going live New Year's Eve?
Say again, Ben.
You'll be live New Year's Eve, yeah?
Oh, I don't know. Is that on a Friday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. Then it's just another day, so another Friday. So yeah, of course.
Oh, I could be getting absolutely slaughtered that night.
You're going out with your dad, so New Year's though, aren't you? Do you know?
Christmas, I'll go.
Yeah, but you're preparing and stuff, won't you? So you'd probably be up that ways.
Yeah, but it won't be at this time of night. So I'll during the day, I'll, say hello to people and that. But
yeah,
my family know it's not my thing. They respect that, and I'm not horrible about it. It's just to me,
I don't celebrate it.
All stuff, guys. Families and all that, and kids and toys and presents. It's just not my thing. That's all.
Fucking bar humbug. What's up with you?
Yeah, this is it. I've been called that over the years, but I just look at it in a more serious way, and I just think I don't want beer.
There must be a reason why
you enjoy your Christmas and that, guys.
I don't celebrate it. Nor do my wife. We don't celebrate it. There's a reason why though.
She's not your wife yet, Ben. She's not your wife yet. You said next week, so she's not your wife yet. I just want to correct you.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Ben.
Ben, how long have you known this person?
Was that Andrew? I don't know.
How long have you known this person, Ben?
8 months.
I've been on
8 months.
I've been on 10 years without any family. My 10th Christmas on my own.
I can't bring you on, mate. There's 6 on. If you can hang on or come back later, it's fine. You can come on. No worries, AF.
Dino, who do you want to add on? You can put me in the back room if you want.
Or me.
Um,
It'll bother me. I don't mind.
no, no.
Oh, it's not competition. It's not competition. I said it first. Dino, put me in the back room if you want to add another person. Not competition.
Guys, as you know, there's no rush. It's fine. I'm sure people are patient enough to realise if you can't get on for now, they'll pop on later on. It's no problem. Honestly, guys, I just want to thank everyone so far. We're 2 hours in. First few minutes, a few things, no worries. But it's just great to see a great panel having a great chat. And the chat itself has just been fantastic. Thank you so much, guys.
Dino, you know these vegetarians and vegans like yourself. What I feel as a meat eater, I'm unappreciated. What I do, I see these animals eating all your vegetables. I'm thinking that's bang out of order. That's bang out of order. I need to eat these animals so you can have more vegetables. I think I'm doing vegetarians a favour. That's my opinion. I think the pests eating all your vegetables. If it wasn't for people like me getting rid of these pests, you couldn't be a vegetarian.
Shady, if you meet, you fucking meet me. If he wants to be a vegetarian, I don't like the way animals are slaughtered, and but I fucking love meat for myself. Could you actually do it yourself? Could you go and kill and cook your own? No.
Look,
no, you
got
to
Andrew, your problem is you see a cow walking down the street, you go, "Oh, what a cute cow." I go, "Look at that burger walking down." I go, "Burger." I see burger.
But could you go
and I see that
put it on the frying pan?
I see that burger eating the vegetables that Dino wants to eat later on. So I'm doing Dino a favour and all the vegetarians by eating that burger, that walking burger.
Do you eat vegetables, Shirley? Do you ever eat vegetables?
No, I have my burger and I have a vegetable.
Bit of side salad. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's to make the burger look beautiful.
A few lettuce leaves.
Yeah, just to make it beautiful. I don't have to eat it.
So what is it that's making it beautiful?
The vegetables.
Thank you very much.
Scoop them up. Then I scoop that up and I throw it to somebody.
That is honestly, that is great. I know he's only messing, guys. If he's not messing,
I know vegetarian.
I do respect vegans. I do respect vegans.
I know proper vegetarian.
I don't mind if you're a fucking meat eater at the same time.
You know what I like about it? Because a lot of vegans are very extreme and things like that. I used to eat meat. I used to eat meat, right? So I know both sides, and I don't want to be an hypocrite right like that. So I've gone that way about things, and I would never put anyone down who does. I would at least try and drop something in there. And a lot of people do think, but it's very hard to come off meat. I understand that, the taste and everything like that. Yeah. And then when you see the reality of how it gets on your plate and all that, in one sense, factory farmed animals, if you're going out with your own gun and you're shooting and you're doing it that way, I think that is, even though I disagree, it's a more of a humane way of doing it. Right? I really do believe that. But I would never preach. I've been asked to join a group and all that. You might have seen them. They were TV screens around the neck, and they're showing images, real images of what happens, the abuse and all that before it gets and all that.
Somebody audited.
I won't join them. I won't join them groups.
Dino, I saw an audit in a supermarket. He's an American guy, but he's got status. He did that video, and the security said you can't do that. He said, "I've been doing this for 2 years in this place," and somebody was videoing it. I don't know who was videoing it, but I did see that live. But then they vilified this guy. And went, this is broadcast. It's on national news. I'm doing nothing illegal. But the security says, yeah, but people are offended. Who's offended? Who's complained? And this guy went, I've been doing this for years. Nobody's ever complained. You're the only person that's complained. Security guard. Now, I know a vegetarian person, and she worked in London, that bridge where people got stabbed. She used to cross that bridge. And she's like, but she knows about vegetables and pulses and nuts that nobody's ever heard of. But then she told me a story, because that bridge is where the banking area is. This banker was so rich, they like to brag the wealth. And she's in a queue, and she's waiting for a vegetarian burger. And this guy went, excuse me, I want my order. And he paid for a burger. So she'd like, that's on me. And she went, I never met him. But she stood aside, she went, I don't mind if she's going to pay a £15 burger. And she went, that's fine. You paid £15 for this vegetarian burger. And I went, Claire, that's the name. How can you afford a £15 fucking vegetable burger? Obviously, it's London. £15 for a burger. And it's not going meat. And you know something? She's a vegetarian or vegan. But guess what? She has tofu and all that vegetables. But it's always in a chicken shape. It's always in a... So there's no meat in it, but it looks like meat. And I'm thinking, if you're going to be a vegetarian, why do you have this food that looks like meat?
That's true.
When it's vegetables.
How would you want it to be shaped? I mean,
if you're a vegetable, if you're a vegetarian, it should be shaped like a vegetable. Tofu should be like a tofu. But why do you want tofu shaped like a piece of chicken?
No, you can. I mean, that's mainly microprotein. But with tofu, you can have it raw and cook it up yourself, or you can have it ready cooked in breadcrumbs and things like that. And they never, like with some vegan things, it's like chicken this and chicken that. But with tofu, it's just tofu, and it's really nice.
Tofu,
it's got a nice.
I'm not knocking tofu. I'm not knocking tofu. I've had it. It's more expensive than meat.
What's tofu?
Why do you shape it? Why do you shape it so it looks like meat?
I'm just Billy.
Well, how would you? How would you shape it? Because even meat products today are shaped differently. It's kind of. What would you do? Would you do a rectangle, but you can get Scottish lawn sausages, which are square, and so I could say why sausage is square.
I thought tofu was a dessert.
You can put him in any shape you want. They put these kids' meals. There's a Quorn. It's aimed at children. It's called something Saurus. So it's in the shape of a dinosaur.
So yeah.
And it's Quorn microprotein, which is from a fungi, and it's got the texture of chicken. I don't know if they do that, coated in breadcrumbs.
Right, fungi.
But a lot of kids eat it.
Right, that fungi it's made from, mate, is the texture of chicken. You find it growing on trees, mate. That's where they get it from.
Interesting. I never knew that.
Yeah.
I forget the name of it, but there's loads out there.
The hardest thing for me was because I went vegetarian first, and then that was quite easy actually, because I never used to really eat meat before anyway. It was just like chicken and turkey and that. And then when I went to vegan, it was extremely hard. It was hard to leave that taste of meat and then get used, because you've got to get used to a new taste of things. So you've gone from sweet to sour, if you like. And now, if I went back to my old diet, that would taste very strange to me. So that adaptation, that point where you think, right, I'll make a decision, I'll go vegan because of principle and, not for diet, because that's not what veganism is about. It does help in my diet anyway, but it's that transition, because it was very hard for me to leave cheese alone, because I love cheese so much. So being a veggie was easy, but becoming a vegan was difficult. So, but I've stuck to it. I'll never go back, because my principles are higher. They're a lot higher than my taste buds.
Yeah, I reckon there must be stuff in there for you to be addicted to it. I expect with all the chemicals what's in the meat. Yeah. That's why you're feeling that way.
Dino, the difference between a vegetarian
and a vegan. Yeah, definitely, Billy.
Yeah, Dino, the difference between a vegetarians can eat eggs and stuff like that and milk. A vegan can't have milk, any dairy products at all. So
no animal products whatsoever, including clothing or anything.
And milk and cheese, which we all take for granted.
Yeah, dairy products, leather jackets, any
Butter.
products including animal, like even sweets. Don't forget sweets, your wine gums and your
that's
lots of sweets contain gelatin, which is you're scraping excess fat off an animal's body.
It's all the bad crap, isn't it? Really.
And you're chewing on it, guys.
Yeah, and you got.
I've got these. I'll not advertise, but
because you're not getting paid for it.
Well, these are vegan pastels, and because I used to eat them before with beef in them, it tastes no different. So
you know the old chicken. They used to, the frozen chickens you buy. You think, oh, these are plump. They actually can legally inject them with a protein. So Muslims, they can have chicken, but they can't have pork protein. But they use any protein, and it could be pork protein. They make it into a gelatin, which is a liquid, which you're legally allowed to put a liquid in or a gel. But they did it, and then what they did in Europe? They found a way of getting any protein from any animal, any fat or gelatin, and neutralize the DNA. So now, when you get a chicken which has got this protein pumped in it, they can't find the DNA. Because when it's a gelatin, here's something for you, Dino. This is going to burst your bubble. You do know I was training the pub trade, believe it or not. I've got something called a BII 20 years ago, British Institute of Innkeeping. So I do know a bit. I forgot a lot. But I know what you make beer with. When you make cider, you have to, when cider's made, it's cloudy. And then you have to clarify it to make it clear like you have. Guess what they use to make it like that?
What?
Gelatin.
Gelatin, yeah.
No, it's not gelatin. That was a trick question because you were talking about gelatin. It's called iniglass. Iniglass is from the swimming bladder of a sturgeon fish.
Oh, you said that. Yeah, you said that last time. Yeah.
Iniglass is worth more than gold in the
right. Not all beer's got animal. I make sure whatever I drink, whatever I wear, whatever I eat is non-animal.
Yeah, you have to look at it. Yeah, but when you look at your label and it says Iniglass, would you know what Iniglass is? Would you know what Iniglass is? Until I tell you. Every beer has a clarifier. You can use egg white, which is another problem. Egg white for a vegan is a no-no.
You've got to be careful. I mean, there's a new vegan restaurant opened up in Wigan where I live, the first one. I want to give him a shout out. He watched my last video. I don't think he's watching that. Excuse me, but Atu, if you watch this back, ATU, well done for setting up a vegan restaurant in a town like this. Good luck to your business. When I popped in the other day and had the vegan burrito, it was excellent. Thanks so much for talking to me and letting me take a picture of you outside the shop. You also give me permission to film in there if I wanted to. So thanks very much if you watch this back. Massive.
It's free advertising in as well.
Yeah.
Community as well. Works both ways, isn't it?
I'll catch up with you next week, Dino. I've just got to go make some phone calls.
No worries, Ben.
Because I'm pissed off. They just cancelled my flight for Christmas to England.
Right.
Oh, well, yeah, they're doing all the things, aren't they?
We were due to come on the 21st of December.
Yeah, sure.
And it'd been cancelled.
Yeah, they were on about that today, about all the cancelled flights.
Peter, thanks very much, mate. Good night. Rest well. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you, mate. See you next Friday. Okay?
I'm not happy with that at all, Dino.
Sorry to hear about that, Ben.
Ben, you're happy. That means you're homesick. Ben, are you homesick for the British culture? Are you homesick?
He just had his tickets. He just had his tickets cancelled, didn't he?
I was coming up to get loads of stuff that I didn't bring much over with me.
Oh, do you want to go back and get more stuff?
Yeah.
I get you. That's fair enough.
Oh.
So you're not homesick? I thought you'd be homesick, Ben.
Get somebody to ship it out for you.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, but you probably want to drop in and see other people. Expect come back to UK and say hello to a few people. That's what I would have done.
And say goodbye forever and stuff.
And I want, I want to sort my bank out, Eddie, and that lot too.
Oh yeah.
Well, why can't you sort it out from over there?
Yeah, that's true.
You can do it online.
I could do most of it in face to face, but I've got to go to England to do certain things. The paperwork I need to get from my house in England.
Yeah, well, if it needs signing, they can post it to you.
No, I've got paperwork in my house in England.
Documentation and stuff like that. You're on about ID and things like that. You need to have.
I've got my ID, but I don't want to tell people where my other paperwork is, Eddie.
I'm not asking you to say that.
Right, before Ben goes, I'm going to nip off for a minute because I know Smoke is due to come on, guys. So when he does, big welcome, lots of love, great guy. Ben, give me a minute, mate. I'll come back before you jump off, yeah?
Okay. And then I'll tell you what I'm having for my
Keep it cool, guys. Keep it cool.
So you want to go back home to get your ID, Ben, yeah?
No, I've got my ID here, but I need to put my face out, then I can let it.
All right.
I like rent your place out. Yeah, I get you.
Right. You got to be there in person, obviously, to see who's going in the place and sign it all over and all that sort of stuff.
No, I just want to tidy it up, put a lot of stuff in storage.
I understand. You just don't want no one nosing around your bits and bobs. I understand that.
On the 21st, your missus will be your wife. Is your wife coming over to England, or
we're both
just
over?
Just going to be you?
We're both.
Did you get to see England? Did you get to treat her and she get to see England and stuff?
Yes, English. What do you want about? Yes, English.
But my wife to be.
Wife to be, which by the 21st is going to be his wife. She's American and she's from America.
So
she probably hasn't seen England. So that's what I'm saying. Ben's going to bring his wife, which will be the wife, and she gets to see England for the first time.
Never been here, Eddie. Never been to England.
Exactly. So she's going to be shocked and awed. Hopefully you come over at least a week, and you've got to give her. She's going to go chips and beans. She's going to say, "What's this beans? What's this chips you're talking about?"
We're coming over for 8 weeks, Barry.
8 weeks.
We're coming over for 8 weeks.
Oh, that's good. That's 8 weeks. That's a long time.
She's like giving her beans and stuff. I think she's in Texas.
No. Texas beans, English baked beans is unique to England.
In New Jersey, in New York. It's in New York. Not fucking.
I'm having, and when Dino come back, I'll make you guys jealous what I'm having for tea tonight.
And mushy peas. Ben.
Beans on toast.
No, a proper tomahawk steak.
Ben, tell your missus about mushy peas. Tell your missus about mushy peas and chips, because mushy peas is an English or a British staple. Only British people know about mushy peas.
Yeah, I was saying, Dino, having a proper American tomahawk steak.
A what?
Tomahawk steak.
Tomahawk.
Yeah.
Tomahawk steak.
Oh, right.
I mean, hammer shack.
No, you know, like a king bone, but it's massive.
You see,
it's a big steak.
It is huge.
It's a big cow steak, and you get a bit of the bone. It's called a
comes off at top at rib.
Yeah.
Next like subject, guys.
Dinosaur leg.
That what you call proper food, Dino, ain't it, mate?
No.
A caveman food.
Dino's on about. Dino.
Would you like one of them, Eddie?
Is you get a broccoli.
I don't mind them at all.
You get a big tree of broccoli, chop it from the base, and fry that broccoli.
He said send it in the post.
Dino, put link up again for Smokey, will you, mate, please?
Yeah, we're going out for a meal, Eddie, and it cost us about $42 each for a meal.
Well, how much is that in English pounds, though, Ben? Because $42. Wow.
37 quid
It's
each.
a lot.
30
It's
pounds.
37 quid each. About 37, 36.
I don't
Just
know
knock
what
a couple of
English
dollars
pound is.
off.
I only know dollars, Dino, since I've been here, mate.
No worries, mate. You better learn the exchange rate. I've got Smokey coming on very soon, mate.
I'll send you some dollars, Dino.
No, don't do that. I just want to say good night to Yvonne Driver, guys. Yvonne Driver's a massive supporter. Please show love to her. Brilliant. Thanks so much for your support, Yvonne. Thank you.
No, Yvonne, take care. Be good.
Yvonne, remember I'm single.
Good night.
Yvonne, remember I'm single.
The problem is, though, Dino, I only know dollars since I've been here, buddy. I don't know what the pound worth.
Yeah.
Me neither.
Pound is worth more than dollars.
35 pounds. What, 35 quid?
Oh, right. Wow. Bit expensive, I think. But anyway, as long as you enjoy it, I say.
But then, you know, over here, the money I'm earning is decent.
Yeah, I understand.
No worries, mate.
$15 an hour.
As long as you enjoy it, it's the main thing, isn't it? As long as
And
you
the-
enjoy
Yeah,
it, right?
if you're on $15 an hour,
Good night.
if you're on Ben, if you're on $15 an hour, that's not decent money because then you have to. No, it's not. It's good for us. That is minimum wage because you have to pay insurance, you have to pay this, you have to pay that, you have to do all sorts.
I get 20 odd dollars an hour.
It's going up and up now.
$20 an hour.
Yes, yeah. I'm going to tell you.
But then saying that it's my wife's business to be, so you know I get a bit extra now and again.
Yeah.
Oh, your wife's got a business. That's fair enough.
Yeah, that's what some people they say low because they don't really want to like sort of be big-headed in it. Am I right, Ben?
No, it ain't that. You know, the good thing is over here, coding costs a lot of money over here too.
There you go. $2 to the pound, so 50%.
Half an hour.
That's old news.
£15 is $20. $20 is 15 quid.
Yeah.
It's got 3 quarters.
15.
If you're talking 1990s, it was $1. You got $2 for £1.
Dino, guess what else I like?
I'll put it up now.
Guess what else I do every day over here, Dino?
Go on, mate.
Hey, neat codeine every day. I like getting high.
Say that again.
You know, neat codeine.
Codeine, yeah.
I take 8 neat codeine every day for the fun of it to get high.
8 codeine tablets.
That's fucking aspirin codeine.
Why do you take 8 neat codeine?
To the doctor giving me over here?
Yeah,
what strength are they, Ben? What strength?
30 ml each tablet.
Yeah, what strength are they?
30 ml each tablet.
They're pure ones.
And with codeine, you've got paracetamol with that, right?
No, this is neat codeine.
They're like over in the States, it's like proper codeine. It's like literally not regulated over in the States. He's saying basically he's taking proper 100% codeine.
Oh, right.
It's got to be regulated, Ben. It can't not be.
Mate, you shouldn't be taking that. Honestly, that's bad for you.
Codeine fosters something. No paracetamol in it, Eddie.
Why are you taking it? Obviously for pain, but why that much?
I got a bad shoulder.
Okay.
And I like the feeling it give me, Dino.
You like the feeling?
Yeah.
Does it not just knock you out though?
No, man.
Dino, it does if you take 100 of them like I do.
Give me a nice high feeling.
Yeah, but the thing is though, when you come to England and you're over here for 8 weeks, the doctor ain't gonna give you that. You know that, don't you?
I'm bringing it with me.
I bet you don't get that, bro.
They won't bring it through. They live through, mate.
Can I ask you a question, Ben? Right. Ben, do you take this when you're not feeling pain?
Sometimes.
Do you take the codeine when you're not feeling pain?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
It's a big epidemic in America.
Right. If you just look at LJ's comment, Ben, if you're not in pain, you shouldn't be taking them. And
yeah, they are addictive. Yeah,
highly addictive. Yeah.
I think if you was in any strong pain, you'd be on stronger painkillers than codeine. So if you're taking them when you're not in pain, that's a bad idea. Ben, that is addiction on its way.
Ben, if you're saying that these are pure codeine, nothing else in them, where are you getting them from?
Doctors? America. Mexico.
Because you said they're not regulated.
I didn't say that.
You didn't.
I said I go to a doctor and they give me Vasipson.
You said they weren't regulated.
not over in the States.
Ben,
they give them.
how old is
They give them pure codeine, didn't they? In the States.
Yeah, they do make your stomach bleed as well, John. You're absolutely right. I've heard stories about that, and stomach bleeds can cause to death.
I've taken overdose of painkillers, and
that's why they. Well, that's why they put paracetamol with our codeine in the UK to stop us. So we're sick. So we're sick it up. But over in the States, they haven't put paracetamol in it. It's pure codeine. So basically, it's basically even worse. It's like basically you don't even have to. Well, it's just bad. You need to get off it, mate. Because it's like.
Is that code proximal?
Yeah, Ben.
Is that code proximal or something?
No.
Code proximal is co-summer with paracetamol.
You don't want to be dependent on something.
That's codeine and that's codeine and paracetamol.
Smoky guy, no worries, mate. Just when you're ready, ask me to put the link up again, and when you're ready to come on, no worries, pal.
Yes, I better be careful. I better cut it down, and Dino.
Yeah,
I know.
If it gets on top of you, Ben, then it's going to be harder to. You won't be able to cut it down, and that's it. You're going to have to You're going to need help on it.
I've only been doing it about 10 to 15 days, Dino.
Right. Well, try and listen. If you're not in pain, don't take it. For one, if you're in pain, I don't think. Well, if you're saying it's your shoulder, and have you been prescribed this?
Yeah.
Or have you got it on the?
No, it's for the doctor.
Right, it's through the doctor, right? So if you're taking that when you're not in pain, and it's as and when required from your doctor's instructions, yeah, or 2 a day, twice a day, or whatever.
He did tell me take up to 8 a day.
Right. So why are you taking 8?
Because that's the maximum you can take.
What, in one go? Or in one
day? In one day, yeah, 24 hours.
Right. So, but if you're not in pain, you wouldn't take any, would you? Because it's not something it's not like a regular tablet. If you've got epilepsy, you need drugs every day. You've got a certain disease, you've got to take drugs every day, certain routine. But if it's pain, it's as and when required, right?
Over here, their big thing at the minute, everyone love popping codeine at the minute. That the latest thing over
it.
But the thing is, what we're trying to say is that basically down the line, just cut it shortly, you're just going to be putting a ball and a chain on your foot, on your legs, yeah? And you're going to be dependent on that, and you're not going to be able to do things. That's all. We're just telling you as friends.
Look,
I'll cut it right down.
Short story.
Can I say something? Because I've got a spine injury. I was on code proximal or something. And I think that's codeine with paracetamol. I was on codeine and with the paracetamol. That's what I was on, because apparently it's a less painkiller, because I'm chronic asthmatic. But I overdosed on that. I took 100 pills, ground them down, and I necked all of that with a bottle of rum. I was in hospital 5 days. And ironically, yeah, you know when you overdose, it's got paracetamol. Paracetamol stops alcohol going into your bloodstream. I didn't get alcohol poison, but then I was on an antidote for the actual codeine or whatever. And I'd be honest with you, people say, "Did your stomach get pumped?" No. The drip, it was a luminous orange, and that made me puke up every time I moved. I didn't need a stomach pumped. because this was so vile. I was like, every time I was puking up food from 5 days ago. And what I'm saying is that it's the most horrific feeling. But you know, when you come out of that situation, did you get your stomach pump? You commit suicide, you tempted it. Did you have a stomach pump? No, I didn't have my pump my stomach. And then because, well, you didn't do it properly. It was co-proximal I was on. And they couldn't pump my stomach because it's already in my system. I had Grand Tavastan. I had to have an antidote, and that antidote made me puke. That was my stomach being pumped. And trust me, it's the worst feeling you could ever imagine. 5 days on a trip, you're always awake, you're afraid to go to sleep because you think you're going to die. And I guarantee I'm suicidal, but I'll never fucking do that again.
What they on about doing, Dino, in the next week or 10 days, done about giving me a steroids injection in my shoulder.
Okay.
To see would that settle it down?
That will do, but it might be painful, but it will help you.
Yeah. So they'll be telling you, if we're doing this, you don't need to take the opiate, which is codamol, right?
Codeine.
Yeah.
Codeine.
So,
well, they are opiates, aren't they? Is it opiate?
Any opiate is highly addictive, even in small doses. So if it's over the counter, you can get it on prescription at higher doses, I believe. But over the counter, I think maximum is 2 milligrams.
The doctor gave me on the prescription yesterday.
They can be addictive. So you can spend however much a box of codeine is at a chemist, and because they're only 8 milligram, I believe, to 500 paracetamol, you're going to take a shitload of them, which means you could be spending however much that box of thing per day because you're taking 30 odd of them in a box or whatever.
I think mine was like 30 or 50 milligrams each tablet. But I took a lot.
How can you still go?
Once I was prescribed, was very bad.
It's not good.
Yeah, unfortunately, the doctor over here gave me 291 tablets, Dino.
They will do over there. In the States, they will. They don't really care about it. They just
It's
throw
about
them at
money.
you.
It's about money.
It's all pharmaceutical. It's all money in the United States.
Big pharma, isn't it? It's all big.
Anything they can make money out of.
See you later, UK transparency, mate. You take care, fella.
UK, listen, thanks so much, mate, for coming in. And I know you've not been as active tonight, but I appreciate that now with you putting that up. So thanks as always, mate, and I'll see you next week, hopefully, if not in between. So, guys, much love to UK. He's a great guy, puts a lot of work in on Fridays. Thanks so much, mate.
Guess what else I can buy from over here, Eddie?
Coming up, Dino.
I can buy cannabis from the chemist.
You can buy what?
The one medication.
Cannabis.
Ben 1030. Ben take naproxen. It's an anti-inflammatory. 10:30 p.m. LJ's a nurse. He knows a lot more than.
Yeah, you can buy cannabis from the chemist.
Yeah.
The CBD thing, that's taken off quite well.
Cannabis down the road, but I can buy cannabis down the road. I'm not saying where, because it's not legal over here.
It's legal over here, mate. You can buy no end.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying it's not legally. It's legal here until you get caught with it. Then it's illegal.
Guess what I had today, Eddie? I had 5 joints already.
Oh, well done. I don't do drugs, mate, so good luck to you.
I didn't.
Well done, mate. You went cold turkey after 2 years and got off it. Right. You'd be able to tell anyone in here how addictive any opiate is, especially the street market stuff, which is heroin, smack, or whatever. And it comes in different forms, mixed with all kinds of different shit. I see it all over the place.
I didn't touch any of it, Dino, till I come here.
Yeah, it's America for you. Can I say big up? No. You know, we're talking about drugs.
Leave it.
Can I say,
try and get off it.
Hold on.
Just one at a time, guys. Please. Just one.
Can I respect? We're talking about drugs. There's Purple Spliff in the audience. I spoke to him on Crinkles, and he told me his story, and he knows about this addiction stuff. If you need an expert, it's Purple Spliff.
Ben,
yeah,
you said cannabis is legal in the US. I think you'll find it isn't, mate, and it hasn't been since 1970.
I don't
certain places are legal.
But
certain places are in America.
Most states are legal now, Eddie. Most states are legal.
Yeah, some states isn't it?
I'm just looking at American law right now, and cannabis is not legal, and it hasn't been since 1970.
I thought it was in LA.
Eddie, Mike Tyson grows his own farm in.
Yeah, you can grow your farms for the oil from it, but you cannot sell it as a cannabis plant to smoke.
Yeah, not sell it. You can buy it.
Yeah, you can grow it for the oil that comes out of it. That's regulated, but you can't grow it and sell it as a plant.
I'm off anywhere.
Can I say something quickly now? Yes, pineapple on a pizza is a fucking thing, and pineapple on ham is also another thing. Yes, pineapple.
Same as Canada. You can buy weed in Canada. It's on the shelf. Right?
I'll see you next week, Dino. I'm going to get high.
What?
I'll catch you next week, Dino. I'm off to get high.
You go get high, mate. Enjoy it.
What have you said that for?
I'm going to get high. So I just said I'll catch you next week.
No worries. Don't get high. Just get mellow.
Yeah, I think they've done that, bro.
Ben, you know when you said that? There's like a statement. Yeah, I'll see you later. I'm going to get high. Like it's a statement. Like we're jealous. Trust me, don't get high, mate. Don't get high. Enjoy yourself. You're in America. You're in a new country.
Pardon?
How old are you, Ben?
35.
Jesus,
35. I'm 36. I'm a year older than you. You're trying to make excuses for taking a drug that you know is going to be bad for you, and we want to feel sorry for you. You know it's bad for you, and you've only got a shoulder pain at the end of the day. It's not that big of a deal, a shoulder pain.
Ben, it's not asking people to feel sorry about him. It's not asking people.
It is though, Andy, when you literally mopping the floor, hoovering, washing windows and that lot, buddy.
Oh yeah, it is bad. I've had a torn muscle. I used to be a carpenter.
What do you do for work, Andrew?
I have back pain. Oh, Andrew, what do you do for work, Andrew?
You don't know nothing about me. I've got my own mental and physical problems myself. Like I don't really want to go into all that. I'm not here to speak about.
I'm just saying, you know.
That's why.
But with my shoulder, I need to take something to get me through it. You know, with doing my job.
Right, Smokey, if you're listening, mate, I'll put that link up again.
I'm off anyway, Dean. I'll catch you next Friday, buddy.
Take care, Ben.
No worries, Ben. Listen, be careful, all right?
Yeah, I will.
And Ben, don't go by the trends that you're listening to. Don't go by the trends. Don't be a sheep.
We just care about you, that's all.
My
problem is
Yeah, my problem is I don't know many people out here, so I'm going along with it all to make new friends.
Right. No. Don't do
that's
that.
like that social stuff. Yeah,
No.
that's like I need to fit in. Oh, you're there taking drugs. If I want to fit in, I'll have drugs. Never make that mistake, Ben.
I think the best thing to do, Ben, before you make any decision is come among people that you know you can talk to, like us. Right, rather than make a quick decision on things, because with people you know less than other people who might give you better advice.
Yeah, a bit like last night. Like yesterday, I didn't have any.
What you're doing is not right. It's not right.
Like yesterday, Dino, I didn't have any good dope. I just chilled out with a nice beer and then went to the casino with them and just had a couple of beers.
No worries, mate.
Ben,
is that shoulder going to get better? What did the doctor say? That shoulder will be all right if you look after it this way.
He reckon when he done the injection, it should improve. But you reckon I need them regular?
Right.
Every couple of months?
Well, yeah. Look, I know somebody had an injection in his knee, and that was 6 months.
Smokies, I've been putting the bloody link up for ages, mate. I've just put it up.
I'll let you go so you can get Smokey on.
Right, Ben, I'll see you next week if you come on. Thanks for letting us know how you're getting on. Just take care of yourself and do not keep dropping that code in.
God
And
bless you.
Ben, Ben, don't do anything to fit in. Don't do
Right,
anything.
cheers. Ben's gone. Smoke it. It's there if you want it, mate. I've got Horace backstage, but before Smokey comes on, okay.
There's Horace.
Oh, Sugar. Hello. I wasn't paying attention. I suddenly heard you mention my name.
Right, Smokey's there now, so someone will have to jump off, please.
Graphics.
I might
do
5 minutes.
Put me in the background. I can listen to Horace all day. Do you know, put me in the background.
I don't care.
Right.
I appreciate that,
Right. How you doing?
Hello.
We finally got there.
Hello, Smokey, mate.
Good.
How you doing? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we could hear you, mate. You don't need a microphone, you fella.
That's all right. No, it's kept telling me that I didn't have no sound. It kept telling me the microphone wasn't working, and it's still telling me that now. So it's fucking lying to me.
It's working
now, mate. No, you will.
I think I need to turn it down, though.
No, it's fine.
Maybe. No, it's perfect. It's absolutely fantastic. It's crisp. It's fantastic.
Brilliant. Yeah. So what are we up to? Everybody doing good? Everybody doing well?
Yeah,
I was just going to say, Smokey. Before I was actually going to come in with a bit of a bang by pretending to put on a voice, which I can still do if you want me to. But if you really want to hear my sort of strange little voice I wanted to put on, if you want me to do that for you. I mean, if you want me to do it, it's fine. If you want me to just not do it, just tell me. I won't do it.
No, just do it, man. Do it.
I was going to come on and say, hello, how are you? Yes, girl. How to pay here for? It's from a video, something which we shouldn't have said, but one of the. You may have seen it on YouTube, but
I was going to do guys. It's like it's not as good as my cock watcher impression. You know, I can kind of do him a little bit, but you know. Back me, guys. I'm so shattered. Don't know what I'm saying.
You do make a good impression. Put it that way.
Right.
Yeah, I've been sat in the background for the last fucking so long, hour, I think, just listening and thinking, yeah, it's been good. It's been good, Dino. Good live, man.
Cheers,
I was even at a buddies of mine looking at it, and we were both watching it, and he said it's pretty good. Yeah. So these are the nice guys, you know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you what, I just host it, and it's the guys like yourself and in the chat, and especially Biker who makes it. I mean, I'm just the guy in the middle, really.
You just mentioned my name, and on that note, mate, I'm going to have to love you and leave you all. So
no,
that's unfortunate.
We're contracted till 11 p.m, mate.
I'm not. I've got issues. Sorry. Right, okay. Good night, everybody in the chat.
Ready.
Before Eddie goes, Eddie, fantastic talking to you last week. Stay safe, all right?
Yeah, I shall.
Eddie, you're an absolute gentleman. You know the score, brother.
Right. Cheers, guys. Good night, everybody in the chat. Good night.
Everybody. Cheerio. Stay safe.
Yep. Swatting the chat signing out. Good night.
I'll say hello to my girl in the chat as well. Is she a cracking mod now, and my girl, you know that, isn't it?
Thanks, Biker.
I gotta say hello to my girl.
As always, thank you.
Just gonna say, Smokey.
LJ Gibbs been there from minute dot, and still there, guys, because we did say let's, and she's been there, and you've all looked after her and each other, and
yeah, it's been good.
It's so great in that chat. Thanks for looking after each other, guys, tonight. Superb stuff. Thank
Spot
you.
on.
Ultimately, it's
Spot
what we
on.
should do anyway. Ultimately, it's what we should do anyway.
Can I just say before I let Smokey speak, because he's only just come on, Southampton, I know you're back there, mate. I'm only allowed 6 on. Right, I can bring you on, actually. Auditor for auditor. I'm not bringing you on, mate, because you're a waste of fucking time, to be honest with you.
Oh, means I'm not wasting time then. That's a relief.
How you doing, mate? You okay?
I was just going to say, because a lot of people say that I'm the posh crinkle. Either way, yeah, it's probably a good thing, I would have thought, maybe. But yeah, carry on.
I don't know.
I'm talking too much. Carry on. Sorry.
Opinions really on that one.
I just want Southampton Drone to say hello to everyone, and Smokey's just come on, and I'd love to hear Smokey speak for a bit. And
I just wanted to ask you one question before I go. Yeah.
Okay.
So you know I watch everything, don't you? And I listen to everything and analyze everything. So when I came off the chat, well, off the what we're talking on now, yeah, StreamYard, I heard you say that I feel sorry for that guy. Some guys get used. Now I like to talk about that on a live, and I don't care. You know, I want you to, and tell what you mean about it, because you said that it's some things that you don't want to talk about, but some people get used. And I know what you're talking about, you know, so
well,
if you can
thanks
talk
for
about
that.
it.
I'm glad you said you know what I'm talking about, and hopefully you know what I'm talking about.
Of course I do. Right,
thank you. We can keep that. Whether you agree or disagree with me on that, let's keep it low. It's just, mate, you know, if you want to talk about it, let's go. But
yeah, go on.
No, go on. What do you think? I mean,
what do you mean?
I took it as no. Go
You're the
on,
one, right? Yeah. Right, everybody thinks I'm fucking dumb, but I'm not. Come on, Dino.
Right.
Elaborate. Come on.
Oh well,
you know all the big words.
Yeah. I mean, I'd never heard of you, to be honest. Yeah. And then next thing, how did it come up? It came up somehow, and it was like this video on Southampton Drone. So I thought I'll look at it, and it was like a piss tech. So it was like, you know, and according to you, the other night it was fun and all that, and I'm thinking, okay,
no, we're not on about that. We're not on about that, Dino, are we? Come on.
What? What you? Well,
I'm on about after when you said some people could get used. I feel sorry for this guy.
Guys, please let Southampton talk.
Yeah, please. Shut up, Andrew.
Don't tell me to shut up. Don't tell me to shut up. Carry on.
Please, come on, trying to explain.
Just a minute.
Let's carry on.
You know the score, brother.
Sorry.
So
carry on there.
Go on.
No, I was saying something, and you went, no, it's this way. So
yeah. I said it were about. I feel sorry for this guy. Some people get used, you know, things that I don't want to talk about.
Right. Right. So I get where you're coming from. So what I'm saying is, right, that video, what sent me off a bit a couple of weeks ago, was because I felt mocked, and I thought, who's this channel? Why me?
Very good, Dino.
Right. And then I found out you was asked to do it. You was asked to do it.
What? I was asked to do what? Right, listen, you've got it into your little tiny mind, yeah, that I have something to do with serial killer. I have nothing to do with him. No,
really?
Killer.
So no, how come your last little video about kick a man when he's down and you're homeless and that was on his channel?
Yeah. Because he shared it with
how you got nothing to do with him then?
I have no consent. I had no consent over him sharing that video.
Where did you hear it me from?
Listen, I didn't flag him because that's not something that I do.
Boys, you're sort of taking the light-heartedness out of the Friday night for you. Like,
do you think there's only me thinking this and saying this?
You know, it's sort of spoiling it a bit, boys. Come on now.
I did not consent to natural born serial killer sharing my video.
Right. Well, when someone says thanks to Southampton Drawn for posting this, that gives me alarm bells because I don't know you. And where have you heard of me from? Him or somewhere else?
What are you on about? I've known you a long time, do you know? I've known you back from Telegram days. What are you on about?
Oh, right. You do sound a bit more familiar now again. Yeah.
Well, I just told you I would no more lies on Telegram. God.
Right.
I told you about
why make a video of me like that?
You've
got make a video about everybody.
Yeah,
you take the
piss everybody.
Why me?
You take the piss out of everybody, Southampton Joe. You make videos taking the piss. You've got 80 IDs on YouTube trolling everybody. And then now the shit's hit the fan. Now you're crying like a fucking little baby, mate. You know?
Do you not understand where I'm coming from? It's nothing to do with that. The fact is, the reason I got a bit pissed off was because you had an association with someone else, and it just happened to be around the right time where I'm getting fucking laid into and being dragged into.
I have no association
and
with
you contributed towards that, and you've actually been associated. Your name's been associated with the same name.
Listen,
dragging me into shit.
No, I made a video on him. That's all. Of him crying like a little baby. If you didn't watch it,
you were crying the other.
You're not
crying. You were crying the other night. You were crying the other night. You were crying the other night.
Do you ever shut up, Andrew?
You take the mickey out of other people, but you don't like it when they get stuff back in your face, do you? With 80 IDs.
Shut up and I'll bitch slap you, little cunt.
You can't bitch slap no one, you stupid motherfucker. The only person I hear do bitch slap was a fucking woman the other day, you daft cunt. Don't fucking tell me to shut up, you stupid motherfucker.
Whoa.
Keep it down.
Boys, let's not go down this road,
yeah? In my case. Thank you very much. I'll record that.
Right. If you want to sort this out,
this is fucking ridiculous, boys.
I'm going to mute you. I'm going to finish off. I'm going to let Smokey speak in a minute.
We're on my time before somebody.
This is fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous.
You won't answer a question. Just answer me one question. How come you're associated with that person and you put a video up mocking me? There's many hundreds of people say that guy's mocking Dino. Not a few, quite a few hundred. So what would you say to those few hundred that you're not doing?
I'm not doing what?
Why associate yourself with this person who's a trouble causer?
I am not associated with serial killer.
Well, then he's got a video up on his channel about you. Why not say no? You're not putting that up. Why are you allowing this thing to happen?
Because right, listen, Dino, I've done a lot of jail. Yeah, you do not grass on people. I don't care if people share my videos.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I go and flag somebody on the channel, that's grassing to me. Is it not grassing to you? Because it is to me. If they share my video, yeah, and I go and grass on them by flagging them by saying no, I don't want that video for sharing. That's grassing, mate. I don't believe in that.
It's not grassing. It's just sharing information.
And you can put your hand on your head all you want, do you know? You know that's my
a quick one, Southampton. May I ask you, sir? What's the point you are trying to make there? May I ask?
Say again.
Yeah, I just want to ask you a very simple question. What's the point you're trying to make? Because obviously, I'm trying to listen to obviously what you're saying. I can't really get the the context of what the issue is. If that makes sense.
I know what it's about, but he just can't. He's just trying to justify it, mate. I'm not stupid.
Okay. Okay.
If you
got yourself involved.
Listen, boys. I come in here for a light-hearted chat, yeah.
Same.
Okay.
This isn't a good Friday night.
It's a very sour Friday night.
Right? It was a very good live. Now it's gone a bit of a shit show, and I'll be honest, Dino. I'll be honest with you, brother. It's gone down that drama route, the one we're trying to avoid. Fuck it off.
I'm just trying to stand my ground. It's been calm, really.
Right,
I know, but fuck it off, man. It's gonna. I'm telling you, people are stuck. I'm telling you.
It's all right.
I'll be gone now. I will. I won't be long.
See you later.
Cheerio.
Bye. Right. No substance, whatever. So there you go. Full of crap, in my opinion.
Just, fuck. That was such a lovely live. That was all the way up.
No, it still is.
Look
But
at
you know what I
everybody.
mean? It is alive and it happens on a Friday. Sorry, but we've cut it out within 15 minutes. It's going to happen. Don't say it's spoiled the night. It's not. It's been a great live. Let's carry on making it so. We're going to get the
that's
odd.
right. Here we go. Here we go.
I apologise. I'm sorry, but if someone comes in, I've got to answer him, especially if I'm being.
I do understand.
I'm just going to stand up for myself, and that's it.
You got.
I understand, but there is a time and a place.
Yeah, that's right. Actually.
Yeah, well, some people can't pick any other time or place.
To have such a great live for 3 hours, and then all of a sudden it fucking drops. Come on now, you've got to think to yourself, well, what is this the reason why I'm doing it? It's not. You don't want it in your channel. So wouldn't it be easier if he had your email and he had and you just sort it out and talk it out somewhere else?
They've got my email, but what I do have to deal with, Smokey, if someone comes on my live and they say, right, let's talk about this, and then it turns into
You are the boss.
That's got to be dealt with, and I think we've cut it short. I can't argue with that. There's no script. If there was a script, I'd be saying, send me a script. No, mate, you've got to say to me on that, you're not coming on.
Okay.
But I have to deal with what comes on, and I think we've done it all right. It's not spoiled anything.
You listen to it.
Let's bring it up.
Dino,
what do you say, Alan?
Dino, you listen to him, what he had to say. I'm pretty sure I know what it's about. And you let him on.
All I'm doing there, right? I've had a guy come on who's challenged me. I've been pre-challenged before tonight. I kind of expected this to happen, and I thought beforehand, how shall I deal with it? And I think it's been all right. And he's jumped off twice because he knows what I know, and he won't answer it. Full stop. He's coming as two different logos, two different names, and it's the same person. And I know who it is. And you can keep trying, mate, but you'll never get to me. You're nothing to me. Okay? Leave it at that. Go away. If you want to be involved with people like that, and I'm not mentioning names, causing drama here, I could do. If you want to be involved with people like that, stay there, mate. I'm not bothered. And if you want to come on here and try and fight your cause, come on, because you'll lose every time.
Let's move on.
Right.
Anyway,
Smokey's on, guys.
What is your future plan, Smokey? Pie? What have you been up to, my friend?
No, not a lot. Well, that's a deep southwesterly accent, if ever I heard one. That is a deep southwesterly accent. What's that? Bristol?
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah.
Well, so you got all the good people coming on now, see? So what you been up to then, Smokey?
Oh, I just popped out for a few hours, seen a buddy I haven't seen for a long time. He was, I was trying to egg him to come on and do a little sing song, right? You had a full panel and he wouldn't do it, but he will one day. He will. He'll jump on when I'm over there, and we'll have a little sing song together, and you know the score, right? But I tried to do it tonight, but he weren't having it. He wasn't up. He wasn't up for it. He's got his night off, and he was resting his voice type thing. So I said, all right, fair enough.
And he hit Smokey with this.
He worked. That's his job. So
that's cool.
But yeah, other than that, I think I've had a few joints.
No worries.
On a Friday
nice
night.
One, Smokey. LJ's been in the well looked after. Thanks, LJ.
Good.
Rob, if it's boring, don't listen, don't watch. Bye. Master Ron, how you doing?
Yeah,
I'm all right, Dino. How about
Hey,
you?
Master Ron.
Not too bad, mate. Thanks. We always get them little glitches, don't we, with people?
Yeah. Just it's water under the bridge and it's gone now.
Exactly.
Is what it is. Is what it is. Hello, Horace. Hello, Andrew. Nice to see you. Safe and clean there, Andrew. And
I
hello,
know.
Billy.
Any handsome. Any handsome now. Oh, yeah. Andrew.
Who just said hello, just by the way? Who just said hello to me?
I want my beard back.
Master Ron.
Oh right, yeah. Sorry, that I'm watching the YouTube one, not the StreamYard one. So everything's a bit.
Yeah, Dino. I want to ask you. I've a few of the. Hang on a minute. My alarm's just gone. Bugger off. About Nunya. Have you heard anything where Nunya's concerned?
No, nothing.
What's happened to Nunya?
What? Has something happened to him?
He's been arrested.
On what charges?
This is what's going through the grapevine. That he's been arrested and what have you.
On what charges, Ron?
I've just seen it in chats and what have you. So, you know what I mean. And
if anyone's got any info on that, guys, pop it in. Let us know.
Quick question. From what I've heard before, Nunya is in. Is it New Zealand? Is it? Is that
Melbourne,
right?
Australia.
Melbourne.
Yeah. My bad. Australia. Pretty close. I was almost there, but not just.
Nowhere near, Horace. Miles away.
Yeah.
Wow.
A few thousand miles.
Do you know what charges he's up on?
I think it's by what I keep on hearing is that they've decided to try to falsify charges, trying to say that he was because I know that he was at the protest, and by what I keep on seeing is that he got arrested and Ant's got the information. There you go. I just saw it. One of his comments. He said, "Oh, good. Thank you, Ant."
Obviously, quick one, Ron. After you finish that, I want to ask you a question as well. After you finish, if that's all right.
Carl.
He said he's done a night in prison. He got arrested and released. I saw one of his comments. He said he.
Yes, Lynn, I did.
Night in prison.
Is that in the chat? Is it?
Yeah. Ant said.
Listen, so I just want to try and nip this in the bud, guys, because I know this will carry on, right? Southampton drawn, right? You've had your chance. You've been on twice. You've had your chance to say what you want to say. You've said it. None of it adds up. It doesn't make sense, right? I've been all right with you. There's been no argument really, but you're trying to cause an argument right now. Okay, I can nail you, mate, if I want to. So don't even go there tonight. I'm telling you, don't even go there.
Quick one, Dino. I'd say just save your own back. Say nail him in the comments section. I wouldn't say nail him because obviously you can get done for whatever it is. You know, if you say that. Nail him in the. He will nail him in the comments section.
Right, listen.
Fantastic quote.
My girl is going now. She is right. So Scott. It gets a bit much. So she's just disappeared, right? So you say bye to her, and she may pop back on when it gets a bit more lighthearted,
Right. LJ, I'm sorry. It's my life. I'm sorry. I have to deal with what's thrown at me, along with everything else. But I'm not having this carrying on. I don't want drama, but people are bringing it to me. If I don't try and nip this in the bud, it'll carry on. So please bear with me on it. I'm being as polite as I can. Okay. Right. I want to nip it in the bud. You can either go away, mate, Southampton, or I can absolutely ruin you. It's up to you. Up to you, mate. I'm not bothered. We can do it in private. That's the best thing.
Yay. That's the most sensible thing I've fucking heard.
I don't mean none of this gangster shit. I'm saying let's talk in private, not on here. Don't try and ruin my life. I have got fantastic guests in here. from minute one and in the chat. The only person who's been trying to spoil it is you. You've had your chance twice when you've come on. You've made no sense each time. Okay? And I can nail you if I want with information. So don't even go there. All right?
I was going to say a lot of us in the
Leave it at that and go away.
probably agree with you on that point. To be fair, you know, when he came on again, same with anybody who comes on a panel. You know, you don't know what they're going to talk about. But I personally didn't understand anything he was talking about. I really did not understand anything what he was discussing. So ultimately, you know, you did the right thing. I did ask him, but I didn't get a response from it. So either way, carry on, guys.
He doesn't realise how many hundreds of people are with me on this. Althorpe, the wind. I'll tell you what, Lynn said earlier, the electric's going out, the weather and that. Same here, my lights flickered a few times. There's a massive wind going on outside. Don't know if you can hear it, but wow, you know, it could get worse tomorrow, apparently.
Well, I would say, Dino, you're quite closely located to where I am. I'm in the Staffordshire Moorlands area. You're in Liverpool, I would assume. So, yeah, only a few miles. Chester Oaks, I've been there a few times, you know, seen Liverpool in the outskirts. Yeah. But either way. Liverpool's nice. I was going to say, I was just going to say, I've been to the Beatles Museum. That was quite nice. Funnily enough, the aeroplane exhibit in the Beatles Museum, it's actually got a Korean airline set of seats on there with Korean on it, which I didn't realise.
Right, no worry. I'm just going to nip off for a minute, guys. I'm sorry about this.
No worries, chap. No worries.
Right, before I go, thanks for coming in, Smokey. I really appreciate it. It's been great, other than we're going to get some on a live, you know what I mean? I think we dealt with it.
Yeah.
Support, guys. Your support's been brilliant.
Dino, you're a very good man.
A few people have joined, maybe one or two to one. Althorpe is in there. I met Althorpe the other day by accident. I got called Dino and I got recognised of a supporter called Althorpe. Cheers, mate, and thanks for the drink. It's a bit weird when you get recognised, actually. But I was really warmed by Al and his partner. Big up, Shady. Thanks very much. Didn't care. I've noticed your nice comments. Thanks very much. Dave, massive. Thanks for your contribution so far. Ant's in the Mickey Mouse. Right, I've got to do this. I have to do this because it's live. Near enough every week, Mickey Mouse, who's well behind me, he has certainly got my back. Thanks very much, mate. I appreciate that, Mickey, as always. Thank you very much. So I'll leave you. JB's place is back in the chat, guys. You're very welcome. Cop, I know you've been in there earlier. You know what it's like. It's non-stop chat. But Cop, thanks as well, mate. You've done some great work apparently recently with the homeless. So keep chatting among yourselves, guys, and I'll nip off, and I'll see you in a minute.
See you in a second.
Cheers.
No worries. Just going to say, while Dino's gone, I did have a question for Master Ron, actually. You were on Cop's channel yesterday, I think it was, and you said that you got an unknown call from the police, I think it was. What was that about?
Well,
I mean, what were they trying to charge you with? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I had a phone call. I didn't get the first part of it, but it said that I was under investigation and what have you. And as soon as they said that, I thought, oh, I don't really give a fuck. And I just hung up on it.
What I'm thinking it might be is I got a similar phone call today from a scam sort of phone sort of system where they ask you to press 1 if you want to proceed. And obviously, they say that they're the National Crime Agency, which again is a load of BS, but it's a scam call, basically. I would have thought that would be the case. Everyone gets them.
I didn't let them blot on much more than that. I just thought, oh, well, I don't really give a shit. I'll put the phone down. If you're going to knock on my door, come and knock on the door. If you're not, then you're not. I really don't care.
Don't blame me. Was it a woman's voice saying, Hello, we are from giving you a call. You are under investigation from the National Crime Agency. Press 1 to speak to an agent.
To be honest, Horace, I didn't really take much notice. As soon as they said you're under investigation and everything, I just blanked it and thought, "Fuck you, I don't care." Just hung up.
If you, I said yesterday, right? What did I say yesterday, Uncle Master Ron? I got LJ calling Uncle Ron now. Look. What did I say yesterday in the chat? If they didn't identify themselves on entry of phone call, as soon as they ring you, they're supposed to say, "Hello, I'm so-and-so, 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 of the so-and-so, so-and-so." Simple. If they haven't said that, fuck you.
I really wouldn't know what they said before it and everything. I just picked up the phone, and as soon all I heard really was there's a crime investigation on you, and I just thought, I just put the phone down. I thought,
That's
fuck
a
it, come and
scam
knock
call.
on the door.
I mean, I've been under investigation before by the police. Some people might know why, by being dressed up in a rather silly Halloween costume. But when the police call you, they say, "Hello, is this Mr. So and So?" And then you say yes or no, and then they'll give you the information.
Oh, they said my name. Oh, they said my name.
It says no. Oh, right. Ooh.
Yeah, they said my name.
You ex-directory then, yeah?
Pardon?
I wouldn't know, mate. I think so.
If you're ex-directory, then I can't see how anybody, well, saying that, scam, very clever, see? They're very, very clever.
Again, it could be a scammer, as Smoke is saying at the moment. I mean, a lot of these people, they know your name, where you live, all this sort of bullshit. It is always a high possibility. It could be a scammer, so I'd probably just not take any attention to it.
I would probably go along with scam, to be honest, because anybody, right, that's in a professional service belonging to the government, right, or the Queen, they will say that. Are you Mr. So-and-so, so-and-so? And they'll say, well, I am. Even when it comes to a police officer, what's the first thing? If you're dealing with a police officer and they're ringing you, right, what's the first thing they say? Is this so-and-so, so-and-so? Well, I'm PC, whatever, blah, 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 of so-and-so, so-and-so station. They will. They got to identify themselves.
Exactly, and they won't just cut in to say, "Okay, this is Mr. So and So. Yeah, you're under investigation for so and so." They'll make it. They'll turn it into an ask like, "Oh yeah, hell, how you doing? Do you want to come in for a little voluntary interview?" They'll do it that way. They won't say on the phone, "You're under investigation," because that will mean that you're possibly able to flee. They wouldn't do it that
of course.
No. These scammers, they are smart, as Smokey said, and again, some of the other gentlemen in the chat as well. I just ignore that sort of chat. I mean, I've had plenty of those calls before, and I work in insurance as well, and I've got plenty from so-called insurance people saying, "Hello, is this Mr. Humphrey?" I'm not gonna say is this Mr. Humphrey or Mr. Jones? You've been in an accident, ma'am? I'm just like, well, no, I don't drive for a start. It's just like. And they're like, "Well, yeah, we know that you're in accidents." I'm like, "Well, mate, I work for the I work in insurance as well, and I appreciate that if you do work in insurance, you are regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority and also the Chartered Institute of Insurance. And if you can, please pass me on to your compliance department." And they hang up straight away because they're not regulated by the FCA. They're just scammers. They don't know what we're talking about. So.
All I know is that I really don't give a shit if it was real, if it wasn't real. Just come knocking on my fucking door. If you want to do an investigation.
Master Ron, it's not even worth having room in your head for you. It's just scam.
Exactly. I just think, fuck it. I really don't care.
When you said yesterday about it, I had to speak to you and say, it took us a while, but we got there.
I found it rather amusing, to be honest. I found it amusing, if they are
anybody from any force, no matter if it's counter-terrorism, no matter if it's fraud, no matter if it's DS, drug squad, no matter who it is, right? No matter MI5, MI6, it doesn't fucking matter. They got to identify.
Funny enough, you saying that, I had a phone call myself today, and they spoke to my wife, and they said my full name, and my wife said, "Who are you?" And he said, "Oh, sorry, I'll phone back." She said, "No." She goes, "Can you tell me who you are?" And he wouldn't say who he was.
It's a scam if that's the case, because for example, I work in insurance. If I'm calling a customer, even if I'm leaving a voice message, I'll need to legally tell them where I'm calling from. You know,
Yeah.
and again, I don't necessarily like working on phones, but
like
it pays well. But I don't necessarily like it. It is a requirement to do so. If you're
Yeah.
going to someone's door, you have to show them your identity.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You
It's
can
like
call
what you said
somebody, you do the
earlier.
same thing. Yeah,
It's like what you said earlier. You said like if it was to do with the police or anyone like official like that, they always say, "Hello, this is PC, blah 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 blah. I'm
Yeah.
from that police station, blah blah blah."
Yeah.
Never. No, I said that to my wife. I said, "Put the phone down," and I got the phone and I put it down. I said,
Exactly.
"They don't
That's the thing.
identify themselves. Do not even say yes to them about my name, because that's the first thing they want is your name. They
Well,
want
exactly.
they want to know who's like registered to the phone or whatever, you know."
Exactly.
Oh, I've had him ringing up when all about my Windows computer. Right, that was the best one. I had him on the phone for 15 minutes. I didn't even have a computer.
I know.
He was trying to remote access nothing.
Oh yeah, they're trying to be easier and everything like that.
I know where you're going with that, but
it is what it is. I have fun with him. I do.
I was gonna say, Smokey, have you ever seen the YouTube channel? Oh, what's his name? He did some Indian scammers over. Oh Christ, what's his? I'm gonna have to search it for you now.
Yeah,
I know who you're on about.
Is that the one? Is that the guy? Is that the guy that shows his? He actually shows their screen back to him and stuff like that, and all of it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna find it now.
Yeah.
Oh, sugar.
They ask him to go and get the tickets and all that, £50 a piece, and he's pretending he's doing the voice changer, and he's going, "Wait there, my love, I'm just scratching it off," and he's like, "Don't type the £100 in," and he's going mad. And it's like £2,000 like wasted, and he's
that's
like,
the one.
yeah, is that the man?
Jim Browning, that's the guy. Jim Browning. Yeah, fantastic guy. I love that. I love watching his content. It's fantastic.
Yes.
But again, it shows a very clear message. We should not trust anybody who's calling us, unless they can identify themselves as soon as they call. Which, and again, it's not a racist thing to say, but a lot of these people who are calling, they don't have English accents. They have an accent from a specific part of the world.
A specific accent. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Preferably an Indian accent, which is where most of these crime gangs are.
And it makes me laugh. I'm not being like that when they come out with names like Peter and Gareth.
It's like,
do you know what I mean? And it's like, hang on a minute.
Hello, sir. My name is William Jones. How can I help today?
It is like, wow, hang on a minute,
mate. You're not English. You don't sound English unless you lived abroad for your whole life. But it is possible.
What you're doing is sat in an office with thousands of others sat in thousands of other offices scattered across that particular part of the world.
Scamming people, basically.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest ones at the moment is obviously Ron mentioned is this investigation thing. In the USA, you have the I can't remember the name of the actual agency, but the tax agency, whatever they call it. But in the UK, we have the National Crime Agency. You get them calling through and saying, "Hello, this is the call from the National Crime Agency. You are under investigation for blah blah blah. If you want to resolve the issue, press 1." Then it just stops. There's no option 2. There's just an option 1. So you have to press option 1 to talk to them. I did it once. I was just like, okay, let's see what they want to say. And I got through and it's like, "Hello, this is Agent Amelia Williamson. How can I help you today?" And it's just like, okay, why are you scamming me? And it's just like, "No, we're not scamming you, sir." No, you obviously called my number. You're trying to scam me. You don't. This is not the National Crime Agency number. Why are you calling me? "No, ma'am, this is not what I'm calling you about." I'm not a ma'am, I'm a sir.
There's ones at the moment I've had through as text messages, right, with links on, right, taking me to like an NHS website, right, asking me to pay a £5 to get my COVID passport, right. This is the recent ones I've had.
Oh.
Right, and I've had, obviously it's not the NHS. I've had one from the post office, right, stating that there's a package and there's not enough money to get the package. So if you pay by this, you can get your package. Nah, I ain't playing.
I've been having them as well.
I'm not playing. They think they're bright. Nah.
A letter.
Smell it a mile off.
Saying to me there, "I've got a parcel, and if I pay £30, they deliver it." And I'm thinking, what parcel? I didn't have it.
That's it.
If they want to come and bring it, I'm not paying £30 up front for like who I don't even know where it's
No,
going.
thank you.
Mad.
Keep your parcel.
They're like, keep it. But ours has got it right. He got it on one. Oh.
I got it wrong, did I?
No, I said you got it on one. I said you got it like perfect.
Oh yeah. I mean,
yeah, you know what I mean.
It's one of those things. I mean, again, it's not racist to imitate the person who's calling you.
No.
Every time
No,
I've got a call,
you put it in one.
Exactly. That's how they are talking.
Yeah.
Now, if I had a call coming through to me, I was going to say, if I had a call coming through to me saying, "Hello, this is Agent Johnson. You know, I want to speak to Mr. Andrew. You are under investigation for so and so." I'd believe that a lot more than these constant calls that I get through in that specific accent. You know, if somebody calls through saying that, you know, it's just.
Sorry, Horace. You did say to me, if I'm going on a bit, just tell me to shut up.
And I am going on a bit. Please.
Just honestly, guys, John's off. John, don't forget the bad news we had earlier. Some may not have seen it and read it, but a lot of you still in who did. Please show your love for John. John, thanks so much for coming in. John is 73 years of age, guys. He's 73. And he loves coming in on a Friday, listening to some decent, mature, proper, real conversation. And he can put up the drama as well. But Fusilier John, I'm glad you're getting better, mate. I'm really sorry for your loss. You've had a lot of love tonight. You'll carry on getting that every time you come in, mate. Fusilier John, guys. Thank you, John. Thank you, mate. From the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
I hope you try and get through all this. Best possible, my friend. Oh.
And to him as well, you know, being ex-serviceman, the only thing I can really say though is "Honi sui camali punts," which basically in Latin means "shame on him who evil thinks of it," basically. Which is an army, and a royal saying, you know, being a serviceman. You know, fantastic man, served his country. God save the Queen. And I could say God save the Queen, but I wouldn't say God save the government because, you know, we have the issues that we have. But either way, you know, fantastic guy, and bless him. You know, can't say anything more than that. You know, he's done his dues. And
thanks for your support, John. You know, 73 years of age, been there and done it. Comes in, pleasant guy. You'd think he were 21, and I reckon he is up here. But sad for your loss, mate. And I know as a strong guy, an ex-soldier, fully time served.
I was going to say every squaddy in the heads is in their 20s, and I would say that's very true. And to John, you know, sorry for your loss. It's probably not what you'd want, and again, we'd all never want that in our lives. But you know, keep strong, my friend. I wouldn't say you will overcome it. Fingers crossed, you can make a new life in the situation you're in, but I wish you the best, honestly, I really do. And you stay strong, stay safe, and ultimately stay healthy, because that's all you need in life, ultimately. And keep your friends close.
Thanks for that. Thank you very much. Thanks for your love in the support in the chat, supporting John as well, guys. Really appreciated. That's what it's about tonight, okay? We will get the odd moment. That's what our lives about. We'll just crack on. We'll crack on talking some good stuff. The smoke is here, guys. Billy's here. Master Ron's here. You know,
here.
Even I'm here.
Yeah.
Can't forget about Dino.
Go on, Billy.
Well, no, let you go on.
Well, I'm all right. I stay quiet most of the
time.
Your videos have been great. I've been watching the videos what you've been doing. That's been good.
Oh,
that's
cheers, man. Thanks.
You should do more. Do a bit more.
I was going to say you should do more lives twice a week. Sounds good to me.
Oh, hang on.
Listen, I know when he's coming. They're hard work. We were on about this on the phone, weren't we, Dino? We were on about this. It was like,
the thing is, do you know what I mean? I don't want to brag or anything like that. In fact, it's nothing to brag about. But before I do a live on a Friday, I just think I just want it to be all right and go all right. So I'll smoke. I'll phone certain people up like Smokey and Biker and think, what do you think tonight? topic, subject. Yeah, I've got this, I've got right. What do you think? Well, I'll be on at such a time. Right, we'll bring it up at them. So I do try and organise a live before I go live. I don't just go live and go, right, guys, good evening. What shall we talk about?
I was going to say,
as you know, regulars, they know it's non-stop. But tonight, I think if Smokey wants to, we talked about a couple of subjects last night, the night before.
Yeah,
and I
we
think
did touch on
some.
them.
It's up to Smokey if he wants
You've got to
bring them up.
realise now, Dino, right? I'm about 4 or 5 spliffs in, and I haven't spoken. I haven't spoke. Here we go. Look, I haven't smoked for nearly a fucking week and a half.
I've never done it.
Making up for time.
Fucking stoned, mate. That's all I'm saying.
Quick one, Smokey. How does it feel to be stoned? I've never done a spliff in my life, so please do enlighten me.
Chill, mate. Just chill. Nice, good conversation. You want intellectual conversation. Oh yeah.
Well,
hands down. Hands down.
It depends, Horace. Some people just get really badly ill on it. If you suffer with psychosis, paranoia, and everything, it can give you a bad effect on something if that's what you suffer with and everything.
Yeah, It's down to the person. You're quite right there. It's down to the person.
I was going to say, my general opinion. My general opinion on drugs is kind of mostly founded from my father's.
Can I stop you there, Horace? Can I stop you there, Horace?
Go on, man. Go on.
Thank you. Weed is not a drug.
I love you, Master Ron.
I'll educate you, Horace. Right? Weed is called.
I was just going to say, just before you continue, I just want to give you a background from obviously my opinion, and then you can educate me afterwards. If that's okay with yourself, Ron. Just so you know a bit more about my own, personal background with regards to that. Again, my father was a police officer. I lived in a country for about 6.5, 7 years, which is South Korea. It was a death penalty offense over there to do anything like that. I would say, again, given the sort of things that rub off on yourself when you're in that sort of situation or nation, it does give you a bad light on such, certain things. And I would say, I'm not going to, say that's a bad thing. Ultimately, everyone's got the right to it, and a lot of, for example, Canada's legalized it. Many United States states of the United States, that's a bloody tongue twister, isn't it? Have also legalized it. But what I would say is, from a personal perspective, having this shoved down my throat for all my life, I would say I don't trust it. But please do enlighten me. I am always open to different opinions. I'm always open to hear different things. I may be wrong, but go on.
Horace,
please do say.
Horace, I smoke weed and hash resin for since I was 14 till 20 every day.
What's the difference between resin and
resin is hash, weed is weed.
What's the difference?
Resin's from Morocco. Hash is from Morocco.
Hey. Resin ain't from Morocco. It's from some factory in fucking Manchester. Yeah, I do. Ain't from Morocco anymore.
Honestly, I honestly don't know the difference.
No way.
It's fucking, it's not from that country.
No way is Moroccan weed anything like it was back in the day.
Half smoky back in late 90s.
Yeah, 90s it would have been, yeah.
Late 90s.
That was proper Moroccan.
Yeah.
Where it was green in the middle. No plastic or bits of fucking tires.
That's it, yeah.
And oil and
I don't know the difference.
Red seal.
And then everyone started smoking weed in the early 2000s. And weed.
When I started smoking weed, you couldn't even get Rocky. You were just smoking slate.
Yeah, that's it.
I
started smoking weed. Listen now, right? I started smoking weed when I was 11 years old, and I wish I fucking didn't.
I was going to say the main problem I have with weed is the smell. Obviously, if you don't do it, again,
how can you not like the smell? It's so beautiful.
It smells like how can I describe it? Bloody 200-year-old beer, bloody stale on the side of the bloody porch for the past 120 days. It smells absolutely foul. It smells like sweat mixed with beer. I can't stand it. But again, the reactions it may have with your internal body may be different. Again, I've never tried it, so I can't say for certain. But
I know.
There is, whether it be chemical or natural, you've got to look at what it's done in the past, how it's developed, and what it does today. So if you look at cannabis or whatever, it is a herb. It's a herbal plant, and it's got many different uses. So it can have its drug use, whatever.
That's what I was going to say was a herb is a herb because it's for cooking bases and things like that, whereas weed is actually an herb, and the reason why it's classed as an herb is because it has multiple uses. You can make clothes out of it, you can make furniture out of it, you can build a house out of it. It's one of the plants that is so environmentally friendly. It's incredible.
You used to make money out of it, guys, so you've all used it.
I was going to say maybe
notes, all the old notes had hemp in it. Without the ships of the ocean, what did a lot of work for us on discovery and finding things. They had ropes, proper ropes, what made them survive and sail a ship. That was from that plant. Many uses. It's never killed anyone.
It's come
blah blah blah.
Yeah, but that's hemp. That's hemp, isn't it? That's hemp. That's different. That's hemp.
Yeah. I'd just like to say that I'm probably going to go on a crinkle route now, given what I'm going to say. And again, I do apologize to everybody in advance, but I am ultimately anti-drugs. I'm anti anything which is not legalized by the government.
This is what I'm saying to you.
Just before everybody continues, I would just like to finish my point. May I just finish my point? I do apologize. Again, I really do apologize. Ultimately, again, I don't want to be like a shit show where we're all talking over each other. I want to make my point first, and then please do scold me afterwards if I'm wrong, or correct me. Best way. I'm ultimately anti-drugs. Whether it's any drugs, whether it's heroin, cocaine, weed. Even though weed is more of a lesser drug, less evil, as they say. And again, it may not be an evil, but it's been rammed into me since I was a child. And ultimately, that's what I believe, given the education that I've been given.
You get round, you never touch carrying the crack.
Never 2 seconds, my friend. 2 seconds. I just want to finish. I do apologize. I know you're very enthusiastic to. I know he's a very, very, very enthusiastic to his make his points, and I want to hear it as well. But ultimately, given what I've gone through, in childhood, in a certain situation I was in, living in a country where it's a death penalty to have anything which is regarding weed as well, and then coming back to the UK and not even knowing what the smell of weed is and thinking it's pretty stale booze on the side of the road, it's kind of embarrassing when you think of it that way. But I've been taught that drugs ruin lives, and I may be wrong. I may ultimately be wrong, but please enlighten me.
In some aspects, right? In some aspects, you're probably right. Right, but not in every aspect. That's the thing. It's not just a cut and dry thing, right? It's not.
You can't.
You know what I mean? And this is what I mean. In some aspects, it can ruin lives, and it does. But so does alcohol, and alcohol ruins a lot more lives, right? And I know people always fall back on alcohol, and it's always the same argument. But I'm not saying cannabis does not do damage. I started at a very young age. I wish I didn't. Because my life might have been just a little bit different.
When did you start?
Do you know what I mean? I started smoking when I was 11.
And how old are you now?
I'm 46.
Oh, right, yeah. So, fair point. You make a point. Sorry.
Now, when I drink alcohol, I become an arsehole. Simple. I just can't control myself. I don't like the loss of control, so I don't drink it. Simple. And I like to have a spliff instead of having a beer. And I like to have a couple of them to get stoned and have a lovely, decent conversation with people like yourselves. You know, and to me, that's more of a social thing than it is any beer, because at the end of the night, they're either spitting over each other, punching lumps out of each other, or trying to get off with each other's misses, or do you know what I mean? It's all like, well, when you're stoned, you don't even think like that.
Where people have
You
come
want
in,
this.
You get questioned, like you get questioners and whatever thing, and I've seen it, and I've had to fill something in, and it says, "Do you use drugs?" No. Do you use recreational drugs?
That's the one.
So, and don't forget what Smokey said. You've got coffee. I think JB said it. That's a drug. All the legal drugs, which are glamorized under these certain words, and they're the most dangerous.
Look at
but listen, right? There is a death rate. That's the thing, see, right? The problem with it is people say nobody's ever died of cannabis. That is the first thing people will say. Oh, nobody's ever died of cannabis. No, they might not have. But what about the effects it's had on certain people?
Like me.
They might not have died of cannabis, but the effects they've had, it's had an impact on their life. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you know what I mean? No, you can't count them.
You know when we spoke about
this
the other night, and you said, and I was saying to you, hang on, mate, what do you mean? And things like, and then you went, Dino, listen, if you're at that age and you smoke it, that can happen. If you're at that, do you want to explain that? Because I thought what you said the other night made tons of sense.
Well, again, what you got to look at, guys, right, is you're an adolescent, right? I started smoking it on the very first. By the time it was break time in comprehensive school, I just wanted to fit in, see, because I was bullied the fuck I was when I was a kid, right? So I just wanted to fit in. By the time it was break time in school, I was smoking a cigarette. At dinner time, I was sharing a joint. I was 11 years old.
Wow.
Just turned. I was a month over 11 years old. And I never stopped from there.
Just going to the loo, by the way, guys. 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's
right. No. You got to think of my mind as underdeveloped. It's not. Yeah. It's not developed. It's not developed yet. It's not. So now you're pumping something into your system that could damage the development of your brain, intelligence, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Right. So, and this is what I'm saying. It should children really be, because it caused me major issues. I'd been smoking it, what?
Yeah, what do?
Fucking hell. Look, I'm 46, so I've been for 35 years. Right? Yeah, I do think of things a bit differently. I do. But it comes to a point I have to stop and give myself a break for a week or two and then have another, because I can. Do you know, Ian, I need to get a grip.
Just to butt in there with Smokey, and he's a very honest guy. He's just explain why he is by saying that. But Ian, thanks for your support, by the way. But it's dangerous, and cannabis could kill us with asthma. I think only if you mix it with tobacco.
Yes.
No, maybe it's true. I mean, how many people smoke it pure?
I've got very bad asthma, and I used to bong every day from morning to night for 6 years. 6 years straight, morning, no eating, just eating at the end of the night. Same as I do with drinking. I got very bad asthma. I used to mix mulls. I used to mix 6, 8 fag mulls and just bong all fucking day.
I'll tell you what, Andrew, right, fair point, but I'll tell you what, I think Al Thorpe is there, put an excellent comment up, and I know Smokey will answer that. What do you think of that, guys? Because I think I've heard this many a time from many people of all ages, up to the age of 80 stroke 90, and there were one woman not many years ago.
Hey. See that, but it helps him. This is what I'm saying. That brilliant. That it helps him. It does help me.
Yeah.
I bonged since the age of 14 till 20 straight. 6 years straight. Gambled, drunk every fucking day.
Well, I started, as I said, back when it was Slate. right? Before the Rocky days, you die for a bit of Rocky. You'd be like, oh my God, Rocky, you would give your fingers for Rocky. You would, back when I was younger, right? That's how much it was. And this slate, you'd burn it, it just puff up, and it just turned to shit, right? It was awful, right? It was. Right?
Is that the early 90s?
It was earlier than that. It was earlier than that.
I'm back, by the way.
And then all of a sudden, you might have something else pop in, like a bit of tie stick.
What's a tie stick?
Things like that might start showing his face a little bit, and things like that. I remember all in days when that started showing his face, you know. And but this cannabis you got now, this super skunk you got now, is so strong. It's a lot stronger than what I smoked, and it might have caused damage to me.
It's all been modified.
You're talking 18, 16, 18% THC when I was smoking it. Now you're talking 28, 30.
Modified now.
Yes,
They can genetically change the seed. They can cross-pollinate things. They can make things. It's not done. It is done naturally, but it's been messed with, like it is with all plants and food and things like that. And you can make things stronger, and it sells more, and it weighs more, and it makes more money.
Yeah.
All that comes into it. You know what I mean? But there's many conflicting comments in the internet, and I think the perfectly good comments and very innocent, great questions. Somebody said about asthma, and then somebody said, made a great comment, James. Really, I've never heard that.
It's a very valid point. I mean, again, I can't back us up with my opinion. However,
are we forgetting tobacco here as well? Because don't forget, a lot of people who use cannabis involve a lot of tobacco as well. So I'm going to have 1 minute, guys.
I
Talk
do.
among yourselves.
I do.
Conversation. Thank
50-50.
you.
I do. I use tobacco.
I use vape juice, so that's a bit of a different thing. But
probably, you know, right. Yeah. So I'm just being honest with what damage it could do if you smoke at a young age now, because of the strength of the super skunk that's out there is like double to what I was smoking. Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely ridiculous now. You are talking like,
understandable.
You know, it's actually stronger in this country than what it is in Amsterdam.
With regards to the strength of the actual drug itself,
it's ridiculous now. It is. It's getting higher and higher.
Smokey, you remember when illegal highs were illegal to buy in the corner shop, like spice and fucking...
I never. Do you know what? Right? Not my thing, mate.
I do have a question for Smokey as well, actually. But carry on, Andrew. I do apologise.
It is crazy. Well, it's crazy now. Needs to be UBC
not for me. It's not for me. Definitely not for me.
Fucking claps and they can't fucking stand up. They're fucking going all.
Do you know what? That wouldn't have been for me if I was 16 years old. That just wouldn't have been for me.
I was just going to say, Smokey, you mentioned something called a tie stick. What's one of those?
Tie stick. What it was a bush that was wrapped around with cotton around a stick, and it would be about it's about 8 inches, maybe 10 inches long, and it'd be on a stick. And it was just a bush. It wasn't like the super skunk now. It was like a bush, right? But it was very high in CBD.
Oh right.
Very high in CBD.
Okay. Interesting.
Right.
I mean,
so it give you a bit of a heavy feeling more than anything.
Oh right.
Yeah.
I mean,
like a squidgy black sort of head. If anybody was a smoker back in the days with the 00, right, and the gold seals and shit like that, yeah, then it was a very heavy feeling.
Fair point.
You know, different weeds give you different moods. See, you can smoke like what I found when I used to go over to Amsterdam is they smoke the lighter weeds in the day, and then the stronger weeds in the evening. Obviously, because it makes sense.
I was just gonna say, and again, a lot of people may not agree with this point. I didn't really want to say it as well because I like all the guys on the panel. I like everybody in the chat. But this is my own personal opinion on drugs, and again, drugs come in all sorts of ways, prior to the call,
didn't God listen now? Didn't God say use every seed-bearing plant?
Indeed. However, yeah, just listen to what I'm going to say, and then I'll.
I'm sure that's written in the Bible. I can't quite remember where, but he says, I'm sure God said use every seed-bearing plant.
Indeed, you are right. I'm not sure which parable it's in, but I can check for you. But the point I was going to make, though, is, again, this is my own personal opinion. I'm not pointing at any of you guys or anything like that, but this is prior to today's conversation. This is the way that I thought on the whole thing.
Yeah.
And again, I'd like to say what I thought, because, again, I've lived in these countries where the death penalty has been the absolute maximum penalty for that. And I thought, the same as those countries I was in, that people who did these things should be given that sentence. I may be wrong, I may have been wrong. And, talking to you guys, I personally don't believe that should be the case, because given obviously you've given some certain very good points with regards to why it should be used. I still don't believe that it should be used, but ultimately I don't believe that the death penalty should be the final, straw.
Quick question
go
for you,
on.
Horace, from the chat before Smokey comes back in. Dinny Carr, thanks for your support tonight. Brilliant question. What do you think about that then, Horace?
This one here. Have you ever
I was just about to say that everyone's got a picture, Horace. Everybody's got a picture. Everybody's got a picture.
I was going to say,
Andrew, just let Horace answer that question.
I was going to say,
no worries, mate. No worries.
I've taken a prescription, not drugs, from my doctor before. I'll phrase it in a different way. The reason being is when it comes to, for example, people like me, we phrase things differently. For example, if we're saying, let's say, a prescription or a medicine, we say it like that. Or alternatively, if we say a drug, it's the bad way, if that makes sense. It's the bad thing. If it's a drug, it's a bad thing. But if it's a medicine, it's a good thing. It depends on the way that you.
But they're still drugs.
A drug. Well, you are right. They are still drugs. It's just the way you.
So it's either a hypocritical view or not.
Yeah, you are probably right.
I was going to say about hypocrisy because
I was just before you can say, I was just going to say yes. It is most likely a hypocritical view. You are most likely right on that point. Saying that a medicine is a medicine but a drug is a drug, when it's exactly the same thing, because in many countries they have drugstores which sell paracetamol. It's exactly the same thing. It's just the way that you were taught, ultimately at the end of the day, about the different things. And if you're told from a young age that a drug is a bad thing, you'll think a medicine is a completely different thing, when it's actually technically the same bloody thing to start off with. But you are right.
Just quickly, only quickly, it's just when you hear about complications to do with chemical drugs compared to herbal natural remedies, if you like, it's like anything else, right? You can either use something or abuse it, and that includes food, life, drugs, whatever you use or abuse. Like you do things in moderation, as people say. You know what I mean? But the amount of problems, chemical drugs, prescription drugs, over-the-counter chemical drugs cause people problems compared to herbal remedies, which includes cannabis. And it depends how you use cannabis, because some people have said you can eat it, you can drink it,
medicinal use as well.
It with tobacco and things like that. I agree with that. But if you look
when
at
I bought mine tonight, listen, Dino, when I bought mine tonight, right, I was offered brownies, I was offered cookies, I was offered liquid you could put in a bit of lemonade like you'd have a drink.
I'd have a brownie. Nice bit of chocolate chip on the side,
And that's the selection I had tonight. And I was like, wow.
I would say
if I was well off, I'd have had a go of them all.
I was going to say, I'd say to Smokey and to all of you as well on that point, ultimately, again, in my opinion, it might not be what everybody agrees with, but in my personal opinion, if you're doing something which doesn't harm anybody else, you have every right to do it. But for example, if that certain activity affects, for example, your family, like alcohol abuse, for example, it should be, stamped on. Same with any sort of abuse. Ultimately, that's what I agree with. and that's what I ultimately believe in. The people who are, for example, not necessarily people who are doing these things. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that they should be thrown in prison for the rest of their lives. But the people who are dealing these things illegally, then yeah, we should stamp down on those, because ultimately, and you may agree, they do tamper with the product that is being given. And ultimately, certain things are added.
No, I don't know if I agree with you on that one. I don't know if I don't. The reason why is, personally, out of past experiences, I will only buy off people who are actually growing it, and I know the score, and I see things, and I know things. So I'll only go out of people that I won't go to no trade where they're doing their bits and pieces. I won't go to no trade. I'll go to the bloke and I'll see him and I'll get mine.
I was going to say my point is more focused on the international scale. For example, the big guys in the trade. Does that make sense?
Well, the problem is, right? The problem is when you're a proper smoker, yeah, you appreciate the little grows because they're taken more care of. When they're talking all the big production, right? That is where the care goes out of the window, the taste suffers, the actual quality suffers, and they don't give a fuck what they throw out. Simple as that, right? Now, I can't, there's lots of names for these little bits, so I'm not going to state them on you because some of them are quite naughty, right?
No,
but certain weeds, right? There used to be back in the day commercial weed. It was that Dutch, really, really green, light green Dutch stuff. It flooded the country, it did. Right, flooded it. It was awful. It was like smoking cardboard. It was fucking terrible stuff. Cheap as chips, mass produced, absolute crap. But I would rather go to someone who's grown 8 plants maybe, or 6 plants maybe, and you're having it because you know that the care, the taste, and everything you want is in that.
And
do you see what I'm saying?
Again, I can appreciate.
But the problem with the police, they would rather go and bust a cannabis house with 6 or 7 or 10 plants, right, than they would go and bust a factory or a house full of people who are taking heroin or crack or whatever, because it's easier.
That is a great point.
However, again, it's my opinion. I would just like to say though, if, for example, you're doing it, I have no problem against it, unless you're affecting somebody else's life, unless it's your own, when again it's your choice to do so. The people who are actually trading and selling it, though, I think the harshest punishment should be brought upon them, because ultimately, again, at the end of the day, again, I would say at the end of the day, though, it is ultimately against the law.
The alcohol is a drug, and they sell it legalized in the shop. You say it affects people's lives. What about alcohol then? What do you think of that one?
It's not a crime to sell alcohol, though. Alcohol has been drank since the earliest days of our civilization. For example, just before you continue, Andrew, just before you continue, I would just like to say, with regards to alcohol, people in this country in the tens, the zeros, the years specifically, for example, the 500s, 1000s, so on and so forth. William the Conqueror used to drink grog, which was basically watered down beer. And that was a safe form of drinking in order to obviously not contract certain diseases from water, because obviously water was more dangerous at the time. That is ultimately why we as a culture have accepted alcohol. Again, it might be a bad thing, but it's legal. But
hang on. Just a quick one on alcohol. Alcohol is that powerful, right? When I was a child, my dad used to take me to the rugby early doors, about 4-year-old. When I was about 11, 12, we used to go into a club before the match, about 100 yards away from the ground, and he'd have a pint, a mild, and his brother and a pint of bitter and that. I'd have a shandy. And I'll tell you what, I felt it. I felt the hit at that age.
It's
so addictive, it's unbelievable. Where I believe people smoke cannabis and they can actually leave it alone.
I was going to say on that point, on that point, though, I mean, you are right.
Oh, I don't know. I disagree with a non-addictive thing. I totally disagree with that.
It's non-addictive as in to turn around and say, unless you've got an addictive personality.
Well, there we go. I was just going to say to
Psychologically
Dino,
addictive it is.
to Dino,
Yes.
though, on that point, though, I would just like to
That's
say,
where it is.
again, when we look at the actual,
Come on, guys, please, guys.
Oh, sorry, guys. I was just going to say, when it comes to the percentage of alcohol in a drink, for example, back in the 1700s, 1940s, the percentage of alcohol would have been a lot less than what it is now. The problem that we have nowadays, though, is alcohol abuse, which again is very similar to, for example, drug abuse. And again, I can't condone that, even though I've got pissed on a few occasions. But I can't condone it, even though I've done it myself. But I've done it. Oh well,
So you're banging on about drugs being illegal. That's why I'm not having a go at you, Horace. I'm just
no, it's all right. Now every opinion counts. Carry on.
I was just trying to.
I'll put it this way: smoking cannabis has never caused liver malfunction, kidney malfunction, heart malfunction, body poisoning, blood poisoning, and everything. Whereas alcohol has done all those things.
No, you're right. I mean,
I know I'm right.
I was going to say. I mean, I'm not a scientist. If we had Crinkle on, maybe he would say a different thing, which I may listen to. But again, I'm not a scientist. I can't say.
You've said it now, haven't you?
Oh,
you've said it now. You've said it now.
See, the other thing you need to remember, Horace, was that weed used to grow all over this country at one point until some little bint decided to outlaw it, and that was Queen Victoria.
The best queen, it was actually her Empress of India, Queen of Britain.
Is she the queen who actually took cocaine?
I don't know. I've not checked on that, but either way,
and was the possibility
she was a drug user. She was like.
Yeah,
she was
and
an
I know this
opiate.
channel is now going to be
Queen Victoria was a drug user.
Because of
Yeah,
what
she
I'm
was an
going to
opiate
say.
user.
But I believe it was that era.
The causing psychosis. That's what I got from smoking, bonging, smoking weed and everything.
Right.
I was diagnosed by a
I'm going to move on to something.
This is why I go so far, and I think and I cut it out for about a week and a half, and I do in the first 2 days, and this is why I said it's not addictive, but it is up there. For the first 2 days, I go through hell, and then after that, I'm all right.
I still can't agree on it though, but again, my point I'm trying to say is if you're taking something and you enjoy it, fair dues. If it doesn't affect anybody else, do it. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect.
You know what I mean, guys? I'm not being funny, but tonight, Friday, is my drug, right? It's my drug. I love it. I enjoy myself. I do have a smoke. I have a little drink. I smoke four cans. I drink about 4 cans in a full Friday night live. I take my time. I sit. Like I said
can't drink
before,
alcohol.
use and use.
That ain't doing nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing bad. That's good. You're associated and you're talking to people.
There's use and abuse, guys. There is use of things and abuse of things, and that would include food, coffee, you name it.
I was gonna say though, Dina reminds me of somebody from Iron Maiden, one of those old rock stars. You know what I mean? Like, with the long hair. He does. Trust me, he does.
Food can make you obese and fucking have a heart disease, fucking kill you. Anything
Well, me?
can make you.
Are you talking to me? Are you?
I was brought up around drink all my life. My dad in pubs, bars, clubs, and my uncles have, and I've seen so many people like characters in my lifetime. I'm 46 myself, and I've gone down roads, and I've smoked a bit of weed and things like that, but I only went up until about 21. I stopped because of, I don't know. It's just like I was brought up around really old people, like not old people, but
a conservative environment, basically.
Yeah, like people who like drink and things like that. And they always said to me, Billy, if you carry on doing that, you'd end up being like basically, it mess your head up, and a lot of people, I took note. The way I was brought up, it's really hard. Like how my father brought me up was really hard, and I'm telling you, like my dad, if he hit me, he hit me, and today you get arrested for that, and obviously that's bad. But I love me dad. He's dead now. He died like 2 years ago. But anyway,
sorry to hear
that. But at the end of the day, the moral of the story is my father and stuff. My dad brought me up in a way of like I done it, and he was like, "You enjoy it?" And I went, "I don't do it anymore, Dad." But I learned, you know what I mean, and it wasn't for me. You know what I mean, I just thought, oh fuck it, it's like, you know what I mean, I am happy with life.
And I was going to say, Billy,
I do like having a. Don't get me wrong, I'm like Dino. I'd have 4 cans of beer. That chills me out. But the thing is, like, it's like it all depends on the head. It's like, say, it's like with the gentleman. Oh, I forgot the gentleman. His name's gone.
Horace.
No, the Welsh.
That's not me then. I'm not
well. Smokey.
Yeah, it's Smokey. That's it. But yeah, that's Smokey. Like he was saying, it's like basically it's to do your head. You know what I mean? And it's like if you're in the right frame of mind, you know what I mean. You're okay. You know what I mean. But if you're not, it's got to be. You know what I mean. Obviously, you're all on the right frame of minds. And
do you know what? Absolutely well said. Superbly said. And Ian, the comment is linked to what Billy's just said, I think. Look, you can have all these pills and all these substances, right? And you've got all these people, but not everything works for the same person. It depends on your state of mind and things like that. Ian Hill, weak minds are more likely to become addicted. It's how people can handle things mentally, knowing your strength, i.e. knowing your limits, how much you can take. If you go overboard, it can make you ill. There were a story, it's true, there were a young guy, I think he was 21, 22, he had 1 pint, I think his mates urged him to go on, do it in one go, and he did it in one go and dropped dead. 22, there you go. I'm 53. I've had a good smoke for a long time. I take my time on things. I moderate things. Well, thank you. You know, I do look after myself, so it is about state of mind and lifestyle and what you're going through or what you've been through in the past and things like that. So it's more complicated than you think. You know what I mean? But,
I was going to say, don't
get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. If I was in a situation and I could have a joint now, I would. I really would. I'm not saying I wouldn't. Like, but I'm in my head. Like with anyone else, it doesn't bother me. I can't like begrudge anyone of like what they do. You know what I mean? I look at people. I think right. If it's like you like having a drink, don't you? It's like I like having a drink. But I drink like last time I drank was a Christmas last Christmas. But I've got like bottles and bottles of drink out there. But I say if I have say like next week I might have a couple of beers, and that's how I am. It's just like I don't know. But everyone's different. You know what I mean? But I everyone's got their own ways. You know what I mean?
You know your own limits, guy.
Quick one, guys.
You know when you feel okay, and then you know when you've gone over the top. And
I just want to say, guys,
it's not a good feeling.
There's been a comment in the comments towards me from Ad Mac Gilly or something. Ask yourself what right you have to impinge upon the rights of any other person. Governments are authoritarian organizations and always biased.
No, I do.
What I would say is I'm not associated with any government authority. This is just my own personal opinion. You know, how was that associated with any government authority? You know, and ultimately, at the end of the day, if you believe that I am, please come on the panel and ask me why. You know, ultimately, I want to hear you from your own throat.
If tomorrow, Horace, they decided to outlaw alcohol, would you still drink it?
Well, of course not. Well,
be honest. Be honest.
Well,
I'd want it,
but I'd want it, but I'd rather not.
There it is, Master Ron.
There it is. The
thing, I mean, you're asking me the question.
It's called hypocrite.
The thing is, you're asking me the question. If I was at, you know, if I was potentially going to get arrested for doing something, I just wouldn't do it. I wouldn't drink alcohol. Simple as that. Because I would just not want the hassle. I would open my mouth and query why they're doing that, because I like alcohol. But
there's no way you'd do it overnight, though, would you?
Andrew,
you wouldn't do it overnight. It couldn't happen.
Well, overnight they wouldn't impose it overnight ultimately. But what I'm saying
but
is,
if they did the day before, would you say, okay, that's the deadline? They give me till today.
if it became
So as of tomorrow, that's me done.
Well, I was going to say, if it ultimately became illegal, I wouldn't do it. But again, as I say, I'd want to drink a beer.
Yeah, but no one would find out, and it's something you enjoy doing. But yeah, if you carried on doing it, even though these new rules are you'd still carry on doing it.
I'd
prohibition.
Ultimately, I'd question it and appeal it to the House of Commons. Simple as
Horace,
that.
have you ever heard the word prohibition?
Yes, Commons. Right.
When alcohol was made, illegal overnight.
The House
in
of
America.
Commons.
Indeed, I've heard of that as well. Yeah, became
Yeah,
illegal
exactly.
Al Capone days, they were, I think, weren't they?
Exactly. So you saying that, if they made it tomorrow, because that's basically what they did, made it illegal tomorrow, that alcohol is going to be outlawed, and you would turn around and say that if you've got, say, about £100 worth of booze in your cabinet, you'd go, down the toilet it goes.
Well, I wouldn't do that. I'd probably drink it.
There you go. You would break the law. Hypocrite.
You've got it, mate.
There you go.
Come on, mate.
Hypocrisy strikes again.
We're not that compliant.
I told you I'm the posh crinkle. I'm always at the opposite end of everybody else. It's one of those
how old did you say you was?
I'm 29, sir.
Are you 29?
Indeed, I am. Born 1992, 16th of August.
Well, listen.
You're only a young un.
In about 20 years' time, you'll have a different view, my friend.
Possibly, you're probably all right. I've changed my view since I was 16 till I am now, and trust me, it's gone in a very good way.
There you go.
And it's getting better since I was that age.
And the arguments are, you wanted to say cannabis is a drug and it all should be illegal, right? Okay, then. Well, if it all should be illegal, it all should be illegal. All of it. Pharmaceuticals as well.
I was just going to say smoker, though. I mean, if you talk to anybody of my age, they're most likely going to disagree with me. Trust me. I mean, a lot of the guys in my age are completely against what I'm saying. I'm very unique in the way that I'm coming about. It's just the way that I've been brought up, very police orientated, and even
I understand that. At what level was your father? Was he just a PC, or did he go up higher?
I think he was an inspector, from the best of my knowledge. But again, can't say for certain. I think he was. It may have been a sergeant.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure, but either way. But it's kind of one of those things. Again,
not many fucking used to.
Again, the thing is, right, an inspector could never have a son that would take drugs and things like that, because he would never have got to inspector.
That's probably what it was then. But I was just going to say, I've had absolutely no privilege.
So what you have is a biased view from an establishment side.
No, I was going to say, you are probably right, Smokey.
You are a little bit, am I right to say, lefty?
No, that is rather righty, I would say.
Righty. I'm not sure how they work.
I would rather die than be
one at a time, guys, please. Just one.
Right. He was brought up in South Korea, where drugs were illegal and alcohol poison one day. Right.
Hold on, sorry, Andrew.
You say you were brought up in South Korea?
No, I was brought up in the UK. However, I lived in South Korea for 6.5 to 7 years, give or take.
Right. Listen, compared to what you're told about categories of drugs, and that's a drug, and that's not a drug, and that's that, and that's that, that's over the counter, that's what you have to get prescribed, and that's what on the black, all that thing. If you look behind all that, what these substances are, if you look at the results of them, i.e. deaths, even health, i.e. cannabis, I mean, CBD now, it's working wonders for a lot of people. It still comes from that herb, you know.
The
and then
American government has made millions.
If you look beyond those categories and what comes under them, like if you take that happens. If you take that happens. That's addictive. Take that happens. Most of these things are legal. And if you look at the results of what happens from them, it's quite bad. You know what I mean? So rather than look at the categories, look at the results of what these things do to people.
No, it's understandable. I was just going to say, though, on that point, there's going to chat about addressing me, David Ryan. North Korea would tell its people government looks out for its people. Do you believe in everything they tell you? Well, I didn't live in North Korea. I lived in South Korea for a start off, and that was a democracy, not a bloody Soviet state. So, to be fair, that doesn't really relate to what you're saying. So
he would be here for a start if he was in that place.
Well, I'd rather not go to North Korea, but either way.
No drug alcohol in fucking North Korea.
You want to go out of there?
No freedom of right to yeah.
Oh, I probably would have been
Korea.
Probably would have been nicked as a member of the
Anyway,
MI6
you know when you were saying about
did you right? There's a question for you. Here's a question for you. When you were in South Korea, did you eat the forbidden meat?
You mean dog?
Yeah.
I've tried all the meats. I did as I was. Yeah, I've tried every meat. I can't say I haven't tried dog. I've eaten dog.
Oh no.
Okay. Okay.
Can I ask you a question? Do you love animals?
Of course, I love animals. Although
Right, well,
I believe.
leave it at that.
What I would say though is I believe every country, for example,
You
in the
dog,
UK.
but you love animals.
Well, no, I was going to say, for example, in the UK, we have, for example, pigs, sheep, cow, things like that. In South Korea, cow is a rather, scarcity.
Have you ever had a cat? Have you ever had a cat in South Korea?
I've never had a cat. Never had a cat.
They cook them. They put them in fires over there.
I would say I've never had a cat. I have had snail. I've had slugs. I've had worms. I've had squid, which is still wriggling around in my mouth when I've tried it. I've had all that. It's quite tasty, to be fair, but
yeah, they didn't kill it. They didn't kill their food, did they?
Well, I would say the nicest meal I had over there was a squid, which they took out of a tank, chopped up in front of me, and it was still worming around on the bloody plate. And I dunked it in a bit of soy sauce, put it in my mouth, and it was still worming around in my mouth. It sounds like quite tasty, actually, but I've not.
Nah, that ain't for me. That ain't for me. I want my shit cooked.
I would say my stomach came from obviously killing rabbits in the army. That's probably where it came from. But
imagine that obviously around in your guts.
I was just going to say, I mean, my stomach probably came out of when. And again, a person here, Teflon says jellyfish. I've had jellyfish as well, my friend. I've had jellyfish as well. Quite tasty. It's a bit chewy, but I've had it. But I was just going to say. I sound like probably sound like a bloody alien right now. Obviously, considering what I'm eating for, but it's kind of one of those things. Each country's got their own. And again, obviously, I appreciate Dino. You don't. I do apologise. What I want to say,
I'm a carnivore. I am. I tell you straight, boys. I'm a carnivore. Simple as that. I'm a carnivore, and nothing that's going to change that. But it is what it is. But I do believe that an animal. Yes, should be killed for food.
I agree.
Providing it's a stock animal.
And in Korea, dog is a stock animal.
But I don't agree with all this fox hunting. I don't agree with animals being senselessly killed for no reason. I can't deal with that. Now that is something that's just cruelty in my eyes.
And I agree with you, Smokey. I agree with you on that point. I mean, if a country has an animal as a stock animal, it's okay. If it's not, then again, just don't touch it. Simple as.
Right. It's a time for a change of subject, guys.
Yeah. Good idea.
I think. Anyway.
So how did we get on that stuff, right, when we were talking about cannabis?
Absolutely. Well conducted, guys. Thanks so much on that.
Can I say one thing about alcoholism?
Yeah.
When the first time I poisoned my body, and I had the shakes of alcoholism, and I found out that I was alcoholism. I was 17 years of age, and I went out for 3 days in a nightclub, Friday and Saturday. I was gambling. I won money. I was in a nightclub. I was drinking all day, Friday, Saturday, nightclub. And my mum and dad made the Sunday dinner, and I was sitting there at 5 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. Right, my mum and dad made Sunday dinner. I was sitting there, and I noticed my hands were shaking. Right, and my mum looked over me, and she's in the corner of her eye, and my hands were shaking. You know, that's the first time I shook off alcohol because I couldn't even hold my knife and fork fucking straight.
Oh, sorry for
And that's the first time I found out, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, man.
I used to talk to people with depression and things like that years ago in the probation office. I don't know if I ever told you this, Dino, but I'll tell you now. Years ago, I used to chat to people with problems what you got and all sorts of stuff from the probation office in Weston. It was a boulevard back then, but it's gone now. But what I was trying to say, like earlier, you know, we said earlier, it's like with my dad let me try things, and I decided, yeah, it wasn't for me. And like my dad's always said to me, never judge anyone, and like it's not you to judge. And that's how I've been brought up. That's what I was trying to say, like, you know what I mean? And like that's why I get on with anyone in the world. It could be teetotal or they could be whatever. I get on with them because if I'm not, no one. I can't judge anyone. I'm not God.
Ultimately, that's what we are. Or brothers
and sisters of this world. We all got to help each other, and we all got to be together, and we've got to try and help each other. And Andrew,
it's understanding each other.
If you ever need help, I'll help you.
Exactly. Yeah, everyone's born in the same way. You know, we're all the same ultimately.
I'll help any of you.
I just think it's great tonight as people have brought subjects up, and like Master Ron came in with a brilliant question to Horace compared to what Horace was saying, and then like we talked about it, and it's like, yeah, well, I didn't think about it like that. And for me, that's what it's about, guys. It's when we say, I didn't think about it like that.
Ultimately, Dino,
when we think that, that's when we move on. I think, or we don't move on, but at least we've made people think.
I was going to say on that point, Dino, I mean, ultimately, you know, everybody who comes onto the panel is going to have a different opinion, and ultimately, it's just going to be the way it is. And being able to listen to other people's opinions and ultimately maybe change your own opinion on a certain subject, that is success. You know, if you can't change somebody's opinion without having a fight, for example, or screaming mass. So
We don't even have to agree. We don't have to agree. I've noticed when people pop a question in or whatever, some people go, right. So in other words, when they go, it means they're thinking because of what they've been. And I think that's how we can move on. Or we can still disagree, but at least we've thought about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, that's like we're talking about a good debate, a good talk here, trying to get through to each other, agree or disagree.
Very, very good.
That's what it's all about. Yeah.
Southampton came in earlier. It was a good fucking conversation for like 3 hours, and he came in and he said his piece. And then
don't worry about that now. That don't matter now, and fucking hell, don't matter. Don't matter.
Just saying.
Yeah, don't matter, man.
Just saying.
Yeah, I forgot what we were talking about then, guys. I've had fucking.
Yeah, that's right.
Too much weed, Smokey. That's what it is.
We're all
I'm smashed. I won't lie to you. I am absolutely fucking battered.
If I do this in front of the camera, do your head in. I'm sorry, I'm playing about.
No worries. Honestly, guys, fantastic chat. So much respect for each other. Same on the panel, everything tonight. Anyone who's joined, thanks for coming in. I do try and notice as much as I can. It's non-stop talking, which is what we want. And it's been respectful, and you know, people haven't talked over each other that much, and we've let each other speak. Fantastic stuff, guys. Thanks very much for making Friday a great live. I've got some great guests on. Superb.
That's what panels should be about. No arguing, no fucking this, that, and the other. It should be about getting on and fucking talking about life.
Give a shout out for Jamie Gibbon, for LJ's brother that's in ya.
I already did.
Hey, he just subbed you, Dino. He did. He just subbed you, man. Give him a shout
I'll
out.
tell you what, Jamie. Thank you very much, mate, LJ. Thank you.
Give him a shout out, man. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. He looks after his sister. He does.
Jamie Gibb, guys. That is, did you say brother, Smokey?
Yeah, that's my brother. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, that's LJ's brother, guys. So, as much respect, give to LJ. Loads of love. Let's have it.
Right, I'm going to bounce out because I'm going to get myself something to eat. But all of you take care, yeah?
Stay safe, man.
Master on. Keep safe, man.
Master on. You're going to
Maria,
have a pear and avocado sandwich, I think.
And I was going to say to Ron as well, if you get any other unsolicited calls, just hang up, all right?
Yeah, I might pop back on in a little while, but I'm just going to get myself something to eat. So all you take care.
You
say hello to Maria as well, Master Ron.
I will
say hello to Maria as well.
I will do, mate.
Stay safe, Ron, all right?
Look after yourself,
look forward
buddy.
to speaking to you soon, all right, man?
Nigel,
Cheers,
Tony
mate.
P,
Thanks for
Tony
nipping
P
on.
in the chat.
I'd just like to say as well, from a personal point, obviously coming on these lives, I feel like I'm getting to know the people who are talking. You know, for example, Dino, Smokey. I've not seen Andrew before and Billy, but again, you know, in the future, I may get to know you better. It's a nice thing, you know, being able to go back and forth between certain opinions. You might not agree with my opinion, I might not agree with yours.
Can I ask, because you were totally, Oris, you were totally on the opposite side of the fence to I am, right? You were so
Indeed.
government run, right? It's unbelievable, right? Right, and
Go
I'll
on.
put it that way. It is. That's how I feel it is now. Me, I'm not anti-system. I just think that some of it is a little bit hypocritical.
No,
in
and
fact, most of it is a little bit hypocritical. But
no, Smokey, and I completely agree with you on that point. I mean, me myself, as Dino and some other people who are not on here right now may already know, I ran for the Conservative Party in a local constituency down south.
There we go. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
However, Smokey, I'm no longer a part of said party, which was the Conservative Party, because
Do you know what? Right, the way you talk,
they did me wrong. Of course, they did me wrong. They kicked my wife out, you know, of the country. Screw the bastards. I'm no longer a part of. They basically set the Home Secretary on me, for Christ's sake. She disciplined me from the Conservative Party.
Right.
I'm not gonna go to that, but
Okay. So
go.
how high up were you in this establishment?
Well, I was running.
Were you MP status?
Well, no, not that high, unfortunately. Well,
okay.
I suppose fortunately, actually, but
can I just quickly ask what made you get into that in the first place? You must have had an interest before you was asked or got to that degree of qualifying for it.
No, very good point. I mean, my father's side, you know, my family have all been conservative since I was a child. You know, I've been brought up on Thatcherite sort of, you know, ideals. However, and again,
you swore.
I would
How
like to.
Dare you mention that lady?
I would like to say though. And you might not like it, Smokey, but the Conservative Party that I like is not what it is at the moment, and I would say I'd rather follow the Thatcherite side of the party.
Right, okay. You can never right. This is from a straight Labour background of miners and valleys and thick Labour blood.
I appreciate that.
Right.
Go on.
Right.
Tell me.
Right.
Tell me off. Go on. Tell me off.
Oh no, right. Thatcher was a very, very, very strong woman. Very strong. Fucking unbelievably strong. And people have tried to mimic her strength for a long time, right? And got nowhere. Right? As much as she's hated in the valleys, because she is hated, and that's a strong word.
I've heard that
right?
before. People parted at her death.
Right? As much as she's hated, I'm not going to tell you what happens and things like that, right? But there's certain celebrations that are thrown in certain households. Yeah, because she was the death of the valleys. Right? So, but she was a strong, strong woman. You could never take that away from her. Theresa May tried to be the same.
Yeah.
Nah.
Mm.
You know, nah, it just didn't wash. It's not the same. She was strong. And now you've got to admire.
I'd say, Smokey, you are 100% correct on that point. I mean, Thatcher, again, same with any world leader, they make mistakes. Same with everybody. Churchill as well. I mean, fantastic leaders, don't get me wrong. Made mistakes.
Come on now, right? She had fucking Neil Kinnock as a fucking opposition. Do me a fucking favour.
Never a chance.
Fuck, I couldn't walk backwards on a beach.
The thing that I'm trying to say, the point that I'm trying to make, though...
Did he support David Cameron?
The point that I was trying to make, though, is, for example, David Cameron, weak leadership. Again, I was in the Tory party at that time. Don't get me wrong. I was in it from, I think, 2010 until 2018, I think it was.
You've done a stint, then. You've done a stint.
Well, I was in the party when I was abroad, so, you know, it's one of those things. But what I'm going to say, though, is David Cameron as a leader, you know, he was more liberal in the sense that we think of it nowadays. You know, he wasn't necessarily a Conservative Party leader. He was more of a middle-of-the-ground sort of Labour/Conservative, you know, thing, I suppose. However, I mean, and the way that I look at it, don't get me wrong, let me finish. What I'm going to say, though, is,
Andrew, fucking shut up.
2 seconds. Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. All right, I'm going to explain the situation. So basically, in the 1980s, 90s, we had the Labour Party. Obviously, that's changed since Corbyn came into power, and the Conservative.
It changed when Tony Blair came into power. It didn't change. It did not change when Corbyn came in. It changed way before that. It changed when Blair took over. When Blair had it, right?
Yeah, you are right.
Turned on his head.
I was going to say you are right, and the point I'm trying to make is though the Conservative Party as it stood under Cameron was more, and again I'm not going to say it's an exact replica of what it was, but it was more like the Labour Party in the 1980s than the Labour Party is right now, because the Labour Party as it stands at the moment is basically bordering on communism, which I completely am against. And again, it's one of those things. Don't get me wrong, you know, you can disagree with that, but what I'm saying is though, with regards to
I wouldn't say it's communistic.
What's her name?
I wouldn't say it's communistic at all.
Oh, it is communist. Bloody Jeremy Corbyn is an absolute, you know, Soviet Union enthusiast. You know, he probably had toys in his toys when he was a kid. But what I'm saying,
I go fascist.
Well, Jeremy Corbyn, I'll say he's more of a Stalinist than anything, but he's more of a Stalinist than anything. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make though is, with regards to obviously Thatcher and May, Thatcher again, a strong leader. She had the will and the power of the country behind her, and the will of obviously the country.
No, you're gonna have
Teresa, are you gonna keep on interrupting, Andy, or am I able to finish what I'm saying? Andy, am I able to finish what I'm saying, or are you gonna keep on interrupting? The point I'm trying to make though is, Theresa May tried to, you know, second Prime Minister of the UK, second Prime Minister is a woman, that is, tried to, you know, kind of pull away the, you know, the mysticism and all that sort of stuff of, you know, the previous Lady Prime Minister, who was the Iron Lady. It didn't work. She failed miserably. She was a very weak leader.
Bring the fucking country down.
And Andrew's not going to let
Andrew.
Horace, look what
Andrew, that's not.
This is not very democratic, is it? Andy, I've not finished.
I want to listen to what he has to say a minute, Andrew. I want to listen to what he has to say a minute, brother.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Andrew.
Oh, hey, listen, he's opposition. I want to hear what he has to say, man.
Well, there we go. And I'm assuming majority of you are opposition to what I've come from.
Look at the country now.
I would assume Gino, Andrew, Billy, Tony, Smokey. I'm not sure if Tony's a Tory. He might be a Tory, but me as well. Yeah, there we go. You know, you're probably mostly opposition to what I'm saying. However, what I would like to say though.
Andrew.
I'm not into any politics whatsoever. I hate politics.
Oh, feathers.
I hate
That
it.
is.
I hate politics. Anything to do with politics, I reckon is bullshit.
But it's like, listen, I like questioning a politician.
Yeah, but someone has to stand up for us, Billy, doesn't it? Someone has to stand up for what's right.
Andrew, Smokey,
the problem,
and even Horace, right? No matter who we
One
vote
at a
for,
time, guys, please.
Yeah.
You are
no matter
right.
who we vote for, we'll never get what we want. Yeah, never ever.
No, absolutely, absolutely. I'll agree with him totally. But I like to. I like to with the politician, right? You've got to poke the bear a little bit.
Exactly.
Am I right or am I wrong?
And you'll listen to an ex-politician talking. However, I can't get the point across. But obviously,
Anyway.
where I was going, however, before Andrew interrupted very inconspicuously, is that, and again, he has the right to. It's his privileged right under democracy to interrupt what I'm saying. But what I'm saying though is, Theresa May, you called me nonce. Either way, carry on.
Andrew,
you can call me what you want. I'm not going to insult you. You have the right to think how you want. And again, that's also your decision. What I'm going to say though is ultimately Theresa May. You know, she tried to take bloody inspiration from the Iron Lady. It failed very bad. Ultimately, the Iron Lady, she would do what she's set out to do. Which she did, ultimately. Theresa May, though, she stands there on a stage acting like a robot, dancing on a stage. And it's like, how can we compare the two together? And ultimately, she screwed Brexit up, which we all, I'm assuming, disagree with. And it left it to Boris Johnson, which, and Boris Johnson, not necessarily the best leader in the world, but he's actually ultimately provided us with Brexit, ultimately. And that's what we wanted as a country at the end of the day. But again, and again, I could think of many people who would be much more suited to the role of prime minister than himself.
Yeah.
However, he's a hilarious guy. Why not just let him have his another couple of years and sign off after then? But that's what I'm saying.
Boris is just a puppet. You can see that. Boris hasn't got.
Guys, I don't want to talk about politics. You've had your say. Andrew, I think you've had your say, mate. I'm not being funny. I've got someone else backstage. And can someone... Andrew, I think you've had your say, mate. I think I want to bring someone else on. Tony P's just come on. On later on. I just want to bring this person on. Quite special. You've been here minute one, no one else has. So if you can take your turn and jumping off, I appreciate you coming on there. You've made a few good points, and I think you've got a few bits to learn. And I think next week when you come on, we can have more of a. I think you'll know more than. You came out with a lot of antagonism tonight, so.
Me.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah. Okay. I want to bring someone else on.
Catch you there, guys.
Take it easy, and
take it easy, man. Big respect.
Bye,
thank you very much. Sorry about that. I just want to bring this person on.
Hello. It's LJ.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Yo, guys.
Hey,
can you please be quiet for a minute? LJ?
Smokey, zip it.
Is this Smokey's wife?
Gino, no, I'm not. Gino.
My partner.
Welcome.
Are you okay? Gino?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Tony P. My two favourite people. How are you?
Like I say, I'm working too hard, but
need
I'm surviving. Life goes on.
Of course. Everybody okay in the chat?
Absolutely. Hey, listen, never mind us. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm up and down, getting there. Yeah, I'm okay.
Good for you. Brilliant. You've got support tonight, and you've got Smokey, of course. So Hey, do you know what? Thanks for coming on. I never expected this.
To be honest with you,
Brilliant.
LJ, can I just say, you're a diamond. You're a nurse, and that means more to me than anything. It really does. I know you don't get treated well enough. You've not get enough of a wage rise. You work so hard, and you give love to the people around you, and that is brilliant.
It's in my DNA to be nice.
Yeah, I think it is, lass.
You know.
Smokey, can I ask you a question?
You can ask me any question you want.
Thank you, Smokey. Oh. Have you seen? I put a little video up the other day, and I actually put it up while I was watching JB, and
right.
It's just a tour of my house, and you get to hear Smokey in the background rabbiting on. It's actually funny though, it really is.
I'll have a look.
Yeah, it's on my
Definitely.
YouTube channel.
I'll check it out.
We'll have a look.
I'll look it up.
Definitely.
You have to put your link or something in so I can like subscribe. I think I subscribe to you, Tony. I'm not quite sure.
I'll tell you what, as a channel myself, and who does so many live streams for so many hours, and having someone in the chat for so long, putting all the time and effort into just saying hello and protecting me as a mod and things like that, for someone to come on the channel like this, it's fantastic. LJ, honestly, thank you so much. It means a lot to me, this. I never expected this, and there you are.
It's my third
Wow. You put me up to this, Smokey.
It's brilliant.
Brilliant.
This is great. And you've all looked after in the chat tonight, guys. Most of you, we were told last week, LJ, has worked so hard and ended up, being burned out herself, and still finding that time to at least come in the chat and say hello to people, not just mine, you know what I mean, a massive supporter, and to come in on a live and shock me like this, I'm just overwhelmed, to be honest with you.
You're so amazing.
Wow.
I'm so fond of you. I'm so fond of many people.
Don't say that in front of Smokey. He might get jealous.
No, I am.
I ain't gonna mess with him. So, no, honestly, loads of love tonight, guys. Really appreciate it. Big shock that you've come on, but wow, absolutely brilliant. Thank you. Loads of respect, loads of love for you. It's been different tonight, guys, and I wanted it to be, without sounding selfish, because the last few weeks and previous to that, it's been a bit hard work, and certain guests have been, I don't mind anybody coming on, but sometimes certain guests go against me when it comes after the live with comments and certain feedback. But tonight has been an absolute breath of fresh air, because I know Horace has been on, Tony's been on, Billy's rarely been on, Smokey hopefully will become a regular guest of mine, and to have LJ on as well as Smokey's partner, it's just been so mellow and superb and interesting and important. So I really appreciate it, guys. Honestly, it really means a lot to me. It's like a breather for me as well. Having refreshing conversations and people who respect each other and who've not talked over each other. Thank you, guys. Honestly, I can't thank you enough. Superb stuff. Brilliant.
I always support people like you.
I just want to thank you as well for your support as well. You know, it means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. It's yeah, I get a bit
Oh, don't be silly. You've been great.
You guys, you lift me up as well. You know, I'm not ashamed to say I'm in a mental health unit. I had 11 days off in 18 months. I burnt myself to the ground. You know.
Well, you're an angel in my eyes. People who work in the healthcare department and stuff like that, like, you know what I mean, like, you, there's no word to explain it. You people who work there, you go through so much crap. I'm not gonna like, I can't phrase it any way more than that. I literally do so much. You helped me about 2 weeks ago. Not you personally, but healthcare people. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead. I was very ill. And I was like really ill at home. I had a first responder come to my house, spoke to Dina about it. And but anyway, cut a long story short, I'm better now. And if it weren't for people like you, they say, oh, they didn't come out and things like that. They was out within like 20 minutes. Had a first responder bang straight to my door, and they say, oh, you can't get them out. They don't do this. They don't do that. I thought, well, I'll tell you what. I haven't seen that. They've been to my door, and they've come to me, and they saved my life. So I've seen a different thing there, you know. So I thank you personally, like, you know, because you're part of the people, you're part of the angels, you know what I mean? You're part of the lovely people who's helped us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. What did you think about the 1% rise we had in salt?
Absolutely terrible, isn't it? You should get more than that.
Yeah.
You're putting your lives at risk, for one. You should get more than that. You're literally like, cool. I don't know. It's just terrible. And the hours you do is appalling.
Honestly, yes. It's been unbearable at times. The worst thing for me was wearing the PPE when it's 28 to 30 degrees temperature.
Yeah, you're boiling, yeah.
It got really unbearable, you know. But you just, we bounced off each other. You just have to get along, you know. We're there to save lives.
There you go. See?
But thank you for your kind comments. I really appreciate it.
It's true though. It's true. It's like Tony P said. It's like Dino. It's like, you're a lovely person. All of you are. Anyone who works in the healthcare, or even the police who come to my house, yeah, they look for me for 12 hours, yeah, non-stop, and find me and save my life. The police and the ambulance saved my life, and that was a couple of weeks ago. I never went in too much in depth with it, Dino, but yeah, they did.
You feeling better now?
Yeah, I'm feeling much better. I went in hospital. I stopped breathing and everything. So literally, they saved my life.
Oh.
So like, I mean, it was infection on my chest, and I had a infection. I got to go for a brain scan. So I got all that to come up yet. But like when I come on before, I was on one stream before. I was really, really ill, and I didn't realize how ill I was. And the last stream, you see, I had a beard and I had like loads of hair. And that's how ill I was, but I didn't realize. You don't realize when you're ill like that.
What, your hair grows when you're ill?
No. I meant like normally I'm the sort of person who has a haircut and always has to shave. I come on 2 of Dino's streams, right? The very first time I was poorly, and I didn't realize how poorly I was. And
I understand, man.
And I was chatting, and then when I was chatting to him earlier, I said to him, I said, "Cool." It didn't hit my head until I come out of hospital, and I looked back at the stream. I thought I looked really ill on there, and I didn't realize how ill I was.
God, honestly, mate, it's good seeing you looking so well. I know what it's like. I've had a 30mm brain tumor on the left hand side, left me with Bell's palsy. I've got did have a hole in the base of my cranial skull.
Okay.
So, which used to have this horrible habit of suddenly leaking cerebral spinal fluid down my nose.
Oh my gosh.
It was minging, man. It was horrible.
Yeah, it's not nice.
And also, like people like LJ Gibb, they've looked after me while I've been recovering from stuff like that. Plus, oh God, if I won't give you the full story because it's horrendous, but I was squashed by a police car at high speed. We were doing 70 in a 30, and I was on a Pelican crossing.
I'll tell you what, just going back, Tony, I'm sorry, it's just the way LJ's spoken and the way people talk to each other with LJ and things like that about that subject. Don't forget, right, that some people who work hard in that industry, healthcare and things like that, work so hard, they end up becoming ill themselves.
Yes, they do.
Do not forget that, guys.
Spot on.
And do not forget.
I'll never forget
if
that.
we want to talk about money as well, these guys get paid fuck all compared to what they do. What they do or what they have to do. And they end up becoming not so well themselves.
Yeah.
That is not right, is it?
No.
So, and LJ is one of these people. So I think we should all just show quite a bit of love in there, really, for a few minutes for LJ. So, and it's not just that. It's like when you're unwell.
Absolutely.
How do you get the time to just come into a live stream and say, "Hiya guys, how you doing?" And tonight, with Shock, comes into a live panel as well. So don't forget that, guys. There's people who work hard for us and look after us, and they're working that hard. They need people to look after them as well. It's, you know what I mean? So well done, LJ.
LJ,
well done.
You. We all love you.
Absolutely. Super.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I told you boys, she is an angel. And I wasn't wrong.
You did tell us, Marky. You really did. And I mean,
there's not another one like her. There's not another one like her.
I agree.
Broke the mold.
She's managed to like take time out from sleeping, you know, from recovering from a stressful day and come and talk to us. And that is
fair shift.
I think LJ might say, she might not, but she might say, well, look, you guys, when this happens and you're having a chat, it's a live stream, and it kind of helps me coming in, saying hello and getting some love back, and
takes her brain off things.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. So let's keep it real, guys. Let's keep it good. It's been absolutely superb.
Keep it real and positive. Best way to be.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I
LJ, what
just
you
wanna
Horace?
Horace.
I just want to say,
hello.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, LJ.
Go on, LJ.
Go on,
sorry.
LJ. Go on, babe.
it's okay. I just want to say, please stop falling out. Listen to me. Please stop being, it's so unkind words, bullying. Just stop, guys. You're grown men, grown women. Just be kind. Do you know, it really has an impact on people. Just be kind, show compassion. It's so important.
You are right,
Stop
LJ.
this. You know, stop this fighting. It's got to stop. There's some excellent people in the community, but there's some real bad apples, and I'll stay away.
I would say to LJ, oh, sorry.
That's it. I have
I was just going to say,
hang on, Horace. You can't finish yet. Sorry, man.
It's all right.
I have so much respect for Dino. I've been following him from day one. You know, I've become so fond of people. But these lives, you need to stop it. Honestly, There's vulnerable people out there. Just be kind, show compassion, help people. Love, not hate. Guys, if you're listening, just love and not hate.
I was going to say to you, LJ, I mean, you made a very legitimate point there. Ultimately, we on the panel should respect each other with regards to the points that we're making. However, again, you are right ultimately. However, sometimes there comes a point when, for example, one person may say something which not necessarily would agree with. When we'll have a debate, obviously, but ultimately, you are right in a sense that we should, respect each other's
she's
opinions.
ultimately right. So therefore, she's bang on the button, and she's right then, isn't she?
Basically, yeah, we should ultimately respect each other's opinions.
Yes, and all do. Yeah, I don't know what to do. If she's ultimately right, then she's ultimately right. You can't get no further than ultimately right.
It's been proven tonight, I believe, and I think that's, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's why LJ's came on, because it's gone so good tonight. I think LJ's come on and said, look, guys, this is how it is. This is what it should be like. And she's right. We know she's right, guys.
A beacon of hope.
It's taken a lot for me to come on here. It's taken a lot for me to come on here, but yesterday or the day before, I was bullied in the chat, and I didn't deserve it. And then my brother wanted to come on the panel.
Somebody else is live.
Ultimately,
Right.
LJ,
LJ's brother is Jamie Gibb, so please don't forget Jamie Gibb's name. Let's stick together, guys.
Absolutely. I'd just like to say to everybody in the chat there, if you are listening, honestly, if you are really listening, we are ultimately people at the end of the day. We do not appreciate abuse in any form. We appreciate questions. Don't get me wrong. We do appreciate questions against what we think. However, if you abuse us on a personal level, ultimately, that is not acceptable. And again, carry on, LJ.
It's okay. I just wanted to get that off my chest. So thank you.
Ultimately understandable. It's not acceptable to abuse anybody unless they deserve it. For example, if they're giving you abuse beforehand. But if somebody's giving their opinion on, for example, one of these chats, it is ultimately against, for example, moral right to abuse that person because they're ultimately just giving their opinion on a certain subject.
When you start throwing abuse at a person, right, you lose an argument.
Exactly. And if they're abusing you for that, they've ultimately, said to themselves, I've lost it. I just want to give that person crap for what they're saying. That's ultimately what it is. And I've got it previously before on many chats. And trust me, it's not very nice. And I can appreciate your point, LJ. It's not a nice thing to go through. But to the people who are listening, who are ultimately doing this stuff, if you're not doing it, carry on doing what you're doing. You're fantastic people. But ultimately, if you are there just to ultimately slander or just give somebody crap or insult them for the opinions that they're giving, or just what they look like or anything like that, you have a better place to go to, and that is bed. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. All right. That's something we'll agree on.
Horace, can I ask you a quick question?
Go on.
How did you realise I was right? I actually stand in the middle. I'm not Conservative, I'm not Labour. I'm more Conservative than Labour just because I think Labour at the moment couldn't fucking wash a dish in the dishwasher.
Go on.
So
I won't disagree with that.
Exactly. So the only way I can go at the moment is towards Conservative because there is nothing else. And all right, Boris is a classic joke. He really is. There's no doubt about that. But he has brought us Brexit, which, again, some people will say, what a shit thing. But I'll say, give us 7 years, get our waters back.
You're right.
And that was a big undertaking. That was a huge undertaking.
You're right.
You're fighting against Germany, against France and
the whole European bloc.
Yeah, you're talking. It's monstrous. It really is. And Boris, even though he is a bit of a clown, he did it.
You are right.
I've got to give him. I've got to give him respect for that. I have to.
I agree with you, Tony. And again, in my opinion, may not necessarily agree with everybody on the panel or anybody in the chat, but ultimately, I agree with the point that we as a people, ultimately, in a vote, in a democratic vote, we voted to leave the European Union.
Yes.
Many prime ministers have come and gone, stating they will deliver that. They have not. Boris is the only one who has. He stood up to Europe and delivered that promise. Whether we agree with him or not, he has delivered that to the people. He's a bit of a buffoon. Again, he may look like that, but ultimately, I would say that's probably a political thing in his own mind. I can't say on his own behalf, but he's delivered what the people wanted ultimately. Apart from that,
you don't want. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Finish off. Yeah, we're not having politics or anything like that on here.
No, we weren't talking politics.
As far as I'm concerned, I know that, Tony, but as far as I'm concerned, we talk Tory, Labour and all this, but as far as I'm concerned, they're all the same. It's all one politics, all one person, shit like that. So you can say
do you know what, right? I like the interview process of asking a politician, because they talk just like Horace. They do, every single one of them. They fire a question back they fire a question as an answer, right? And I like that. That grips me, that does, because it makes me, it's like a game of chess with a politician.
I was going to say Smokey, and you're very right, and I just want to say on that point, though, a guy in the comment who's been very much attacking me since the beginning, AD McGullcuddy, has been saying, "See, mate, your Eton education just led you to even more to even attempt to modify what LJ is saying." I've pretty much supported what LJ is saying. Listen more and more, talk less as a suggestion. And then also, there's been no ad hominem tonight that I've seen. I mean, to be fair, I would say I've been very understanding tonight to people's opinions. I've not tried to, go against anybody tonight. I mean, I've just been trying to ultimately listen to what everyone's been saying. I don't see what the point is in trying to argue with me when I've been ultimately trying to learn from everybody else on the panel. I really don't see the point.
No one's trying to argue with you.
You're great, mate.
And that's the thing. It's like, ultimately,
you're a good debater. You are a good debater. I'll say that. You're a good debater. I will say that. And this is why I like to have a little battle of wits with you now and again. So you'd have to come on the channel, I think. When I do a live, you're gonna have to come on. Because I do like a little bit of mental chess. I do like it.
Smokey. This might be interesting to yourself. However, McGullcuddy said LJ, and again LJ in the chat. She doesn't need me to speak on her behalf, supposedly, and I'm assuming it's one of those people who thinks that I shouldn't speak on behalf of women because I'm one of those supposedly privileged Etonian bastards who takes privilege.
I don't know if you've misread that. I can't see it on my chat.
It's if you look on the YouTube.
Oh yeah, I got it.
LJ, you have the right to talk over me. I'm not going to tell you what to say. If you want to slag me off, please do so. But again,
no, she don't. Hey, listen. We won't have none of that, right? We won't have none of that because that's something she doesn't do.
Well, there we go. I respect everybody on this panel. LJ as well. Thank you very much, LJ. I really appreciate it. I'm not trying to put.
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. I just try and let people finish, what they're saying. So it's all
it's okay. No, we appreciate that. And Smokey, and I would say your husband Smokey, fantastic gentleman. He's got very many good points.
I'm not mad at him.
I would say there's some things I do disagree with regards to, for example, the drug episode, but again, it's his choice. I can't say no or I agree. It's his choice.
You could give a healthy debate.
Exactly. I can't say you shouldn't do it because ultimately you do it. Ultimately, I can't disagree with that. Ultimately, but
Well, if I'd had 7 cans of lager and not 7 spliffs, I'd be acting completely different now.
Oh, I'd love to see how it would be. But
Simple as that.
Maybe it's not a good choice there. I would say that. Maybe I get my face
I'd be acting completely different now.
Exactly.
Albeit head down the old porcelain altar, you know, or you know what I mean. You know, that's more like it.
Head down
I
the
don't
toilet.
drink, so yeah. So.
And that's what I love about everybody on this channel, and you know these debating channels in general, because most people respect each other. We talk, we debate. You know, if somebody disagrees with a certain point, somebody can come back with it and say, you know, I agree with that or I disagree with that. It's all about, you know, respecting the other person's opinion. And I'm assuming, Dino, this is why you're on here, you know. But a lot of people don't seem to realize that, which is why we get a lot of this hate and crap in the channel and in the chat. You know, just because I'm disagreeing with somebody's opinion doesn't mean I'm being disrespectful to them.
No,
it just means that I'm trying to challenge their points. You know, it's ultimately what this is about. It's not that I'm saying, you know, exactly. It's called debate. It's called freedom of speech, and that's what we're here for, because we're challenging what should be brought against us. And again, this person saying, see, you're still talking. Well, ultimately, I'm talking to try and make a point on this because I'm standing for the rest of the panel stating we have the right to debate each other and talk to each other. And no matter what you say, if anybody else wants to intercede on what I'm saying, yeah, please do, because obviously this person seems to think that I'm over-talking everybody else. But if you disagree with my point,
you're a politician.
Well, there we go.
You're a politician.
And what I will say is I will shut
All
up
I'm
now.
saying.
Let the debate continue, and I will go to the.
You're a politician, mate. You're a politician, and I quite I'm going to do a live. Like me and you, I'm telling you now, me and you, I like this.
Well,
this is my flavour now.
I was just going to say, AD in the chat said I'm incurable of my disease, supposedly, which is what, talking over people, or what being a good debater. I really doubt that. The person probably disagrees with my opinions because they think what I'm saying is wrong, and I've not really said anything which is technically illegal on the channel, which I would never do anyway.
Can I ask you one question?
Go on, sir.
Was your father in the Masons or anything like that?
I'm a Freemason, but
right, okay.
But he was in the RAF. You know, I was in the army. I'm a Freemason.
So right, okay. So you're a Freemason yourself. You're all the secret handshake guys and everything else, yeah.
I'm a Freemason. It's not a secret society as people think it is. It's you can join if you want to. You can sign up to it and you can join. You just have to go through a few interviews in order to join, basically. The reason why I joined is because I want to help society. You make donations every month, you know, to different causes. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I can't disagree with that. Again,
and here's another question for you. You don't have to do names, dates, or anything, but have you ever highlighted or seen anything that you thought, wow, that's a bit suspect at these so-called galas?
Lodge.
You know what I'm talking about when you have a club gala.
Yeah,
at a lodge. When you go to the lodge.
One thing I'd just like to say though to Yorkshire Tyke, he kind of knows where my name's coming from. The only thing I can really say though is Lupercal. You might know what I'm saying, but go on, carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, there's Freemasons and Freemasons, I think.
You know, so I just thought, have you ever encountered anything like that? Any sort of a little bit of corruption here and there, or a little bit of something you've actually frowned upon and thought, wow.
I mean, to be fair, I've not really met anybody who would be willing to do that to start off with. I mean, if I went to the Grand Lodge of the UK, then maybe potentially there might be some stuff going on there. But in the local area, I've never seen anything which would be considered, you know, corrupt or anything along those lines. It's all just generic, you know. We meet up. In order to become a Mason, you need to be religious, which I am. You need to, for example, show, you know, charisma in the sense that you are willing to help society. I mean, I make donations every month with regards to charities, and it's mostly about that. I mean, I mean, Churchill was a Mason, but if you're a Freemason, you can't talk about politics. If you're in there, you can't talk about religion, even though you need to be religious. There's many different things.
Right.
You know, it really depends.
Okay.
I'm guessing that maybe are corrupt Masons. Potentially there are. I'm assuming, with every sort of society there are corrupt members, but from what I've seen, nobody's been corrupt from what I've seen.
Right, when you're talking 33rd degree above, what do you think then?
In what regard, 33rd degree above?
You will make it. There's very, very, very rare people who make it that above.
You mean like Master Mason?
Yeah, you've never.
Like I said, there's like Freemasons. Like I could join tomorrow and do the donation thing and kind of, chuck in and help people out. And then there's your 33rd degree above grandmaster type thing who have a lot of influence on people's lives, making decisions and things like that.
Never been in that situation. I wouldn't like to comment, but
No, that's fine, because when you get to that level, I believe that's when it becomes a secret society. Why would you want a secret society?
Yeah, when you've got nothing to hide.
Oh, very true. Very true. I'd say the Freemasons aren't a secret society. They're very much open. It's only these ceremonies that are secret. But again, it's one of those things.
Why would you have a secret ceremony? Why would you have a secret ceremony, though? I don't understand that. If it's open to the public, why would you have a secret? I don't understand it.
I would say
if you have to go through, your initiation or whatever, your entrance or whatever, when you joined your membership or whatever, did you have to go through the rope, the hanging rope, and the one trouser leg up, and
there wasn't
all
any
that kind of
I mean,
or is that for further on Freemasons, quite
would
high
say-
up?
Spare.
We're talking
I would
chief
say,
police. We're talking top politicians,
I would
people like that who have a
say,
great influence on people
Yeah.
and who can do a lot of damage.
I would say I've never been
Secret
through that
societies.
personally. I would say I was blindfolded when I initially went in, but less to basically the Freemasons as a whole. They believe when you come into them, you're blind. However, you are enlightened as you're going forward on your path to enlightenment. It's kind of like when you think of the Illuminati. The Illuminati aren't necessarily a. I'm not going to go into the Illuminati actually, but
you're still amazing.
Of
Lynn,
course,
I'm sorry.
I can't talk about specifics.
Yeah. Right. For anything to be called a secret society, that means there's a division there between an elite group of people and the people, if you like. So if a secret society, which is a minority, well, I think they're running the whole show. So they must have so much power.
I liked LJ's comment for me, Dino. If you could for me, please, brother.
Thank you. Oh my God, I didn't really notice. It's what I'm like. When you do a live stream, that's my excuse. There's so much to do. LJ,
So are you saying, right, that the Freemasons, the Masons, and all that are all part of the Illuminati?
We're not a part of the Illuminati. The Illuminati is a different thing altogether. But a lot of people assume we are part of the Illuminati.
Society. Yeah. LJ, thanks very much for all your contribution, not just from day one, but for tonight, and your contribution in life, which is your job, what you've done, how you've ended up at your point in time. Absolutely brilliant. Guys, I don't normally say this. Just flood that chat with love for LJ, please. Whether it's love hurts or thank you or we love you, LJ, whatever it is, can you flood it for a couple of minutes? Thank you. Right, someone's asked for the link. I'm going to go off at 1:30, guys. Okay. I'm going to go off at 1:30, so we've got 23 minutes, something like that. LJ, we love you too. Guys, if you can just flood that chat for at least 1 minute for LJ with love hearts. Mickey Mouse, thank you. Jimmy Kerr, you've been a superb supporter tonight. Thanks very much. Ad McGillicuddy. I think I've said that right.
I can't find hearts. Where's my hearts, man?
Oh, I'm here. He said hearts, not Horace.
No hearts. I'm trying to find some hearts to put.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said Horace. I'm like,
thanks, Andrew. Yeah, love to the NHS. Big respect. That was towards LJ Big guys.
There you go.
There you go.
Sorry, I thought you were saying Horace. I'm like,
no, I send them love hearts.
My girl.
I've tried to search for
no, you all, hey, you all understand.
Yeah,
you all got to understand, right? Why I'm so proud of her. Yeah.
I send it.
I am so proud of that girl, right? She is a true angel. Like she is. Like it's insane.
And it's all coming in, guys. Thanks very much.
There we go.
LJ, I'm honestly, I'm so jealous of Smokey. He's such a lucky guy. Do you know what? We all are tonight.
I am.
Because you've been on. We're all lucky tonight for having you on. Super.
Well,
I know
very
you've been
lucky man, me.
day one.
And I would say Smokey's a fine gentleman to begin with anyway. He's got his own
He's
opinion, but
right.
he respects everybody.
Bad.
No,
He's
he
not a
respects
bad guy.
he respects everybody's opinion who comes on. And he also gives his own opinion, he respects it. That's all we want.
It doesn't mean, listen, because I disagree, it doesn't mean I don't like the person.
Exactly.
When I'm angry with a police officer or a police officer's trod on my toes a little bit, right? Then I'm not angry with the person.
You're angry with the policy.
I'm angry with the uniform.
Basically, exactly.
You see what I mean? You know, and that's how I deal with things. It's not the person. That person. I do even say if I'm having an argument with a police officer, I say it's not you personally. That's the issue. It's the uniform I have an issue with it because it's not being used in the correct fashion. Simple as that.
Exactly, and most likely that police officer was trained in that way, which is wrong anyway. So they're obviously going to forward that to the public.
You know,
again,
there's a lot of bits and pieces. There's a lot of bits and pieces which are a bit wrong and so on, right? And as I said, if we don't stick together, especially now, this day and age, this is something we've never encountered in our lives, and we don't ever think we ever will again.
No, I believe it's
right.
People like
we need
this.
to pull together.
It's people like this and chats like this. Do you know what I mean? This is where we can make a start.
And debate is healthy. No matter debate, if you can civilly debate things, right? You can do politics and religion if you can civilly debate things.
Exactly. That's all we want.
Well said.
One thing
Andrew
I'd like
J,
to...
sorry guys, thanks for that. If anyone pops up with a donation, I've got to interrupt. I'm sorry, but Andrew, thanks for coming on tonight. You was on for a while, and
brilliant, Andrew.
You made a few good points. Thanks very much. You were very patient and polite. I really respect that, mate. So come on next week. I appreciate that little donation, and thanks for showing your respect to LJ and everyone else tonight. Superb, Andrew. Thank you so much, guys. Honestly, all of you. Brilliant. I'm going to end it in 20 minutes. All right.
Just before you do go, by the way, just one thing I want to bring up with Dino quickly. I don't want to say it's a serious issue, but Dino, can you look at the chat, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can see AD McCullough's messages, basically. I'm constantly getting stated that I'm adjudicating the messages. You know, I'm constantly interrupting and impeding people's freedom. That's basically what this person's saying. If you could put out that I'm not doing that, which I believe personally I'm not doing, I am basically being a part of this panel. Could you please message that? Or say to that person directly that I am not impeding on people's freedoms.
Yeah, add a polite person, positive, wise, with comments and things like that. I don't think there's anything bad meant there, but just to put you right, Ad, don't forget how long Horace has been on, how respectful he's been when he's come across criticism. He's took it well and answered it well. So come on, guys. We're talking about debates, and I think that's what we've done correctly tonight. We've done it quite well tonight, and it's shown.
Horace,
you know, so don't get Horace wrong. You know, he comes from a different. You know, we've heard his side of things.
I think it's
You know
educational.
what? We've had a bit of a go at him, really. You know, and he's come back
I
very
think it's educational.
and, yeah, we've learned from him. He's learned from us, and I think that's how we get on.
Fantastic.
And next week, yes, absolutely brilliant. So
I was going to say that's what it's about ultimately. You know, even though I'm from technically, you know, I don't like putting that away, a different background. I like talking to people to debate certain topics. And again, AD in the chat, I've messaged him as well with regards to this certain, you know, different things that he's mentioning. And ultimately, I like going back and forth with people to debate certain topics, whether we agree or not. You know, to come to a certain consensus on a certain point. But ultimately, you know, it's your channel. You are the leader. You know, I'll give the chair back to you, I guess. But I love everybody in the channel. So everybody's fantastic.
I love
Dino,
you too, bro. You're a great guy. I can't say a
thank
bad
you.
word about it.
Very respectful,
very much.
mate. And when people talk, you always butt out. You let them listen, then you come back in. You've got to respect that, guys.
I sometimes
it means
do
this.
but
No one's arguing.
Dino, he's a politician, mate. He's a politician.
Right,
I love it. He's a politician. I love the way he answers the questions, man. Typical. I love it.
Horace should be a politician. He really should.
Do you know what? Let's have a politician in. Let's have a politician in. Let's have a certain other type of person in. Let's have another politician in. Let's have a working class guy in. Let's have an upper class guy in. Let's have all kinds of guys in.
This is what it is. This is what it's all about.
Talk about things.
Ultimately,
and move
we're all
on and get on with each other and agree to disagree and debate and not argue. You know? We're forgetting all this. This is how we move on, by talking and not arguing. And at least the very worst for me is to agree to disagree. That's the worst thing we can do. Anything beyond that is a complete argument, and that means equals you get no fucking work. Absolutely whatsoever.
Very true.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree on that.
I'd like to say on that as well, though. Ultimately, we all come from different backgrounds. We all ultimately bleed the same blood, which is red, congealed to a certain sense when it pleases us.
Blue, actually.
We'll bleed
I'm looking for some, eh?
We don't have to go. Yeah, we don't have to go to graphics.
Stick that in there just for cause an argument. It's blue.
You know, it's all those things. But
it's blue until it's oxygen. It's blue until it's oxygenated. Am I right, Dino?
Well, that's very true. Actually, that's very true.
That's right.
It's blue until it's oxygenated, and then it turns red.
It comes out of the light.
Red.
Yeah.
I was gonna say though, we are ultimately, again, maybe we disagree with certain things, but we are ultimately equal on the same level. We're born the same way, we bleed the same way, we're ultimately the same. You know, so no matter what anybody says, we're all in it together. So somebody insults
Mascaron wants to come on, Dino.
It's so great how we come down to ground level on what we speak about. It's like we've all got these different opinions, and it's like, yeah, I understand that, and yeah, I know where you're coming from, and yeah, that's my belief, but I understand your belief. And
exactly.
You know what, guys? It's been almost perfect tonight. Thanks so much.
It's been a good night.
Someone saying to me, put the link back in for Master Ron, but I did say, guys, 1:30 tonight. It's kind of an early finish, but I'm feeling it tonight a little bit, tiredness-wise. So I'll put the link in. Master Ron.
I was going to say, Dino, you're not going to do a crinkle, right? And so you're going to be on for a few minutes and go on to about 11.
Nah, I don't brag about doing 2 lives and getting hundreds and whatever people in. Like, I'd like seeing do what I've done.
Fair point.
Right, there's the link, Master Ron. If you come in and you can join the panel, and we can all have the last say before 1:30.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
You guys have been. You know what? It's been probably one of the best lives there's been for me on a Friday with you guys.
Yeah.
Superb. I expected a lot of shit tonight, and I didn't get it. You know. I respect the fact that people respect my Friday Night Live and they want to come on and just the fact that, you know, I've done many lives, and there's been that many people who've come on mine for the first time and said, well, I've been wanting to go on a live for a long time, but I thought I'll come on yours because it feels right because of who you got on your panel.
Exactly.
And things like that. I just feel like I can join in and chat because it's like, you know, we can talk.
It's free.
No one judges, you know.
And that as well, it's like people tonight, you know, I'd say most nights, you know, everyone's been respectful, but I'd say especially tonight, people have not really, apart from the one incident with Southampton, everyone's been very much respectful and understanding with each other. You know, it's been good. Yeah, it's been good, and this is the first live I've been on where we've not actually had any shouting going on. So.
What I will say is,
Very
if
good,
anyone ever does go online, if you ever go live, yeah, could you ever invite me to one of your lives one day? Come and like message me on my YouTube. If
For
you ever
me?
go live, I know one of you guys. Yeah,
Is that to me? Is it? Or?
I'm just like
all of you.
Billy, this first time I met you, and you've been really cool. I've liked you. You're good.
Yeah, I like you too. I like all of you. You're great.
Right. When I do a live, I don't give a lot of notice. I only give about an hour.
That's
right? I just do it, and it's how I feel.
What's your channel name, Smokey?
Right. Since I've only got a few. Since I've only got a few minutes, I'd like to say this. 3 points. One is I'm a working class guy. Actually, no, that goes into all three of the points. One is the very first point is no, we haven't left the EU. 2 is there is no need for secret organisations unless that goes into 3. There's a 2-class system. Facts.
Good points. Good points.
A very good point because they're facts. Because you're coming from an upper class background which believes in secret societies, which means that actually keeps people like ourselves, like Dino, Smokey, Billy, and what have you, downtrodden.
I'm assuming you're referring
That's what
to
that
me,
means.
is that right?
Yeah, exactly, Horace.
Right.
I'm not arguing with you. It's just that when people turn around and say things like the Freemasons, well, yes, I am, and all this. When you're talking about a secret organisation which have got a lot of power and influence onto situations and what have you, that means that they believe that they are better than the rest.
Yeah,
and that is how it is.
What I would say is I would leave the assumption to everybody else. I don't want to make people say yes.
Yeah,
or
but
no.
that makes us not born equal then. But we're not born equal. You said that we were born equal.
The thing with that though is I would disagree on that point in a sense that anybody can join the Masons. Anybody has the right to join. I mean,
you have to have some influence.
I was just going
to say to have some influence.
For example, in my lodge, recently, a person who was a farmer joined the lodge. I mean, that person, fantastic person who he is, in the sense of the hierarchy, is to say, he wouldn't necessarily be upper class, but he's joined, and everybody's equal on that part.
No. What it means is that you have to be accepted from these certain people to join their fraternity. As long as you abide by what they say. That is what it is. Yes, correct.
Yeah, you are right. There's 3
So how can that be? So how can that be an equal system when you got a hierarchy deciding whether you're privileged enough or whatever to join their organisation?
I can't comment.
No, exactly, because that's how it works. That is exactly how it works, Horace. You know what I mean? As long as you fit their agenda, it's like how the world is today. If you do not fit the agenda, then you are out of the system.
I can't.
By what you're just saying is that as long as you fit the agenda, you are welcome. If you don't fit the agenda, you are not welcome. And that's where the corruption comes in. So Dino is right when he said, why is there a need for secret organizations and everything? Which is right, because it's those are the people which are causing all the problems in the world we have today. Because they think that their class makes them better than the people who actually run the country. You know, it isn't the privileged that run this country or any part of the world. It's the working class man that actually keeps the system working. But the man who actually does that job are the ones who are kept down every single day, and the harder and harder and harder it gets for that person. So there is definitely not, we're not all born equal at all. There is no equality in this world whatsoever. You've got the downtrodden and you have got those above it that look down on the smaller people and say, get on with your job. You keep this country working while you suffer, but we're just going to make loads of money
We
out of
can't
what you're
argue with
doing.
that, guys. We cannot argue with that.
Cannot argue with that. I totally agree with that. 100%. You're 100%.
No, I kind of agree with the point.
Cool.
Yeah. Listen,
Well,
I'm
you
gonna.
can't escape from it.
Yeah, I'm
You
gonna.
can't escape. You can't say I kind of agree with the point. It is you agree with the point with what I'm making, but the thing is that you wouldn't want to go to your fraternity and say, "Hang on a minute." I've had a conversation with Master Ron. I've had a conversation with Dina. I've had a conversation with Smokey, the lower people down on the ground, and Bill. Like, I don't include Tony because he's actually been able to work his way up to the status what he's got at the moment. You know what I mean? He owns his own property and all this and what have you. I won't be an insulting to you, Tony. I'm just saying that you've built yourself up there. The point is that when it comes down to the real working grassroots, we're talking about people on the ground. You know, are you going to go to your fraternity tomorrow and go, hang on a minute, we need to readdress this situation? No, you're not going to, are you? You're going to say, oink, oink. No, we're going to keep them people down there. I'm not going to address this situation because I don't particularly want Master Ron in this fraternity because he will shout out and say no fucking more.
Fair point. I was just going to say,
Yeah, very fair point.
Probably the first time many of you've seen me before, but I'm going to turn my camera on in just a second, just so you
I've seen you before, mate.
Oh, of course you have.
Are you wearing a blue tie?
Oh, of course not. I'm wearing my pajamas right now.
Don't have to see you though. Don't have to see you, Horace. You know what I mean? I respect you, Horace. You know, and everything, what you do and everything. But it really niggles me when people say of a different class system that everybody is born equal, when under actual truths, we're not. We're not born equal at all. If you're born into the establishment, you're going to be all right. But the rest of people, well, we're going to keep you down there as much and as hard as we possibly can. We are going to make it as hard as possible for you to get any further than what you are right now, because we want you down there. Because we don't want you ruffling the feathers as you climb up the train, because you might still have that mentality.
I would like to say on that point, you are completely right, and ultimately, at the end of the day, these secret societies, they should be open to everybody. I'm very much a humanist.
No, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be in a secret society. That's the whole point.
Didn't you state?
There's no need
hang on a
for
minute,
secret society.
Master Ron, didn't you
Yes,
state
mate.
earlier that it was open to everybody, though?
What's that?
Horace, didn't you state earlier it was open to everybody?
Exactly.
And now in your last statement, you've just said they should be open to everybody. That's a different statement to the statement.
What I'm saying,
we're not being petty, but it means something.
No, what I'm saying though is obviously the Masons are open to everybody. However, what I believe though is there should be no secret society which should be closed to any person, because we should all ultimately have access to any society that we want to join ultimately. Now, that's the point I was trying to make. And, he made a very valid point. There are certain discrepancies which need to be addressed, but ultimately, it's really down to society.
But why would we need a secret one?
Exactly.
It's not a secret society. That's the problem. Many people assume the Masons are secret. They're not. You can join if you want to. People
So you could join any lodge. You could just go in and join a lodge.
Well, you can apply to the Masons, and then
Yes.
So you'd have to apply, right?
You have to apply, and they look at you. This is how it works.
What? How the hell do you get to that level of so much influence? Which is 30,
You have to, if I'm correct, Horace, here, you have to fit the agenda of what they're looking for. Not just anybody. I could not go. I have nothing to offer, right, into the fraternity. So me as a normal person and everything, got no financial backing, no property or anything. You know what I mean? No business. You know, if I went there, let's be honest, I would be turned down.
I was going to say,
Let's
no,
be honest.
it would not necessarily disqualify. I mean, there's many people in the lodge that, for example, they do menial jobs, like, for example, work in a supermarket. There's many people from different walks of life who are members of the lodge. You know, it's your choice to join. Ultimately, that's what it is.
But do you not have to have some backing of some kind for them to say they would want you?
Why would you need an application form? Why would you need to apply?
Because you're joining a group, basically. It's the same as, for example, you're joining, I don't know, let's say Douglas McMillan's, for example. You want to join them as a, on-board volunteer. You have to apply for it. You apply for anything in this world. It's one of those things. You have to make an application.
But if it's totally different to wanting to be a volunteer and to be part of a secret movement.
Okay.
There's a bit of a difference there. There's quite a large gap, to be honest.
I appreciate that point. What's this person's name? Oh, Christ.
Right in the backstage, I've given you my email address. Right, drop me an email. I'll let you know in plenty of time when I go live, and I think me and you could have very good debates about various things.
I agree with that
because we sit on very different sides of the fence, me and you.
I was going to say,
but
Smokey,
I feel we could get on.
I've subscribed to you
thank
already,
you.
so because obviously you said that you do these sort of things quite frequently. So, and to be perfectly honest,
I took a couple down a minute, but for a few personal reasons, I took them down.
No,
but
it's all right.
there
I
are
was going
ones.
to say, I mean, I personally have a very boring life, which means that I work from 9 till 5:30, and then I just decide who's on next, and I join the next live stream that's available, and I debate with people on the internet. It's all I do. My wife, not in the UK at the moment, so if she was here, she'd probably kick my head in, but she's not here, so I can't really complain. But if she was, I can't do it. But it's one of those things, I like debating people, ultimately, and if people disagree with me, it's great. I love listening to different opinions. Well, I prefer it.
Who's the monetary chairman, or whatever you call them, of the Freemasons?
Depends on the jurisdiction. There's different areas. I was just going to say, though, I look fat on this bloody camera. I'm not fat. Jesus Christ. What's going on there?
Listen, guys, honestly, a great... I'm going to go, but a great subject to end on, because I think next week we can bring this up again.
Grab my email address, Horace, please.
Yeah,
yes.
This would be brilliant next week. Horace, brilliant if you come on next week.
Yeah,
and
I'm
going to go. I am very tired, and normally this is quite early for me, but I am tired, guys. Normally I would carry on, but I do have to finish it now. I just want to say thanks so much to everyone. It's been absolutely superb. Thanks so much. Let's hope we can carry this on in future.
Dino, I just want to say thanks to you, because apart from you being local boy, you're great boy. Billy, I think you're wicked. You're a really nice bloke.
Thank you very
Horace,
much.
You're superb.
I would say to you,
you could be a politician.
I was going to say to you as well, Tony. I mean, I've seen you many times. We've talked back and forth. You've not seen my face, but you make so many interesting points on different subjects, which many people may not realize or bring up. And it's interesting to talk about those certain subjects. It's very interesting. And I'd say, Tony, you're one of the most interesting people to talk to on these chats. To be perfectly honest.
Thank you, sir. Thank
No,
you.
it's an honour, and obviously, the last time I spoke to you on Cop Watch, I thought people were insulting you. I thought I'd jump in and intervene, but I guess I was wrong at the time. But ultimately, yeah, it's a pleasure to talk to you. Same with everybody else on the chat. If anybody else is going live after, please tell me.
Yeah,
I'll
mate.
join that as well. But I'm not going to sleep until like 5 a.m. anyway. So.
Well, listen, Horace, you've always been respectful. Thanks very much. And coming on screen, I never thought you'd look like that. I'm so disappointed.
What do you think I look like? You cheeky bastard. What do you think I look like?
I don't know. Billy, you're a magical star. Master Ron, as always, mate. Thanks so much.
Mate.
Thank
I
you,
love
Dino.
his greatness. Honestly, mate. Thanks so much. Tony, I'm just a bloke. Just a bloke. Guess where I've been today, Tony?
Where you been, Dino?
Atherton.
You've been there?
Yeah.
What about?
I'll tell you about it tomorrow.
Could I just say something? SG, was you going live? SG, was you going live? I'm not sure. Oh, he's going live. Okay.
Who's going
SG,
live?
I don't understand you. What do you mean last time here? Don't get you. Don't care. Depends. Right, Smokey, keep in touch, mate. Thanks so much tonight.
I want to ask
we've
you.
got that subject up, what you said.
SG, hang on a minute. Sorry for interrupting. SG, do you want to go live and we'll have a chat, even if it's in the back room, mate? If you're all right, mate.
What's? I don't know. But anyway, sort it out.
I was going to say, Dino, just before you go, what do you mean that you didn't expect me to look like this?
I'm just going off your logo, in a smart uniform, and
I'm in my pajamas.
I don't know. That looks
Andrew's
like a
going
big
live, Horace.
Either
Andrew
way,
said he's
mate,
going to go live.
still an ugly bastard.
Terrible,
Not as
terrible.
ugly as me, but there you go. Big special thanks to Smokey and LJ, guys. You've all made it a superb live, and thanks so much. Hopefully next Friday I'll see you all again.
It's been a pleasure.
Okay, then you guys all take care. Bye for now.
Thanks,
you
Master
guys
Ron.
as well.
Just like to say, Trats Master on, Trats Smoky Pie. I'd love to know what does Smoky Pie mean.
Places or points of interest. That's what I've gone for now. I've taken the audits out of my name because I'm not interested.
Is anybody live right now that I can join? Or
Andrew J's going to go live.
Who?
Andrew J, who was on the panel, but I'm not sure what his thing's called. But Ant's trying to find out in the chat.
If you can tell me,
I'm sure you'll find someone, guys. Right. Listen,
Okay,
guys,
then
absolutely
Hey,
superb.
thank you for having me on. Right, I'm out, guys. Thank you for having me on. You got my email address now, Horace, yeah?
Indeed, I do. I've subscribed to you, my friend.
Tony, Smokey, Horace, Master Ron. If you ever want me to,
take it easy, everyone. Master Ron.
Shout, and you, Dino, as well, right? And give us a shout if you want to, all right?
Billy, thanks for coming on from minute one. I really appreciate it. I hope you feel better. Horace, thank you. Master Ron, as always. Tony, just a bloke. Smokey, massive special guest to me tonight. LJ, thanks so much as well. Guys, I'll see you next Friday. More of the same, let's talk. And more. In between, I'll probably guest on one or two others. So I'll see you soon, guys. Massive respect.
Bye, all.
I bid you farewell until then.
See you a bit.
See you.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Bye.